And a warm welcome along to Saudi Arabia, welcome along to Riyadh, and most importantly, welcome along to King Abdulaziz Racecourse for the second biggest weekend of racing here in the Kingdom. The Saudi Cup coming up the 21st and 22nd of February. Aside from that, it's all about what we've got to come over the course of the next 3 days. It's meeting number 28, and you're with us here on the English-speaking channel for the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. Tom Collins is alongside me. As regards today, we've got 6 maidens, 3 open races and 3 conditions races to look forward to. But really, this next couple of days about the 3 qualifiers tomorrow and the 4 qualifiers on Saturday for the big meeting to come. And of course, the King Abdulaziz Cups at the back end of the card on Saturday, Tom, worth 5 million SAR.
Yeah, Saturday's racing is unbelievable. Probably the best day's racing actually since I've been out here. That includes all of last year as well, so I'm really looking forward to that. Yes, tomorrow, difficult, so we won't talk about that right now. I'll save all of that spiel for tomorrow because...
But the early part of tomorrow's card, we've got 3 qualifiers for Saudi Cup weekends.
We do, but the latter part is super difficult, so it's like a polarising card, contrasting from the start to finish. Today I thought was very good for a Thursday. Usually we're dealt with a lot of maidens. OK, we've got a few today, but we also end with 2 very good open races featuring some veterans, the likes of Derivo, Thunder Squall, Man of the Night, and also Atrium, who comes across from the UK, formerly trained by Charlie Fellows. So a good end to the card today. I'm looking forward to hopefully get a few winners too. And
just teeing up the weekend as well on Saturday, Kenny McPeak, you're a big fan of American runners, American racing. Yep. He's going to run it in the qualifier for the Saudi Cup in the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. And we've got some of the big name jockeys. We've got Big Money Mike Smith coming over, Tom Marquand, James Doyle, Mikel Barcelona. Yeah,
it's going to be amazing. Joao Rosario as well. And it's just an extra international feel. It feels like a mini Saudi Cup day, doesn't it? We've got some jockeys from all over the world, some leading riders as well, not second tier. And as you say, Kenny McPeak's run and Rattle and Roll will provide an extra kind of insight. Doug O'Neill's also got a runner, an Index Fund, who used to be trained by Chad Brown, another US horse that's running here on Saturday, to be partnered by Mike Smith. So, yeah, really exciting end to this week. And obviously everyone tuning in will hopefully enjoy the action today, but definitely come back on Saturday because that is not to be missed.
And we do see Barcelona, Doyle, Mike Smith, and some of the others popping up through the season. But Tom Marquand has only ever ridden on Saudi Cup night. It's his first time coming outside of Saudi Cup night, and he's never ridden a winner in Saudi Arabia before. So to right, he's desperate to put wrong at the weekend.
Yeah, it's crazy considering how good and prolific he is in the UK. Obviously, he doesn't have too many rides on dirt because we don't have a dirt surface in the UK. So riding here on dirt will be a newish experience for him. But he's one of the best riders in the world, and I think he picks up 3 rides on white stable horses, so it's not like he's picking up outside rides either.
Carmel Road has got in the qualifier.
Exactly, a leading chance, and I think he was joint highest rated or second highest rated horse in Saudi Arabia last year. So, I mean, what better chance for Tom to actually get off the mark?
That's all to come then over the course of the next 3 days. Great to have you on board, and it's great to have out and about. We've all come dressed in the right colours today. Green shirts, green jacket, and a green jacket for Callum Helliwell. Good afternoon to you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yes, we didn't even plan this either, which I think makes it even more impressive that we've all gone for the green. As per usual, I think it's time we do a bit of a fit check. So we've got the green jacket to match the team, pink check shirt because life is a party, and then the chinos down below from Uniqlo, game-changing trousers. That is what we've been calling them since we've arrived here in Saudi Arabia. Looking forward to today's card. Most interestingly, though, in race number 3, we've got a purebred Arabian maiden. Now, Sapar Al-Khalid goes for the famous Al-Khalidiyya stables, but the interesting thing is the trainer. Usually we see Nasser Mudluk doing the training. He was suspended for 2 weeks after a prohibited substance was found in one of his winners last month. Should have returned this week, but now we're seeing these horses trained under Saeed Mutlaq, which is his father, which will be very interesting to see. This one is the first time starter in a 4-year-old race. I feel that they're trying to lay down a marker here. I think Sapar Al-Khalidiyya could be a first juvenile Arabian winner for this outfit, who have struggled with the younger horses so far this season. They're not, from everything they've had going so far, they've not been too prolific. But now with Sapar Al-Khalidiyya, I think they could be quite dangerous. That goes in race number 3. Really looking forward to that. Towards the end of the card, we've got a couple of good open races as well. Race 11 is a cracker, and our finale, race 12, features horses like Derivo, who's looking to end a run of second places with a good win. He was a good performance last time out, but it won't be easy for him. And the boys in the studio will give you all those updates in regards to the international market and everything that is going on the racecourse. Looking forward to this whole weekend's action. We start on a Thursday. We start with race number 1, and the man who can take us through those runners and riders is Mr. Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, a very good afternoon to you and to Martin and Tom, of course, as well. We start off with this maiden then, and number 1 is going to be Ava, written by Alex Moreno. It was a jockey booking. We have 12 races on the card, so the first of which coming up at 3:20 over 6 furlongs. Number 2 is out. Number 3 is Arta Gil, is ridden by Ricardo Ferreira. Number 4 is Asmar Wagali, Tharb Altin Yat. 5 is Badia Alanaya for Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 6 is Bardi Wallah for Tariq Al Mansour. 7 is Dreamer Ali Al Mateen. 8 over the page is going to be Gaur Sakan for Famas Wanas. Number 9 is Kassaj Muhannad Al Nassar. Number 10 is Kayot Al Mayazid for jockey Abdullah Al Rashid. 11 is Mutaf Camillo Speed, around a 4-1 chance on the international market. That one's second favourite. Kashar is number 12, Mohammed Al Habail. Number 13 is Sibihan, not without a chance, around 9-2 for Fahad Al Faradi. One more over the page, number 14, Suntet for Rakan Al Abaid. So the non-runner here is number 2. The favourite is going to be Artagil here, number 3 at around 6-4. Let's go back to Martin and Tom.
Thank you. Yeah, do get in touch, of course, through the YouTube channel today as well, in the comments section down the right-hand side. Vamal, good afternoon to you, or good morning, or good evening, wherever you're watching in the world. If you do make a comment, do let us know where you're watching from as well. It's nice to have an idea where we've got viewers watching from. Vamal says, hi guys, I'm back. Who wins race 1? Well, Vamal, Tom will answer that question in a second. And Vamal also pointing out as well about on the green theme as well. The microphone's also green. It's on brand with the colour design here.
It really is, yeah. And we have to admit we haven't actually done this on purpose. We kind of hinted that we might do it at some point last week, didn't we? But
it's just somehow happened.
It has happened. Maybe it's a theme to follow throughout the day.
Green Thursdays?
Could be a thing.
Answer Vamal's question then. Who wins race 1? We've got this local bred maiden to kick off. 3-year-olds here over the 1,200 metres. It's
a very tricky race. I know the market has come down on the horse in shot right now, which is Artagil, 6-4 international market leader. This horse is first time up though, and we're kind of guessing to his ability. You know, he's out of Mucho Gusto, who was a very good horse in the US, out of a German bred mare, but she failed to win in 12 starts. So the pedigree isn't amazing, but connections have to be respected, and he draws inside. In short, to answer the question on YouTube, I think the winner is horse 13, Samihan, and I'll give my reasoning after we speak to Callum.
Yes, they're in the parade ring here for the opener, and this is horse number 3, Artajal, who is the first one we'll have a look at, making debut today. Nice looking type, still needs to develop on that hind quarter, but has a gorgeous, gorgeous top line. Well put together type, typical of the yard here, quite a strong, robust individual. Maybe we'll need this run to get just a little bit of experience, but coming from stall 1 cannot be ignored under Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Let's drop back to the 4, Asmar Wagali. This goes for connections who we know are smart with their youngsters, has had the 2 runs, yet to see success, yet to place, but a little bit of an improved effort last time. Again, another one that may just need to come forward a little bit physically. Let's drop back to number 5, another horse who we know connections will have this horse red hot and ready to go. Bada Alanaya, 5th on debut, needs to go 4 places better to land the blow today, but it's really well turned out. Beautiful quarter marks on the back end. Not the biggest of types, not particularly tall, quite light framed, but certainly a horse that you cannot ignore on debut, purely because connections always have their horses ready to go, especially on the back of a promising first effort. Certainly should be making your shortlist. Keep an eye on the cheek pieces coming from stall number 2. We'll drop back just a couple to horse number 7. This is Dreamer, who's probably physically the most advanced of these, a real strong type. Ignore the Cobb mane, it's not something I'm a fan of, but certainly a few horses in Saudi Arabia have this. Got the blinkers on, certainly one to keep on the right side of, has got plenty of experience alongside some of these, and from a physical standpoint, it's just a bit more ahead of some of these. Now, we talked about the top line on the first horse we looked at, the 3. The top line on this 7 is not quite as strong. You can see the dip in the back. That would be the only negative for me, but certainly a precocious type who should really lean on the experience that he's shown so far in the career. Looking forward to see how he gets on. Let's pull our way back a couple more to horse number number 10, who we're going to have a look at right now, just coming towards me. This is this gorgeous chestnut, pretty lightly built type. Kayat Al-Medhab is the horse that we're focusing on now as we just get into a bit of a queue because we've had a stop in front, giving us a good old look up and down. Very lightly built type. I imagine is going to come on for this. Has had the one run, didn't show much on debut. Gets stall 3, but I'd probably be looking elsewhere. A bit of a Paddock negative for me. The horse in behind is the 11. This is the white stable runner, Musaf, who's had the 2 starts but is yet to record a victory. 4th on debut but unplaced last time out. Again, this horse has definitely got a bit of a roach back, and you can just see the way the back end just sort of gives up on the horse, and you've got a really high, it's just sort of a strange look about him. Not the most fluid of movers either, sort of hangs the hindquarters out to the left. I'd be looking elsewhere from a Paddock perspective. This is a white stable runner who I'm not particularly keen on, although Camilo Ospina will be looking to get his weekend off to the perfect start as he looks to reel in Adel Al-Faradi and Mohamed Al-Daham in the Jockeys Championship. Next off we'll look at is the 12. This is Kashar. This is a nice type. This is a much better individual. Big, strong type. Certainly a horse that's going to come on in the future. Has only had the one run. Will need to step forward from that. But in a field where not many of them are shining out to me, he's certainly one that has made my shortlist and caught my eye. Big, robust type. Again, certainly more to come in the future with this one. But this son of Force the Pass certainly can't be ignored. I'd be keen on him with Mohamed Al-Hubail on board. And finally, we've got the 13, Samihan, who's another one who's a big, strong, robust type as well. Looking really good in the coat. Much better back end, but still probably carrying a little bit of condition. Boys, I've had a look at them, and the Paddock pick for me is going to have to be the 12.
12, on the international market is around 16 to 1. The one start so far ran down the field. Samihan, you touched on, though, have been backed on international markets. Now the clear second favourite at 13. It was Vimal who asked for your selections. In fact, Vimal's been back in touch. He's from Bangalore, the Garden City of India. And he said, my city's also green.
Really?
So there we go. Thank you, Vimal. We're all green today, but you're with the blue and the white here of 13.
I am, yes, Samihan. I thought the price was very fair. Obviously, you just said it's gone a touch, but you know, he's got every chance of winning this race. If you like the favourite, you're just guessing that Artigil can run.
Well, Jose does. He likes the 3, the debutant.
Right, sure. But I presume that's because Ricardo Sousa Ferreira is on. Jose loves Ricardo.
I suppose so, yes. His favourite jockey.
Whereas with Samihan, you kind of know his capabilities. First time up, he flew home from an unpromising position. He finished 3rd that day, and he just shaped like an X-Term winner. However, last time, he drew a wide gate. I think he was in gate 18 or 17.
Wide again today?
He is wide again today, but he's slightly, you know, closer to the rail than he was that day in 12. He showed loads of speed last time. He was ridden completely the opposite to the way they rode him on debut. Last time he showed speed and faded. Debut he showed no speed and closed. I prefer him not being on the front end, but look, I think this horse has got enough ability to go close regardless of the tactics, and hopefully Farhad Al-Faradi can ride a winner today. He's got loads of chances tomorrow, Farhad, so it could be a good week for him.
And they put the blinkers on second time with him. Would that be any kind of a concern, just to try and sharpen him up?
I think it just sharpened him up, and it actually did, because he showed loads of natural early. As I say, like on debut, he looked clueless in the early stages, but last time he blazed a trail. So I don't mind the reapplication of blinkers. They're going again. Hopefully it doesn't buzz him up as much as last time, and hopefully he can sit just in behind the speed rather than going very hard up front.
It's the debutant wouldn't have to be anything special to win, would he? You look at the horses with ratings 47, 31, 50. Okay, Samihan's had 2 runs, not got a mark. The same would go for Muthaf. But if that horse could run to probably 60, 65, be good enough to win this.
Yeah, I would agree with that, which is probably why he's favourite. However, 6 to 4 or whatever price he is now is very short considering you are just guessing his ability. Of course, he represents leading connections. One of the best riders is on board, but he is drawn inside, and I always find the inside gate, especially for first-time starters, to be a negative. 1,200 metres, as talked about last week, each time we did the show, the first turn comes up very quickly. If you don't break well from the inside, all the horses will congregate across, you'll get shuffled back, and then you'll be in a terrible position. Speed holds over this trip, so you need to be relatively close to the pace.
Okay, let's touch on the original second favourite, now out to 9 to 2 on international markets. This is horse number 11, Muthaf for the White Devils, who are strongly represented all through the card today.
Yeah, they've got lots of chances. Camilo as well, who generally does ride the number 1 string for the White Stable. This horse caught the eye on debut over 1,400 metres. That came in November.
Wasn't beaten far that day.
He wasn't, but was he not bitterly disappointing last time? That came over the same course and distance. That was just last week. Now he drops down in trip, therefore...
The only excuse I could give for last time is he was trapped wide.
He was.
The whole run.
But
that's about it.
Yeah, he didn't even finish close. Like, he was beaten a long way. Maybe he just, took a backward step from his debut, and now they're expecting more. The positive for Muthaf, not only is the connections, but also he's drawn very well in 4. If he's ridden more aggressively and can get close to the front, then he's going to be a leading player.
Badea Alanaya is the 4th best on the international markets. This is horse number 5. 1 run so far, and that came over the course and distance.
Faded after showing blistering early speed that day to lead a small field, course and distance maiden 3 weeks ago. I think he's going to be ridden forward. I think he'll be on the front from the inside gate in stall 2. And again, that's a negative for the favourite, Artagil, who probably won't be able to hold that inside position. He'll have to take a toe from Badea Alanaya and hope for a gap late. It does mean, though, that Muthaf from 4 could sit second just on the shoulder, which is ideal. And the same can be said for Samihan in 12. He could get across 3 wide and sit a good trip behind the 5 Badea Alanaya. I think the 5 will lead and will get picked off by 1 or 2 of these.
Okay, well, Muthaf's easy to back. 4 out to 5 to 1. The money keeps coming for Samihan. 3 to 1, though. Clear second best behind Artagil, who is the market leader. Also a little bit of money. 10s into 8 to 1 on the international play for horse number 4. Asmir Wagali, who dropped down to this distance on second start.
Yeah, failed to stay 1,600 metres on the debut, so moving down to this trip was a wise decision. He was much better as well last time up. He hasn't shown enough to warrant support, but I did have him as my 3rd pick in this race. I thought he'll be staying on well late. When others cry enough in the final 200 metres or so, he'll be picking them off, and he could easily run a place in this contest. I'd be surprised if Asmir Wagali did win. But equally, at whatever price it is, 8 to 1, did you say? That's a fair each way play on a horse who will be staying on.
Badi Wala is the next best in. This is around 11 to 1, but this horse is rated 47, and it just shows you that you're not going to need an awful lot to win this. He's had 6 goes so far, and most exposed in the field.
Yeah, we're now entering the horses that don't have much of a chance. Badi Wala just hasn't shown enough to date. Had the 6 outings. I mean, draws well, gets a nice young rider on board in Tariq Al Mansour, who's powerful in the saddle. There aren't many other positives. The rating's not good enough to win a race of this nature. The form's not there, and also I think he'd be better suited to 1,400 metres. He generally lacks speed over this trip.
Okay, well, they are down at the start. Race 1 of 12 here. The beginning of 3 days racing here in Saudi Arabia, with 7 qualifiers for Saudi Cup weekend and some of the biggest names around the world taking on the best of the locals over the course of the next couple of days. Well, our first race, though, is a local bred maiden. It's for the 3-year-olds. Got a field of 13 down at the start, and with the market leader being the debutant at 6 to 4, Artagil. Tom, your selection is?
I'm happy to take on the favourite. I'll be with a 13, Samihan. Hopefully gets a nice trip in 2nd or 3rd in the early stages and can outstay them.
I'm going to forgive Muthaf the run last week. Trapped out wide. The debut run was pretty good. Maybe the drop in trip's going to help, and he is well drawn in stall 4. It's a decent price as well, around 5 to 1 on that debut effort. Let's head back out to Callum and get his thoughts on race 1. All yours, Callum.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, just spoken to a few connections here, including Mohammed Al-Khalifi, who trains the 5, Badea Alanaya. I mentioned, as you guys have said in the studio, showed really good speed last time out before fading. He said he's still very babyish, very green. He just wants to play, with the word that he used, which I can completely understand, because that's how I feel most of the time. I just want to play. Who wants to do any work? But he certainly is one to watch here. Certainly from a nice draw there in 2 is going to get probably going to get the lead, and whether he can just hold on or whether he starts looking around at the scenery is going to be what gets him beaten or allows him to win. The 11, Musaf, jumps out of 4, big connections. I've not seen a horse with as bad conformation as him. He is one of the worst movers you will ever see. You can just see him coming to short now. He's got that very staccato hind action, and he sort of leans his hip out to the left as well. He wouldn't be the play for me, which is why I found myself with Kashar, the 12, being the pick. Hopefully that horse can take a step forward from a pretty low-key debut. But Anthony Ennis, they are already loading, so it's Kashar for me. Hopefully you call home an early winner.
Okay, good luck, Callum, with Kashar, number 12, who is about to load up. We've got 3 in already. The favourite on the debut is Artagil, red colours on the inside. Solid at 6 to 4 on the international markets. The move has been for Simihan, as Martin was saying. Tom quite keen on that one's chances. Muthaf for Martin's just drifted a bit, and Callum with Kashar. We're getting set here. Last couple, we are opening up. It's 3:20 race over 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres. It's maiden on the dirt, waiting for Simihan to go into stall 12. He's the last one. Simihan going in. And we're just about ready for a start. Race 1. And they're off and racing for our first. Step slow to go was Kashar there, and also Asmir Wagali missed the kick. Also Simihan not well into stride either, out wide in the light blue. And perhaps the slowest of all from the gates was Sakan from the widest stall. That one trails early doors. Through the first 250 they go. Good speed here by Suntet in the purple and white. On the outside of Aolil, the grey and maroon on the inside. These two are the early pace setters. Dropping in behind is Kazaj, got a nice strip in third. Ridden along is Mutaf, the green cap, followed by the improving Artajil. Now starts to pick up with the red cap. Further back to find the dark jacket of Kayot Al Mayazib as they come around the crown of the home turn and head for the final 400. This lead is going well. It's Aolil. Alex Moreno has not really asked him yet. He's just cruising along in front. Aolil going very well indeed by 4 lengths. Now Artajil, the favourite, comes out of the pack to give chase with the red blinkers. Has got about 3.5 lengths to make up and 200 metres in which to do it. Aolil then got the jump and leads to Artajil in second. They're clear of the others. From the back, Asmir Wagali is flying down the outside in the yellow. Could be too late. Aolil in front to in second place Artajil. Is it too late? Because Asmir Wagali is going to get them all here somehow. Asmir Wagali from a mile back wins to Aolil and Artajil second and third. Then came Simihan, who did all of his best work late on after a bad start. Where has that one come from? In the blinkers, number 4, Asmir Wagali, Tharb Altimyat. So far behind on the home turn, has managed to win this race. Extraordinary stuff. Aolil did all the hard work. Looked the winner for, 90% of that race. Asmir Wagali has run them down. Jockey enjoyed it as well. Well done to Tharb Altimyat. As Asmir Wagali has thundered down the home straight to win this maiden. Second, number 1, Aolil. Third, number 3, Artajil. 1 3/4 lengths in the end. It was pretty easy. 4-1-3 the result. It's Asmir Wagali who wins.
Tharb Altimyat has given this horse an absolute corker of a ride, really, coming from the clouds to win here. This is Asmir Al Wagali. We thought this horse was going to be quite an interesting one when we saw it in the parade ring. Has clearly built on those 2 starts for experience and has made it third time lucky here. Nice flashy individual. Look at that big white face. 3 white socks, not quite 4, but certainly a nice horse here who has done this well coming late. Look, there's no doubt about it. There was a massive pace collapse with Aolil, who nearly tried to make all under Alex Moreno, but was just caught on the line. But this horse took full advantage. Artajil was the third. That horse has run a pretty decent race on debut as well. Probably one to watch next time up. Certainly was still learning all the way around on this occasion. But the winner has come from an uncompromising position, taken advantage of a pace collapse, and under young Saab Chimyat, who's still able to claim the 1 kilo, has got the victory today. Nice tight, boys, and certainly a really interesting race for you to pick through.
Well, it looked set for a bit of an upset, didn't it, on the international markets. The top horse there, Alali, had split the field and gone clear at 66 to 1. But as we take them off the home turn, the yellow colours look to be struggling here of Asmo Wagali.
Yeah, well, firstly, Alil's run a great race, 66 to 1, only rated 25 after 3 complete no-shows. One of the lowest rated horses in the country, almost causes a huge shock under Alex Moreno, but does get run down and eventually finishes second. We'll talk about Artiju in better detail in a second when we look at the full race replay. But we did say in the preview that Asmir Wagali will be the one that stays on past the tired rivals, and he's managed to pick them all off. Let's watch it from the start. Now, watch stall 1, that's the favourite, briefly misses it, and then has to basically be scrubbed up in behind horses. Going into the turn, then gets in a horrible position. Keep your eye on the horse in red on the inside with the red blinkers. Gets in a horrible position here and gets fierce keen. And Ricardo Sousa Ferreira is struggling to keep the horse under wraps. He does eventually find a gap in a second, and he powers through into 3rd place just about now.
He's tanked through the early half, hasn't he?
He has. I think he's got the most talent in the race, to be honest. He just didn't have a good start and not a good run in the first 250 metres. From here, he settles and he has every chance, but he's wasted way too much energy and was too far back given his running style. I think Artiju was the horse to take out of this. At this stage, A-Lil looks the most likely winner, and I was fully prepared to talk about how this was one of the biggest shocks I've ever seen in horse racing. But he does get tired in the final 100 metres or so. And we are just kind of looking for that deep closer. Where is the horse going to come from? And then Asmir Wagali gets tipped out to the outside and really starts to find in those yellow blinkers late. Again, when we talk about some of the other horses that are potentially disappointed, we're going to mention how the start was not ideal for them. Especially those drawn between stalls 9 and 12. They all came together. But it's a victory for Asmir Wagali at the 3rd time of asking, and this trip is where we're going to see this horse be most prolific in the future as well.
Yeah, so with the 1600 on debut, dropped down to this trip last time out to this come home over the top of them to beat the one horse and the favourite back in the 3rd. But the fact the one's rated 25 really does peg the form down.
Yeah, it really does. It was probably a career, well, it was definitely a career best performance from A-Lil, but equally I don't think it was the best of maidens, and he obviously got the dream trip being on the front end and the rail.
Well, the top 3 of them have come well clear, and Muthaf in the white stable colours, disappointed last time. I was looked to forgive that based on what was the debut run, but he looks very limited.
Yeah, I think he looks limited. I don't imagine he'll be with the white stable long. Samiha, in my selection, just had a terrible start, was situated 7 wide going around the turn. Eventually finished 4th. I wouldn't give up necessarily on him, albeit he's no superstar. But this race is all about how A-Lil overperformed, and Asmir Wagali was the only closer in the race.
Now, we've got to check out in just a second the standings for the jockeys and trainers. Before we do that, we do have a prize-giving ceremony here to give, because we had an inter-studio tipping competition last week. Tom came out on top. He wrestled the lead of the final day, and as a celebration, in the Prince Mitab white and blue, we've got a couple of little mementos for you.
Thank you very much.
There you go. You can take those home and you can look after that.
Lift it up like a trophy in one of the cup races. Thank you very much. I'll probably be giving these back to you when you win this week.
Well, don't use them first, though. That's as regards what's happening in here. What about as regards the trainers and jockeys here in Saudi Arabia? Who is topping the table? It was a busy week for the jockeys last week.
It was. Adel Al-Faradi currently tops the leaderboard by 10. As you can see, he's on 75 total winners. Weird that they've put him in the white stable silks and Camilo in the pink and blue, whereas Camilo is usually the first rider for the white stable, but there we go. Camilo is currently 2nd with 65 victories, Mohamed Al-Daham 3rd on 64. Those 2 in 2nd and 3rd were interchanging positions last week, and I'm sure they'll continue to do so. Adel Al-Faradi is probably away and gone at this point.
Yeah,
I'd say so, especially tomorrow, considering Camilo can't ride. It's for Saudi-based Saudi jockeys only in the latter part of the card, so he's got loads of opportunities.
Okay, and your old pal Tamal Dahani clear.
Yeah,
19 in front.
This is done. This is completely done now. It's impossible to reel Al Dahani in. 19 ahead. He's virtually unstoppable at the moment. Every week he has 2 to 3 winners at minimum. He's going to wrap up his first trainer title, I think.
Okay, leads 66 to 47. That's the trainers. And as regards the owners?
Yeah, White Stable lead the way with 118, Prince Mitab, you can see there. Red Stable in 2nd with 116. And then I believe that's Sheikh Abdullah Malak Al Sabah back in 3rd with 81. So It's a very close fight. This is by far the most interesting, I'd suggest. Obviously, the Jockey race isn't completely done, but only 2 winners here with some of the biggest races to go. That'll be fascinating to see how it turns out.
Okay, well, we've got Group 1s to come, domestic Group 1s and an international Group 3 on Saturday as well. So much to look forward to here over the next couple of days. All builds towards Saudi Cup weekend, the 21st and 22nd of February. Before that, though, we move on to race 2 here on meeting 82. We've got a local bred horses open. The go here, Enzo, over the 1,200 metres.
Thank you, Martin. You've got a red-hot favourite here, haven't we, as well, with Tabar Fail. He's fancied not to fail here. Number 1 is Besh Jalakem for Abdullah Al-Khamis. This is our second race over the 1,200. Number 2 is Al Rafar, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 3 is Kilastafe, Tariq Al-Mansur. 4 is the hot favourite, Tabar Fail, for the white stable, Camille Ospina on board. Number 5 is Ala Al-Badi, Victor Gutierrez rides. Number 6 is Ayat Al-Muhammadiyah, Adel Al-Furedi rides that one. 7, Macho Boy, is ridden by Ayad Al-Tarisi. Number 8 is Mayman, ridden by Asil Al-Sahani. Number 9 is Morib Al-Dareya for Fahad Al-Furedi. Number 10 is Shibble Omar, ridden by Abdullah Al-Fayruz. 11, Al-Nishar, Rakan Al-Abaid, scratch the 12, so take out Ark. 13 is going to be Gashamar, Jose Rodriguez. And one more over the page. It's going to be Alayam Rada for Mohammed Al-Hubayl, the filly. So take out the 12. Red hot favourite, though, here, Tabar Fail for Ospina. Let's go back to Martin and Tom.
Yeah, for this local bred horse open, and Tabar Fail of 105, being one of the highest rated horses on the card today.
Yeah, I think she's virtually unbeatable in this spot, to give away my selection early. But she's just exceptionally good, and we'll see why in this piece of footage coming up. Generally, all of her best form was when she was a 3-year-old last year. She hasn't necessarily built on it so far this campaign, as we'll see in this VT. She only finishes 5th on this occasion, but this is a much better race than what she faces today. You can see her in 3rd here. It looks like she's going to play a part turning in, and then she just wanders. She doesn't switch leads immediately, and then she finishes very tight after getting short of room in about now. This is a much better race. Like, if you were to take any of the first 4 home here, they would win today's contest easily. In 2nd, that's Corba. Corba runs tomorrow and will be a short price favourite for her race. And, you know, Tabar Fail is going to be a very hard horse to beat here. She's got £27 in hand of her closest pursuer on official figures.
Yeah, mark of 105. She's won 4 of her 6 starts. She's been in, as you say, Tom, in better company the last few starts. But taking her on today, we'll have a look at a bit of form for one of her rivals, Al-Muhammadiyah, Ayat Al-Muhammadiyah.
Yeah, this filly is second in on official ratings, £27 below Tabar Fail. She's a good horse as well. She won 3 consecutive races here last season. She seemed below par in this contest that we're seeing right now, but she still manages to finish 2nd. I wouldn't be surprised if she takes another step forward and she looks the main danger to Tabar Fail. I'd have her second favourite instead of Al Rafaya, who is currently the second favourite.
Adel is on board, Ayat Al-Muhammadiyah. So around 1 to 4 on the international markets, this market leader, as we had back out to Calibre, a closer look at some of the rivals to this red-hot favourite.
Yes, looking forward to this one, boys. Let's have a look at the 2, Al Rafaya. She is absolutely gorgeous. She's got a beautiful head. Mustafa, can you just go and get a shot of the front of her? She's got one of the most beautiful heads you'll see on a racehorse. She's very well put together. She's absolutely drop-dead gorgeous, and I really like her here. It's going to be a tough ask trying to beat the favourite, but she's got nothing wrong with looks. She will need to bounce back for a disappointing effort in a tougher race than this last time out, though. Let's drop back to the 4. This is the horse we're all looking at, Tabar Fail. Now, she was so exciting last year. It's not quite gone to plan this season, you've got to say, but she is an absolutely gorgeous individual. She's so effeminate, so petite. The thing that you would notice about her most, though, is her back end hasn't quite developed in the way we see a lot of these younger horses grow up. I still think she's taken some time to mature. What's that run last time? You probably agree. She needs a little bit more time, but she's a gorgeous individual. She walks beautifully, and hopefully she can take a few steps forward to bounce back to form in this easier contest. The 6 is the next one of her main rivals, Ayat Al Muhammadia, another gorgeous grey with beautiful dappling. Now look at her hindquarters, completely different type here. She really does take the eye, doesn't she? Look at the back end on her, she is gorgeous, and the fact that she's developed and grown is a positive for me. She did well to finish second from where she did last time out. I think it's very easy to see her build on that, and in this field, arguably, she's got the best form. So if you did want to take on your short price favourite, I'd suggest this is one to take her on with. She's in really good nick. She's walking around with plenty of confidence, 2 handlers, and she is certainly one I'll be looking forward to. No tongue strap on today, but she does have the nose band. Let's pull back to the 8 here. This is Mayman, who finally got the head in front last time out on the 7th time of asking. Look, to be honest, not quite as much of a physical model as some of the others in this field. You probably think this is a classier event than last time, and you'd be right. This will be a tougher task, but this individual, this gelding, comes into this race in form and cannot be ignored. The 9 is the best looker in this field by a country mile. This is Marib Aldareya. What an imposing individual this is. This is a nice colt. He's had the 1 win in the career. That came 2 starts ago. Tougher effort last time. I think he's got massive place claims. He's certainly the pick of the paddock on looks. A really, really nice looking individual. And then finally, we'll go back to the 10. The mighty Shibal Omar was my nap of the week a couple of weeks ago when he finally got the head in front. This is a far, far tougher contest, but it's good to see this horse with winning form. Remember, there's some place form in Cup Company and another one who has each way claims here. Not the overall best of lookers, but certainly is fit, has a very good jockey on board in Abdullah Al Firuz, and certainly can't be ignored. But guys, to be honest, I've got to stick with the pick of the paddock, and in this one, it goes to the 4, Tabar Fail.
Yeah, long odds on favourite, 1 to 4 currently. Just touching on Shibi Omar, rated 74. Of the opposition, not far behind on the ratings, but a horse who seems to be better over further. It was a curious drop down to the 1200.
I completely agree, yeah. Callum said this horse was his nap of the week a couple of weeks ago. He did it very well, but that was over 1,600 metres in a maiden. He absolutely bolted up, but it was a very, very weak race. Camilo Ospina rode him that day, and yeah, look, it was his race for the taking, and he did so. I'd be surprised if he has anywhere near enough speed to feature in this contest. And that could be said for plenty of these outsiders in here, to be honest. Most of them want further. You know, I thought this was Tabar Fails for the taking. I thought Ayat Al Muhammadia was quite clearly the second best. And then of the remainder, it was a scrap of who's going to be 3rd and 4th.
We saw Tabar Fail in the last start. That was in the Asia Cup. The one slight negative would be been off the track since October. Yeah,
and also maybe she's kind of levelled off in her form and she's not a 105 rated horse anymore, but look, I mean, she's got 27 pounds in hand. It's not like we're talking about a filly who's maybe 5 to 10 pounds supposedly better than the remainder. 27 pounds, that's a huge advantage. She doesn't need to be the same filly that we saw last year, and maybe she doesn't need to be 100% fit to actually get the job done. I wouldn't play it 1 to 4 in the international market. I wouldn't bet in this race, but from a selection and most logical winner point of view, it has to be Tabar Fail. It's impossible to come down on any other horse.
I wondered as well whether she might actually find a bit more coming back down in distance, because the first 2 wins were over the 1200. The cup races she's been in since have all been over further.
Yeah, and I think they're going to ride her aggressively today from the front. She's drawn out in 13, so Camila's going to have to make a choice early, as we've talked about, and as you've just seen in race number 1, the first turn comes up quickly. So Camila's going to have to make a decision, and I think that decision will be super aggressive, try go straight to the front and dictate. And if that's the case, the proven stamina over further will stand her in good stead.
Well, the jockey is getting mounted. They're starting to come out to the track. Just give us a quick word on the horse who the international markets has got as the second best in here, which is horse number 2, Arafea, who did put together back-to-back wins at Taif and comes here on the back of a course and distance win 2 starts back.
Yeah, she's won 3 of her last 5 starts, but they've all been in low-level handicaps. She was outclassed in a 0 to 80 event a fortnight ago. Now she's stepping up into an open. Okay, it's not the best opens by any means, but it will be a stretch to suggest that she's the second best horse in here. Obviously, the form figures are enticing, as is the draw, but I don't see any other positive for her. I have a 4th in. I had the 4 to beat the 6, to beat a horse we haven't talked about in 3rd, which is
come on,
the 13.
13.
Gashama, and then Al Rafa in 4th. Gashama is a forward-going filly as well. She's drawn well in 2. I think she'll hold that position and go straight to the front from the inside. Her 2 successes have come on a deeper track at Taif, but if she can hold the position, then she's going to go close. There's such a pace bias here that any horse that is, over this trip I should say, that any horse that's forwardly placed has a good chance of making the frame.
Well, the favourite Hardens, 2-9 on the international markets, 13-2 from 7s for Al Rifar. Ayat Al Mohammedia is at 7-1. Clipped information, you can see, if people looking to have a bet on the international markets, the each way play surely is the 6.
Yeah, exactly. That's how if forced, obviously you're never forced, but if I was, I would play each way on the 6. I feel like that's the smartest option. Obviously, the risk for reward on the favourite is very high. Sorry, I think she'll win, but it's not worth playing at 2-9. She's short enough. So yeah, I think the 6 each way would be the only way of going about things, but she's shortened in the market now, so you're losing value every second.
Well, good luck to Jose. Has gone with number 10, and Callum did give the favourite as the market favourite on the international markets as the Paddock pick, but he did mention horse number 10, who Jose likes. The beautiful number 10. What a physique, said Jose. And if you are watching on YouTube, please do leave us a comment on the chat section down the right-hand side. And if your selections for today off, you just want to say hello and let us know where in the world you're tuned in from, you can do so on the YouTube channel. So they're down at the start. Race 2, local bred horses open. We're over the 200 metres for the 4-year-olds only. Building towards a couple of open races towards the back of the cards. Races 11 and 12 over the 1600 and the 2000. And Derivo is going to be a hot pot in race 12. That could give us a bit of a clue into Saturday's racing. Got beat by Scotland Yard a couple of runs back.
Yeah, exactly. He's one of the standout horses on the card today, as is Tabor Fail in this spot. There are a few horses that are rated around 100, give or take a pound or two either way, who are fascinating runners today. Derivo is a very short price in the last, even money, but is potentially one of the best horses on the card, so I'm looking forward to that contest. Yeah,
and in the race before that, we've got a horse who won one of the qualifiers here last year as well, in Al Wakad, who won the Saudi Derby qualifier last year. He's back out again this afternoon. That's all to look forward to. In the meantime, it's got to be pretty simple, isn't it, really, Tom? The favourite wins this if she turns it within £20 of her best.
Exactly. Let's get a winner on the board in our competition. Callum's gone for her as well. I'm going for her, and I suppose you are too.
Well, Tabet Fail is the 2-9 market leader. Callum, though, this Ayat Al Mohammedia has been really well backed, 8 into 6s. Are you with us on the red hot favourite, or are you taking us on to try and get a share of the dishcloths here?
I'm taking you on, actually, boys. I went against my own prophecies there. I was in the parade ring telling everybody at home that Tabor Fail, although she is a lovely-looking individual, she hasn't developed that much from her juvenile days. And I've got to stick with the paddock form, and that's why Ayat Al Mohammedia, you're going to see them actually straight behind each other in shot here. Look at the difference physically between their back ends. One is very petite in behind, and the other grey is a little bit of a lighter grey as well. It's just a little more developed. So Ayat Al Mohammedia will be the pick for me, because I have to pick my paddock pick, and although Tabor Fail looks very well and is a really, really nice looking individual, I am going to take you both on with Ayat Al Mohammedia, and I can understand why the market is a little bit in my favour as well. Not obviously the short price favourite will remain at the top, but there's been some money for the 6, and you can understand why. The concern is she the same horse as last year? Boys, I just don't think she is.
I'd say these horses must have changed a lot from the paddock to the down at the start. He's all over the place, Callum. He thinks they all look good.
Yeah, I swear Callum said the 9 looked the best in the prelims, then went with the 4, and now he's with the 6, so he wants the whole field by the looks of things. I will say the 6 does look quite nice, but look, she has to improve to match Tabor Fail in here. Tabor Fail is quite clearly the standout, and yeah, I'm happy for us to get a winner on the board in the studio competition with Callum going for the 6 instead.
Well, I do get Callum's point, though, when you saw Tabor Fail with the 6 behind. There is a difference in size between them. Doesn't necessarily mean it translates to a difference in ability.
It doesn't, no. Tabor Fail was a very good 3-year-old. Maybe she's just not grown in size, but it doesn't mean she's lost all of her ability in the last year.
Well, Anthony Ennis is standing by with the commentary. I wonder if Anthony's heard about the cheese factory which exploded in France this afternoon.
Yeah, debris is everywhere.
I thought they'd get better, the jokes as the day goes on, but obviously not. Right, okay, runners are at the start here. 9-2 on if you fancy this horse, but as the lads were saying, on ratings, that's probably a fair price, isn't it, for Tabor Fail? 105 rated, but we have seen quite a few short price favourites turned over in recent weeks, but surely not this time. Expecting her to win easily. So we'll have a look at the runners there. There's number 7, Macho Boy with the red cheek pieces, and favourite there, one of the greys in the race, the The first one the runner's about to go in is Al Rafia. It's going to go into stall 1. We are on the dirt here over 1,200 metres, the 6 furlongs for this locally bred horses open race. Our 3:45 here is race 2. The second one is Mayman, who's gone in there, the kind of green and black striped colours, followed in by Ala Al-Badi, the black with the gold armlets. But yeah, just keeping across that international market, as you would expect. A little bit of money for a couple of each way prices. Ayat Al Muhammadiyah. Now, what's happened to the one horse here? Besht Alakem. Jockey's off, and this horse was right out the back. I was watching earlier on. He was a little bit on his toes, Besht Alakem, and saw the rider, Abdullah Al Khamis, walking away there. The horse is right out the back. So let's see if this horse takes part or not, Besht Alakem. 13 runners here. This is number 13, Gashama, about to go forward there. Got that dark saddle cloth, Jose Rodriguez on board. 4 to load, including Besht Alakem. Favourites yet to go in as well. Tabar Fail's got a wide draw here. Also the green and white there of Marib Al Dureya. This is Kilastafe, another grey going in, number 3. So, I'm not sure if Besht Alakem is going to run here or not. Oh, these could be the last 2. Let's have a look. What's happened to Besht Alakem? Not sure this horse is going to run or not. Oh, they're going to try again. He appears okay. So, Besht Alakem, maybe just a little bit edgy, and didn't want to be near other horses. They kept him right out the back. He's got the blindfold on now. You can say, oh yeah, he's quite worked up, isn't he, this horse? And looks rather fractious as they... This horse has done this before, so let's see if he goes in. Besht Alakem, he's got at least 6 handlers trying to get him in, and they've got him in, fair play. So they get the blindfold off now, and hopefully he'll be okay to run. Besht Alakem is in, we're set. Race 2, 6 furlongs. Hot favourite Tabar Fail, wide draw, white stable colours, and they're off. Tabar Fail got off to a decent start as they race away for our second here at Riyadh. Besht Alakem broke well too, the horse who was giving problems at the start. One that broke really sharply, that was Mayman, who's going to come across in the black and green to take over. Maroon colours of Alaim Rada is up there as well towards the outside. Looking to the inside, the red colours of Al Rafia is handy as well. Favourites towards the outside, quite deep on the course, about 5 wide, having to cover the extra metres here, Tabar Fail. And then behind those on the outside is Ayat Al Muhammadiyah as they make the turn and head towards the halfway point. The leader is Mayman on the inside by about a length now to in second place Ayat Al Muhammadiyah. Every chance for the sweet travelling Morib Al Dureya out wider, goes into 4th place. This favourite's in trouble, I think. Tabar Fail shoved along already back in about 7th. Is going to have to raise her game from there, and they're in line for home. And up front, the leader is still Mayman, going well too. Leads by a length to in second place Al Rafia. Now Tabar Fail starts to kick in down the outside, but a lot to do to catch the leader, Mayman. We could be set for an upset. It's still Mayman in front, giving generously, and may have seen them all off now. Mayman, Tabar Fail is running on. It's going to be too late though. It's Mayman, pretty much gate to wire. Tight for second. Tabar Fail defeated. Al Rafia is the other one involved in that photograph for second and third money. But a shock as the 65 rated Mayman has beaten the 105 rated Tabar Fail here. But Mayman was the main man in this race and has won here for jockey Asil Al Sahani and the Hussein stable. Scoring here. Where did this come from? Mayman the winner. Tabar Fail got second. Al Rafia was third. 8, 4 and 2 the result. Fourth, number 9. 1 minute 14.13 seconds. A length and 3/4. Mayman springs the upset in race 2. Beats Tabar Fail, who just gets second, with Al Rafia in third.
Mayman has been ridden very prominently by Abdullah Al-Sahani to win this second contest of the day. Nice to see Abdullah continuing his decent run of form. Had one winner last week and a winner this week as well. He was a jockey that we followed very closely in Taif last season. Hasn't quite had the same level of success. Still hasn't had the quite same level of success this season, but it's ticking away with the winners. Still Al-Sahani here, and he'll be very happy with that performance. And remember, this horse came from stall 9, so wasn't exactly drawn right on the rail, but has managed to get a good break and take advantage. All eyes were on Tabar Fail, who was wide positioned all the way around and has probably run quite a half-decent effort to come home in second after looking in real trouble for a very long way. The other selection of mine, Ayat Al-Mohammedia, went nowhere. Always widest of all, fell out to the right at the gates open and hardly had a chance from there. This winner, though, is now 2 from the last 2, and it's probably a horse to follow here. Remember, only a 4-year-old, so plenty entitled to improvement. Came here with the rating of 65, will definitely go up to that, but won't go any higher than I imagine low 70s, which will put him in line for a 0 to 75. There'll be plenty of options for this gelding going forward, and well done, Asil Al-Sahani, for that victory. Boys, no luck in the tipping competition for either of us, but I'm the only one that didn't manage to get a 2 to 9 shot beaten.
Yeah, 2 to 9 turned over on the international markets. We said she could run £20 below her best and win. Well, she's probably run even further than that, beaten by a horse rated £40 or inferior.
Impossible to foresee that result. Even if you thought Taper Fail was going to underperform, she'd have to underperform dramatically, which she has, but then you'd have to anticipate Mayman stepping up off a mark of 65.
And maybe he's just an improver. He did get off the mark last time in quite good style.
Or maybe he just rode the bias and got the Golden Highway up the inside on the conveyor belt against the fence on the speed and dictated from there. I don't know. It's one or the other. Look, Taper Fair was the best horse in the race. She covered so much ground, but she lost at a short price. Usually, you would suggest horses like Taper Fair should be beating these no matter how wide they go.
I still thought off the turn she might pick them up.
So did I, to be fair. And she ran home okay. She finished second, right on the line, beating the 2 Al Rafea. We'll take it from the start now. You can see Taper Fail just outside, drawn in stall 13. She breaks well, to be fair, green cap. I thought Camilo was going to be way more aggressive, but he wasn't. He kind of just sits and waits, which is probably her downfall, actually, and it means she has to cover more ground. Meanwhile, the eventual winner's been rousted to the front by Asil Al-Sahani and just goes on that Golden Highway the whole way. And she's out 8 wide there, and she never improves that position. No, look, I don't normally mind being wide here, but I feel like the track does change regularly, and at the moment the inside is the place to be. Why wouldn't Camilo just come in and tuck in behind horses? You're not going to get that much kickback. I don't feel like you need to be that wide. It's the same with the Del Alfredi on Ayat Al-Mohammedia, who's actually wider than Tabar Fail. Well, she ran terribly. She didn't even make the first 6, Ayat Al-Mohammedia. Tabar Fail ran well considering she was covering a lot of ground. But
well, we'll maybe take it from this end down the centre of the track and out wide, not where you want to be today.
I don't think so, no. I think you want to be on the fence, especially over this kind of trip. Plus, you also want to be on the speed. It's very hard to make up ground. I know we saw a deep closer win the first race, but that was because it was a complete pace collapse and there was a 25 rated horse in the lead. It's hard to make up ground. You want to be on the rail. You want to be forwardly placed, especially in sprints.
It's not been easy finding winners. We nearly had a 25 to 1 rated horse win the Open, and we've had a horse rated 105 get turned over in the second. Hopefully
it only goes up from here, because yeah, this is a tricky one. Look, the first race I did think was a bit wide open. This one shouldn't have been wide open. This should have been a foregone conclusion that Taper Fail won, but it wasn't to be. I think Connections will be disappointed with her. Well, they definitely will be disappointed with her. This was a very winnable spot, and she's failed to get the job done. That's 3 consecutive defeats, and she just doesn't look the same filly that we saw last season.
So maybe Callum was right.
Don't give him that. Not early on.
I said maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, I'll say maybe as well. He did side with her originally before switching, and then he made a big thing about not getting a 2 to 9 shot beaten. And then he's still got the wrong one. Exactly, makes a difference. So Mayman, who'd won impressively by 4 and a bit lengths last time out in terms of the winning distance last time. I mean, beat horses that day rated 40s, early 50s. Impossible to have in this field. It wasn't to say that complete no hoper, but just impossible to have against Taper Fail. Well, Taper Fail comes off second best with Al Rifar back in 3rd place. With 2 races down,
Do keep your comments coming in on the YouTube channel. Any thoughts and selections? Moving on to race 3. We've got Arabian horses maiden, and thankfully for you, Enzo, this time, no joke.
Hopefully you save one up for later on, Martin. Right, here we go. This is race 3. Yeah, anything could happen, as we can see there in horse racing, wasn't it? We looked at a foregone conclusion, but turned over. Let's see what happens this time around. We've got a shortish priced favourite here, number 6 on the card. We'll go through the runners. Number 1 is Azim for jockey Tariq Al Hassan. Number 2, Loki de Soleil, Mohammed Al Habail. 3, Mahal Al Dahab, Abdullah Alorfi. 4, Nazem Al Kanon, Muhannad Al Nassar. 5 is Sari, Alex Moreno rides that one. Number 6 is the hot favourite, Sapar Al Khaladia for Naif Al-Anazi. This is an Arabian horse's maiden, by the way, over 6 furlongs. Number 7 is Tamazi for Nawef Al Mudiani. Number 8 is Garar for Abdullah Al Khamis. 9 is Hadlar Hamza Saad. 10 is Nuf Al Barak Rakan Al Abaid. And 11 is Sabah Al Rakayat for Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 12 is Swa Al Amal for Abdullah Al Hussein, and the jockey looking for a double is Asil Al Sahani. He rides number 13 here, Tawa Madison, who is around about a 5-to-1 chance. So they are the runners. Let's go across to Callum.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Yes, the first thing I'm going to note here is the 6 is still in the pre-parade ring, so we'll talk about that horse later on, but let's start with the 2. Loki de Soleil is the first one we're looking at. On debut here, first run certainly in Saudi Arabia. A big, strong individual, certainly precocious enough to do some damage here. But again, are you looking for a horse with a bit more experience? Not the tallest, but certainly a power-packed individual, certainly built to do this trip. Let's go back to the 5. This is Sari. Connections that we know plenty about, who have had a little bit of a tough time of late. They will be looking for more success here, with this nice type making a 4th career start. Has improved with each run and is arguably coming into this race in half-decent form. Quick turnaround from the last time out though, and again, isn't quite developing the way I thought he would when I first saw him on debut. Still a little bit weak in behind, but in this race he's still a little bit more precocious than plenty of others. You'd like to see a bit more of a relaxed nature about him, but they are sprinters. What do you expect? Let's pull back now to horse number, we're going to miss the 8, we're going to pull back to horse number 10, I think. Nope, the 11. No, we're not. We ignore that completely. We're going to go back to the 12. We are going to go back to horse number 12, who comes towards me now. I couldn't see who I was looking at there. This is the best coat of the field. A really nice looking Swa Al Mal, another one on debut. Now, this is what I mean by compare this horse to the first horse that we saw, who was just a little, this horse is a little bit less developed. I would say still quite babyish, quite immature. A lovely looking type and looks really well turned out. Credit to all connections. But for me, I just been a little bit concerned with this from a physical standpoint, the 12. Walks out nicely though, the nice mover, very nice mover in fact, and certainly shouldn't be discounted on race course debut. We will wait until the 6 comes back into the parade ring, guys, to get a look at that. But for the time being...
in these contests, it's very difficult to assess the first-time starters. We don't obviously have works like you do in the US. We don't know the reputation of any of these horses. So aside from the ones with form, which we can talk about in a little bit more detail, the first-timers are very much done on strike rate, pedigree and connections.
And the international market has, at close on even money, number 6, Sapa Al Khaladia as the market leader. Saud Mutlaq back with the training licence.
Yeah, interesting there, considering Nasser Mutlaq's been suspended for 2 weeks prior to this week. Naif Al-Anazi's booked for the debut, which, look, I love Naif. I think he's a great guy. He's not the tidiest in the saddle, and he wouldn't generally ride their first-string horses. So it's interesting to see that Naif's on the 6, who we can see now. I'm going to change my mind. I don't think the 6 looks fit, and I'm no paddock judge, but the 6 to me looks like he's carrying a lot of condition, and he's a short price. He was my selection originally, but I will switch that up. Hopefully we can get a word or two more from Callum about the 6 now that he's in the prelims. But
well, I'm just trying to see if Saud Mutlaq's here today, but I can't actually see. Callum, I don't know if you can see Saud. Is he out there today?
He's not here, team. They're currently getting the instructions through a mobile phone conversation before Nath jumps on. We'll follow them all the way through. Nath is about to get the leg up here. The instructions were given on the phone. It's just interesting to see the trainer after the ban for NASA. So that's what I'm intrigued by and what I'm looking forward to seeing. I do think they're trying to make an impression here, and my gut says this horse is probably better than the horses they've sent out previously, just because they've been banned for 2 weeks and they've not been able to have a runner. But on impressions on the paddock, you kind of go, well, it doesn't blow you away, this horse number 6, Sapa Al-Khalidi. Certainly not a superstar looker. And you compare it to the 5, who looks a lot more precocious, a lot more ready to go. I'd have to stick with my selection of the 5. I wanted the 6 to be good, but it's not the one for me. The 5 is the pick of the yard.
Okay, well, instructions by mobile phone were none the wiser then for Sapa Al-Khalidi. The even money, I have to say, it was odds against, now is even money, so it has been backed despite your reservations about how it looks in the paddock here, Tom. Sari is second best. This horse rated 65, currently around 5 to 1. 13, Tower Madison's also been supported. I mean, let's touch on the 13 first. Tower Madison, who is top rated in the field, 2 starts so far.
She's going to be my pick now. I'm going off the favourite here. I don't like how he looked, so I'm going to go with Tower Madison as the pick. Draws inside, which is a positive. 2 runs, finished 8th and 6th, but there was improvement there from the first to second outing. That second start came over 1,600. Now drops back to 1,200, but this horse possesses lots of natural speed. I'm hoping that she can hold the rail position inside, use her experience, and then from there she'll be tough to pass, considering the bias we've already seen over this trip.
And what about the 5 then, Sari, who's rated 65, only £4 inferior to Tower Madison, 3 starts so far. And both Sari and Gara, numbers 5 and 8, both ran here last week here behind that very nice prospect, Lacey de Violette.
Yeah, Sari only beat 2 home or 1 home in that occasion, and I don't know, there just wasn't enough there for me to suggest the 5 could win.
Beaten 17 lengths.
Yeah, I'm quite, in a small field as well. I'm quite surprised that he is a short enough price as well in the market. Maybe he looks good. Callum thought he looked nice in the prelims. He gets Alex Moreno. These connections are pretty prolific in this level of race, but he wouldn't be for me. I'd want at least double figures on Sari.
I'd say the same with Gara as well. 2 starts back this campaign, 4th over 1,200, then the 5th as well over the 1,400.
Yeah, I've got this horse down as my 4th in, but it was mainly because I didn't like any of the others rather than...
It's by default, isn't it?
Yeah,
really, rather than by choice.
Exactly, just on rating. She is slowly improving, but she doesn't have much speed. She's drawn out wide. There isn't much to like about the 8 from a win perspective, but she could definitely hit the frame. And
so those 2 have both been beaten by Lacey de Violette. So has the 10, North Albarac. That horse was beaten by that horse out at Taif in July, was 7th that day, and has had 3 starts back here in Riyadh. They've all been of the further.
So I would take the 10 over both the 5 and the 8 in here. I think North Albarac has more upside than Sari and Gara. North Albarac recently has been okay. I suppose last time was a little bit disappointing, but clearly didn't stay the 2,000 metres. Prior to that, ran 3rd and 4th in similar kind of races to this in maidens. So North Albarac is probably your obvious form setter in here, and the horse that you kind of anticipate to finish in 2nd, 3rd. Generally, you would find one to beat a filly of this nature. Whether that's this short price favourite is to be seen. I thought he was going to be my pick just purely on connections, but I don't like the way he looks. I'm going to side with Tower Madison, hopefully to make all against the fence and be yet another winner in all-the-way fashion over this 1,200 metres over the last 2 weeks.
Sometimes, in an inferior field, a fatty can win.
Sometimes.
If I was to go racing as a fatty against...
Are you calling yourself a fatty from now on? Is that...
Well, less so than last week.
Okay, yes.
but still, I could probably go up against, I don't know, a couple of people we find on the street and still beat them.
Sure.
So I'm going to go. That's my thought with the Sapa Al-Khalidi.
Yeah, I mean, it's not actually. He definitely can't win. He just didn't look like he was fully fit. But as you say, you don't necessarily need to be fully fit, but not against good opposition.
Yeah, I'd say carrying a bit of condition is supposed to have been fat.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if the 6th won, but I'm happy to change my mind in this race. If you're right, then fantastic. He gets 1 winner on the board for the studio, but I'll be with the 13.
What's the prize going to be this week for the inter-studio competition? It was 2 dishcloths last week. Do you make it 3 dishcloths?
Oh, it's got to be. The prize has got to
get... a tea towel. Raise it.
That is big, raise. The prize has to get better, surely. Let's see. Let's see who wins and what happens over the next couple of days, and we'll find a good prize for next week.
Okay, Tower Madison for Tom to make it third time lucky, coming down in distance. I'm going to go with Sapar Al Khalidiyah for Saad Mutlaq, the powerful Mutlaq stable, and then Al Khalidiyah winner here on this qualifiers weekend in Riyadh. 7 qualifiers for Saudi Cup weekend to come over the next couple of days. And Tower Madison being best backed against Sapar Al Khalidiyah into 4-1 second favourite. Any selections you do have, do get them into the chat on the YouTube selection. I'm going to stick with Sapar Al Khalidiyah. Callum, Tom suggested this horse maybe not looking the fittest in the paddock, but he may just be the best in here.
Yeah, I'd agree with Tom. I don't think he looks the fittest in the parade ring. I just think something's happening here where you've got a trainer who was suspended for 2 weeks, couldn't have any runners, and they return in this 4-year-old contest. Now, it is worth noting, Al Khalidiyah 4-year-olds have been running stinkers so far, even when there were 3. Now, obviously, rising 4 will be interesting to see how this one gets on racecourse debut. But didn't blow me away in the parade ring, still quite immature looking. Now, Nath is a taller rider, but still makes his horse look very, very small. And just by looks, Sari had to be the pick for me, really, the 5. Just a more precocious looking type, as you can just see there with Alex on board. He'll be gutted after being just nabbed on the line in that opening contest and will want to go one place better. Tactically, I'd say just kick Sari in the belly and run these into the ground, because there's probably not too much early speed in behind. There weren't too many speedball looking types in here. The best of them has just gone out of shot there. That's the 12, Swar Alamal. That was the best looker. If I had to take one home, it would be the 12, but still quite immature and arguably a horse that may struggle to keep up with the tempo early on, especially on racecourse debut as well. Well worth mentioning, some of these that we see on racecourse debut on your race cards may have run at the provincial tracks here in Saudi Arabia, so they might not be as green as you expect. But for the time being, I'm going to be sticking with a horse we know plenty about, the 5, Sari. This looks like a good opportunity. Best of luck if you do like the 6, Sapar Al Khalidiyah. I was really looking forward to seeing this horse in this contest, but I can't take my eye off the fact that he just doesn't stand out in the parade ring, and hopefully he runs a bigger race, because this team is really struggling with their youngsters so far, and you'd be slightly concerned. Again, also look at the breeding here. This one's by Tamam Al Khalidiyah, so it's not a typical Al Khalidiyah where you see Laith Al Khalidiyah doing most of the work there, covering plenty of mares out there. Remember, you can do artificial insemination with purebred Arabian, so you can get a much bigger spread with a good stallion. So well worth keeping an eye on these ones who are not by Laith Al Khalidiyah to see how they get on. But yeah, I'll be taking on the favourite in this contest, Loki du Soleil, the 2, with a big, strong, strapping type on debut. Don't be surprised to see him come in with a place here. He comes out of stall number 2, so keep an eye on those low draws as well. But the selection for me will be Sari, horse number 5. Anthony Ennis, hope you've got a chicken tikka masala nice and ready for you. Nearly getting to the halfway point of the card. It's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, after race 5, I normally enjoy that. Right, they are loading up here for our third. As you say, a couple of difficult to find winners so far. Even money or thereabouts now on the international market. Sapar Al Khalidiyah. Interesting what they're saying about the horse. Didn't look 100% fit. Let's see if he's still good enough to win this race under Naif Al-Anazi. They're loading up one of the greys to go in the black colours of Nizam Al Qanon. Is one of those still to go in. So the lightest of these greys is Tomazi, who's just a little bit reluctant to load there. Red with a yellow star on the body. Very navy blue with the maroon star. That's number 11, Sabah Al Rekayat, who's about to go in as well. We're waiting for a couple more. Number 4 is one of those. Number 7 is out the back, Tomazi. And here he is. He's a little bit reluctant, this horse. Just spun him around a few times. Let's see if they can get a bit of a speed load going on here. Getting him in, trotting up to the gates, and they've got the gate shut. So we're ready to go then. The Arabian breds are ready. 6 furlongs, race 3. Starter's about to put the flag up. Just making sure all the riders are happy. And he's let them go. 1 or 2 are a step slow here. RZ missed it quite badly in the cerise colours, and also Not the quickest either was Sabah Al Rekayat as they jump away. The favourite didn't get off to a great start either. That's Sapar Al Kaladia, who's in the rear 5 early on. The first to show in the black and yellow, and coming across to the rails is Garar. So it's Garar in the yellow noseband by 3 or 4 lengths. He's not hanging about here, this horse. Leads quickly by about 3 lengths now to in second place, Mahal Aldahab, who's got second place. Third for Tamazi, that's the almost white horse on the inside. And then back in fourth is Noof Albarak in green and yellow. Behind that runner trying to get closer is Tawa Madison as they come around the crown of the home turn. If you take an even money about Sapar Al Kaladir, you might have a few concerns as they turn for home. The leader is still Garar by 2 lengths to Mahal Al-Dahab in second. 8 lengths back now to, in third place, Tamazi. Here on the outside comes Tawa Madison running on, and also from the back, Nizam Al-Kanon. But now the new leader is Mahal Al-Dahab, but has surely gone clear and has surely put this race to bed. Mahal Al-Dahab is clear for Abdullah Alorfi by 7 widening lengths. The race is for placings only because Mahal Al-Dahab is much the best of these. Number 3 on the card wins by a street. Mahal Al-Dahab has routed them. Tawa Madison running on towards the outside will just get second. Head of Tamazi will be third, and fourth will be Loki de Soleil, who stayed on and was never nearer than at the finish. Number 3 on the race card has won. Mahal Al-Dahab, under Abdullah Alorfi, has come home in this Arabian bred contest. It was a big price. 25 to 1 was the price I saw last. So another upset here. Much improved display from this horse today. Mahal Al-Dahab went past the long-time leader and won easily. 10.5 lengths. Second number 13, Tawa Madison. Third number 7, Tomazi. 1 minute 22.11. Another upset. Number 3, Mahal Al-Dahab wins our third.
Your winner here on second career start under Abdullah Alorfi, usually the partners of horses such as Afsan Al Kaladir. This was not quite the same level as Afsan Al Kaladir, but he'll be happy with this win. The race is really all about Gara. It's getting a really blazing early fraction. Our horse ends up fading into 5th, but that was a decent effort from that speedy type. There's nothing really else got into the race. There's a bit of a scrum for second. Tawa Madison, Tamazi, Loki de Soleil probably ran a fairly eye-catching enough race on debut, but we thought in the parade ring that the really interesting horse Sapa Al Kaladir, for very smart connections and well fancied, would be the danger. That horse has not gone a yard, absolutely not gone a yard. Well beaten, yet another youngster for that team biting the dust. So who knows what to make of those ones, but the winner was impressive enough. So well done if you found it.
Yeah, well done indeed if you found it. Not been an easy start to racing here to King Abdulaziz Racecourse this Thursday, and a big price winner on the international markets. It was Mahel Al-Dabha, who has taken up at the top of the home stretch and has stretched over 10 lengths clear in the end.
Yeah, it's, again, an advantage to be on the front or close to the front. This horse sat in second throughout the whole race and then just powered through late in the day. But just another one that's been impossible to start this card. This horse finished 13th of 20 on debut. Showed some early speed and then weakened drastically in the home straight. Today manages to sustain the effort. I couldn't have had him if you gave me 5 or 6 picks in the race. He was very difficult to pick out.
13th of 20 on debut back in November.
Just impossible. You see it from the start here. He breaks from stall 11 towards the outside in the blue and the white silks. He shows natural early, obviously not as much as Garrow, who led at a good pace up front in the yellow and the black. But Abdullah Al-Alfi is able to get across into around second or third place right now, moves into second on the turn and pounces in the home straight when Garrow gets tired. The market leader, Sapa Al Kaladir,
He showed nothing.
Yeah, literally nothing. Didn't finish in the top 6. I didn't think he looked very good, to be honest with you. And
even allowing for the fact he's been behind early, there's just nothing there, was there?
Nothing at all. He showed no talent whatsoever. At this point, he's right in the middle of the pack. You can see black with white silks. Naif Al-Anazi's asking for effort, and there's nothing. He was disappointing and was a poor price, in my opinion, based on how he looked. Sari, similar. Lime green silks in around 6th right now. Showed very little. Again, another horse that wasn't in the top 6, but was a relatively short price in the market. My selection ran okay, eventually finished second, Tarwell Madison, but again, was never able to get involved. Was beaten 10.5 lengths by this winner who was just impossible on form.
And there's the winner stretching away. The horse, Gara, who made the running, no surprise he capitulated late and weakened right back into the field.
Yeah, I don't see her winning a race because you can't run over 1,000 metres and she's obviously just a ball of energy and speed. Over this 1200, she doesn't get home. She'll continue to run nicely, you know, finishing 4th, 5th, 3rd maybe, especially when the track is this biased towards speed. But look, she's just out on her feet at this stage on the inside, yellow noseband, and eventually fades into 5th in the latter part of the race. She'll just keep rinse and repeating this kind of performance, and it won't be good enough to win.
Even natural improvement would see Sapa Al Kaladir maybe finish 6th next time. She's only beaten like 2 home.
It's a decent race for looking at the international market, potentially finding a winner, but it's not easy.
No, well, let's get over the 1,200 metres. Number 8 doesn't go. We've got a field of 15 heading to post 4 next. At least we've got horses rated in the 70s, and Asaf Al Kaladir 82 here.
Yeah, I suppose.
Bit of better quality.
I suppose it's better quality. Arabian horses are never the most reliable, especially at this kind of level, but one of these is going to break through, and maybe it will be the 8-year-old who sets the standard.
So that's upcoming. The Arabian Horses Maiden as race 4. We've got a couple of really good opens to look forward to later on. Last year's winner of the Saudi Derby qualifier goes later, and of course those qualifiers come up tomorrow and Saturday for Saudi Cup night. Before we go to Enzo, I've just got to say, Enzo, I was told to back a horse called Landfill.
Finished last. It was a rubbish tip.
I don't know, I heard that joke when we were setting up, and it was pretty bad then, and second time around it's no better. Right, let's move on to the Arabian Horses Made 6 furlongs. Yeah, a few shocks already today. Number 1 is Afdal Mugia for Ziad Al-Jabri. Number 2, Al-Mahandis for Hamza Saad. 3 is Al-Wazir Yasser Al-Bakawi. 4 is Asaf Al-Kaladir, the favourite on the international market at 9-4. Is written by Khalid Al-Mimoni. Number 5 is Hadid, is written by Abdullah Al-Hussein. Number 6, Haydar Al-Wathbar, Selman Al-Rashid is on board that one. Over the page to find number 7, Kafuk for Ahmed Al-Shra. 8's a non-runner, as we heard, so take out King de Violette. That means 9 is next, Musib, Muhammad Al-Tamimi. Jose Rodriguez rides number 10, Samad. 11 is Sunrise Al-Ashai for Alex Moreno. 12, Baru Al-Kaladir, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 13 doesn't go, so 14 is Yamana Al-Dirhamya, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 15 over the page, it's going to be Nawahel Al-Kaladir, Muhammad Al-Nasar, and 16 Abdullah Al-Kham is riding Shamok Star, who is currently second favourite on the international market, just above 3-1. So the favourites here are 4, 16 and 5. Let's go back to Martin and Tom.
Asaf Al Khalidi, favourite on the international markets for this Arabian Horses maiden, for the older horses once again over the 1200 metres, where the Khalidi beaten in the previous race. This Asaf Al Khalidi, winless in 8, but a mark of 82. As you touched on, an 8-year-old who'd been off the track since March, but came back with a 9th placed effort over further last time. He's
not for me. I'm happy to go out on a limb and say that as the first bit of analysis here. Short price favourite-ish at 9-4, but an 8-year-old that's 0 from 8, breaking from stall 13 in a sprint, no. That would be my overwhelming opinion. On form alone, obviously he's the horse to beat on ratings. He finished runner-up in a 1600 metre maiden in January, but can you take that form literally when it comes to a 1200 metre maiden January this year, so 12 months on? I think his one good effort was a fluke, and his recent runs have been shocking.
Well, he's the favourite, but I can't have the second favourite either. Shamok Star rated 74. The last couple of runs here have been okay over further, but a 17-race maiden?
Correct. I am going to take her because she's consistent and she's drawn inside and she's speed. But I understand what you're saying. It's very hard to really nail your colours to a mast of a long-standing maiden like her. She's only a 5-year-old, so she's not 8 or 7, whatever, like some of the others in this race. She's finished second on 3 of her last 5 starts. I saw last week when we were here, after racing, I looked over my shoulder in the paddock and there was a barrier trial, and Shamok Star was one of the 4 Shamok Shah, was one of the 4 horses having a barrier trial. That was maybe a little bit of inside information that this horse is ready to go.
Okay. Shamok Star, 17 goes without success though. Callum, all yours. Give us your thoughts down in the paddock.
Thank you very much, team. Yeah, the 3 is where we're going to start off. Al Wazir. This is a really nice moving type, making the 6th career start today. Obviously, being a maiden, this horse has never tasted victory, but has been there or thereabouts in a few starts, and it's quite well turned out today. Typical of the team, they always turn their horses out really, really well. So Al Wazir certainly has made the shortlist for me. Probably not quite good enough to win, certainly not on ratings. The next horse is the 4, Asaf Al Khalidi, very typical purebred Arabian here. Big dip in the back, high withers, high back end, one of those beautiful purebred Arabian faces, and looks incredibly well in the coat. Certainly a nice fine type here. It's got the 4 white socks, which I always love. Often doesn't mean they can run very fast, but a flashy type nonetheless. Comes here with a rating of 82, off the back of a pretty low-key last few runs. Needs to show much more, but this looks like the type of contest where if he can't do it here, we don't know where he will be able to do it. Let's drop all the way back now to horse number, I'm just trying to make sure I've got my notes in order. Horse number 12 is the next one we're going to have a look at. This is Baru Al Khalidi coming towards us here in colours that we know very well. Handling prelims really well, considering the 11 is getting really worked up just in front. Doesn't seem to be holding this horse back. This is the pick of the paddock so far. Really, really nice mover. Watch the way this horse walks. It's a really all-encompassing walk, takes everything into stride. There's even, I can't believe I'm saying this, a little swing to the hips, ladies and gentlemen. This is one that's certainly a paddock pick so far. And then we will finally drop back to Shamok Shah, horse number 16. Was mentioned by Tom earlier on that this horse was in a barrier trial, so should be red hot and ready to go. But it's just such an immature-looking individual. There's absolutely nothing to Shamok Shah. Really, really, the least inspiring horse you'll probably see on the card today. She's not blowing me away, and she wouldn't be the pick for me. The 12 is where I'm going, boys. Baru Al Khalidi. Can this mare finally get the head in front?
Well, thanks, Callum. Yeah, we'll see if he can do so. Only had the 7 starts. Rated 72, Baru Al Khalidi. Placed at Taif, and Ricardo Ferreira's on board. Certainly jockey-wise, that's quite eye-catching.
Yeah, it's a big positive when it comes to jockey booking. She was collared late in the 1200 metres contest at Taif, so this kind of distance does stretch her stamina. She's very much a sprinter. She wasn't beaten far over this course and distance last time when she was 4th. She should go close. However, she's drawn out in 12, and she returns after a 3-month absence. So is she fit? That's the big question. But on form, Baru Al Khalidi would be one of the 2 major players with Shamok Shah for me.
Yeah, yet to win in 7 starts, placed at Taif, 4th of 10 here when last seen back in October. So Asaf Al-Khalidi rated 82, Hadid rated 78, ran here last week, 0 from 7.
Yeah, it's another horse with form claims, but it's drawn out 16. I mean, that's the worst draw over 1,200 metres. You're not going to be able to get across. Abdul Al Hussein, the rider, has a very good record with Arabians, so that's a good jockey booking on the 5 here. He's 0 from 7. He weakened late last time to finish 6th over the over 1,400 metres, 5th, sorry. This trip's going to be suitable for him, but he's going to cover so much ground, it's going to feel like he's running 1,400 metres in the contest. He's not for me.
Massive price in the international markets at 16 to 1 is Sunride Al Arshi, who we saw in seating coming out of the stalls here last week. Alex Moreno back on board again today. Ran 5th on debut over the 1,800 behind Spinoza. Was down in distance last week and drops in distance again today.
I thought it was a very difficult horse to assess. As you say, he was favourite last week for a weaker race than this. Is he capable of winning this? And if so, 16 to 1 looks a pretty good price. However,
he's drawn well in 6.
He is. However, that debut run when he finished 5th, he was behind Kafuk, horse number 7 in this race. Kafuk is 25 to 1. So on that form line, you're thinking, well, maybe Kafuk is the better value. But either of those two horses could take a step forward and win from decent draws.
But then again, Kafuk had 2 6s to his name before the 4th in front of him last time, so arguably more exposed.
Yes, I suppose. I mean, Kafuk wasn't exactly fully exposed, was he, after 2 outings, but he's an 8-year-old. So those two are relatively closely matched. Maybe Sunrise Al-Ashai will take a bigger step forward, but is he capable of winning? That's the question here. He's good value, I suppose, if you think that run last week, I know you put him up as your selection. If you thought he was going to win that race, and obviously he unseated early, then why wouldn't you go in again? But
you'd have to at 16 to 1. If he was 4 to 1, you could let him run, but
yeah, I wasn't with him last week, so I'm not going to be with him again. But I can certainly see the logic.
Well, also short in the international markets, 5.5 to 1 for number 15. Nawahel Al-Khalidi, another Al-Khalidi, rated 77, but we haven't seen this horse domestically since January 23.
I actually watched all the replays as I do for these horses, despite there being 234 runners on the card. I thought this mare performed the best on both of her starts. I'd have her 2 runs over all the other horses combined, but we haven't seen her for 2 years, and that's enough to put me off.
6th of 22 over the 1,600, 5th of 15 over the 1,800, and comes back here over the 1,200 as well. She's going to have to be sharp today, drop back in distance on this debut race.
I don't think she will be. I think this is just a pipe opener for an attempt to run over 1,600 or 1,800 in the future. She's just basically shaking off some rust today. Moving forward, if you ran this race, say, in 2 months' time, over this trip, and she's had a couple of runs, I may put her up as my pick, because I think she's the most talented. But today, no.
Al Mohandes, Qatar bred number 2. That was 14 to 1 early on today. Now 12 to 1 on the international markets. Finished 4th here last time out. Winless in 8 starts though.
Draws well. Will be staying on powerfully in the closing stages. Needs further than this. He can pick up some pieces in the latter part, and it wouldn't surprise me if he ran 3rd, 2nd, any kind of position around there. But he is an 8-year-old, and I tend to avoid 8-year-old maidens.
And there's a line of Vespers they're going to be giving away tomorrow as part of a big charity day. The latter part of the card tomorrow, sponsored by a foundation that's prominent here in Saudi Arabia. They've got Vespers to give away and 3 cars as well to give away tomorrow.
Hopefully we can win one of them.
Yeah.
I'm the only one in the team
there
without
they
one.
are. There's the cars.
Yeah.
All lined up, ready to go. We could have one each. Me, you and Callum.
That would be fantastic.
Give the producer a Vespa.
I'd like to see that too. Yeah, it's fantastic to have these prizes on sale, and I'm sure plenty of people on course will be hoping to win one.
That's going to be tomorrow. There are 3 qualifiers as well for Saudi Cup Day tomorrow, early on in the card. 4 more of those to come on Saturday. Mega prize money as well on Saturday. The custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques as part of Meeting 84. Tomorrow is the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cups Day. The latter part of the card, those King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cups and the Saudi Cup qualifiers earlier on the card. Well, big prices so far today. They've not been easy to find the winners in races 1, 2 and 3. The local bred maiden went the way of an 8 to 1 chance. The local bred open for the 4-year-olds went the way of a 40 to 1 chance. We had a 28 to 1 winner of the 4-year-old Arabian maiden as race 3. We've got the older horses in action here. And Asaf Al-Khalidi is the 2.5 to 1, 5 to 2 market leader alongside Jcsa, your selection's been back to you, Tom.
Yeah, I think she's just the most consistent. She might not win, she may finish second or third, but you know what you're going to get with Jcsa, and hopefully she'll deliver today and other horses won't go by her. She should go straight to the front, or at least try to be forwardly placed from an inside stall, and from there she'll be tough. So I'm going to be with the 16, Jcsa.
Okay, I'm going to go Sunrise Al-Arshi. Unfortunate what happened last week when unseating out of the stalls, but the first race was okay, dropping down distance, a bit of a known, but just given it was so well fancied last week, I'm going to have to go again. 16's into 12 to 1 currently, as we get to final selections and thoughts with Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, had a conversation with Naif Wanas, who trains Nasib and owns Nasib as well. He didn't want to talk on camera, which is totally fine, I understand that, but he looked at me dead in the eye and says, look, he's not special, but none of these horses are special, so we've got a little bit of a chance. So hopefully Nasib will run a big race. Same Connections have a runner in our next race as well, so keep an eye on them. If they have a winner here, check out them in the next race with a horse called Eshkel. The 10 in the next race. Will be interesting to see how that horse gets on as well. Sunrise Al-Arshi, we haven't given too much of a mention. These Connections need a little bit of luck, don't they? It's been a while since we've seen these very prominent colours in the winner's enclosure. And that's why I kind of fell into the selection of Burra Al Khalidiyah. Just of all of these, probably the best looking in the parade ring. Now, obviously, she remains a maiden after 7 starts, but she's been in the money in 3 of her last 5, including her last 2. So there's a bit of form to work with as well. Ajmil stable wouldn't hold on to one if they didn't think it could win a race, and they've held on to her for a little bit of time now. She's a 6-year-old. And you'd think that if she can't win today, when can she win? But the same can be said for a lot of these, and one of them does have to find a way to win this race. The only concern with the 12 is that she is drawn in stall 12, which means that she'll have to show plenty of early dash to get up with the front end. And we've already seen today that you need to be up front early if you're going to win. The only horse that's managed to win from off the pace was in our opener, and that was when we had a total and utter pace collapse, and the front runner managed to hold on for second. So clearly we're at a speed favouring surface today, and that would put me so far.
Yeah, it's not been easy, is it, today, to find the winners? Probably excuse anybody who's not found a winner yet today. Money around, though, for the horse at Tom, like Jcsa, into 5 to 2 international market. They are loading up. First 5 or 6 are already in. It's a joint favourites now, international market. 4 and 16. Asaf Al Khalidiyah, who's got the white face and the white socks, and Jcsa, who's been backed here. Third in the betting. Also money for Hadid as well. Runners are loading up here. As ever with these Arabian bred races, quite a few greys in the lineup. This is a maiden over 6, 1,200 metres. 15 runners. There's 2 out of line. The navy blue and gold of Burra Al Khalidiyah here. It's about to go forward. And Jcsa coming forward now in the black with the gold chevron. It's going to complete the line for our 4th race here. This is our 4:35. We're set on the dirt. 6 furlongs. And they're off. A mess there. Step left was Sunrise Al-Arshi leaving the stalls and just bumped into Kafuk next door. Those 2 towards the back early on. Another one that's slowly away was Almo Handy's, one of the greys, who's dropping to the rear of the field. Showing good speed, though, is at the moment Burra Al Khalidiyah. Has got across from gate 12 to lead up here in the navy blue. So Burra Al Khalidiyah steps on by a little and a half now to Afdal Mughia, who's racing in 2nd place in the turquoise jacket. Racing in 3rd, that is Jcsa, who's got into a good position there, the gold chevron. Then the black colours of Samad is in behind the speed. The green and white is Haydar Al Wathbar towards the running rail. Wider out on the track, that's Jamana Al Dihamya, who blew the turn. Making ground is Asaf Al Khalidiyah. That's on the move. White face, white colours into 4th place as they come around the home turn and head for the final 350 metres. The leader is trying to get away here. That's Burra Al Khalidiyah. Leads by 2 legs, but here comes the moving line. Jcsa and also Asaf Al Khalidiyah right down the outer. Another one sticking on well too is Naharwell Al Khalidiyah with the light blue. And Naharwell Al Khalidiyah has now swept through on the outside of Burra Al Khalidiyah to pick it up late on. And it's going to be Naharwell Al Khalidiyah, number 15, who wins. 12 for 2nd, Burra Al Khalidiyah, and they were clear. 3rd place will go to, on the inside, that was Hadid, the grey, who ran on well late in the piece when it was all over. Naharwell For Nawahel Al Kaladir has won for Muhammad Al Nassar. 6-year-old mare. Comes with a strong, irresistible challenge in the home straight to win this. 1 minute 21.13 seconds. 15.12 and 5. Nawahel Al Kaladir beats Baru Al Kaladir, the long-time leader. That was Callum's fancy. And third was number 5, Hadid. 4 lengths the winning margin. Winning time 1 minute 21.13. 15 your winner, Nawahel Al Kaladir.
Nawal Al Kaladir is your winner. Doesn't quite want to come into the winner's enclosure, but we'll do so eventually after some persuading. I mentioned this jockey, Mohammed Al Nasser, is absolutely top class. Really, really good young rider. Still claims the 2. He's had plenty of winners over the last month and continues to keep ticking over. And he has denied me a victory with Baru Al Kaladir, who's run her typical half-decent race to finish second. She's placed once again, and there will be a race for her. She broke very well from 12 and was just unlucky not to be able to hold her position in the straight. This winner, though, broke from 7, got a lovely trail into the race, came through and did it nicely. In third was Hadid, who brought in that decent racing. Al Mahandis was there in 4th. Asaf Al Kaladir in 5th. And Shmok Shah only 6th. Shmok Shah did show more pace than we normally see from her, which was a positive, but she just couldn't maintain it. It was an interesting race all the way through. But this jockey that you're seeing weighing in, he is very, very talented and well worth the 2-kilo claim that he can carry. Boys, this might be one that slipped through the proverbial net.
Well, she had a pretty lofty rating coming into this. She'd shown some good back class. Just a case whether she was ready today, and she's answered that emphatically.
Yeah, I'm annoyed. Because I said if we ran this race in 2
You
months,
can't be annoyed. I mean, you've not seen her for 2 years.
Yeah, I suppose. I knew she was the most talented horse in the race, but I thought the 2-year absence was more than enough to put me off. And I made a poor judgment on that. I said if we ran this race in 2 months' time, I would put her up because she's the most talented. She didn't need to run this race in 2 months' time. She's done it today. She's come from off the speed. She's one of just 2 horses to make up ground late from way out the back, and she's won decisively at the line, winning by 4 lengths. She was the most talented coming in. She's proved she is the most talented, and to be fair, she's probably got a future as well. We'll take it from the start here. You'll see the winner break from 7, directly in the middle, in the light blue. She jumps a little bit to her left, but so does Sunrise Alashai just inside her, which helps. And she just eventually settles in mid-division. The leader early on is in the dark blue, navy blue, and orangey brown kind of silks. That's Baru Al Kaladir with the blue noseband. Ricardo Souza Ferreira makes the front. She eventually finishes second, which kind of boosts the fact that there remains a speed bias on this track over this trip. Yeah, she's 4 lengths clear of the third at the end, so she's run a good race again. But she was the consistent horse coming in, and she managed to get across to the rail and dictate. My selection, Shmok Shah, is currently in third in the black, white and orange kind of silks. She's pushed 3 wide at this point, which probably ruins her chance, but equally she was beaten a long way at the wire and just not good enough. The morning line favourite was on the outside with the big white face. That was Asaf Al Khaladiya, who finishes 5th, 1 place ahead of Shmoksha. Again, didn't ride the bias. But this is where we see the eventual winner come through in the light blue silks. On the inside, just ducks inside Afdal Mugir, makes a big run at Boru Al Khaladiya and goes straight on by and wins by 4 lengths. Keep an eye out on the grey horse at the back with the dark blue silks switching out to the outside. That's Al Mohandes. He runs 4th. Again, a deep closing type who always shapes like this over this trip. He's run a nice race. And Hadid, who we didn't get to see much in that replay, finished 3rd. Again, another consistent performance from him. Basically, everything went to plan in terms of form.
And the right horse on ratings have come to the fore.
All of the right horses have come to the fore. Boru Al Khaladiya 2nd, Nawahel Al Khaladiya 1st, Shmoksha 6th. You know, all of the top rated horses were up there. The only one that wasn't in that top flight of ratings was Al Mohandes, but he's a proper stayer over this distance, so it's no surprise he featured either. This race went to plan, we just couldn't find the winner.
And she was down in distance today to the 1200. The last couple of runs have been over 16 and 18. I mean, she's got the potential to improve again back up in distance.
Oh, absolutely. Her best furlong was the final furlong, the final 200 metres in that race, so she's only going to improve. This was a weak maid and she found a good spot. And second time up, providing she doesn't bounce, she should take another step forward over 1600.
She's coming in today off 77. She's beaten horses rated 70, race-fit rivals of 72 and 78. So she's probably run a career best figure.
She has. I did think she shaped a really good promise on her first 2 starts. Maybe more promise today. She's a horse to keep on the right side of, I think, moving forward.
Okay, Nawal Al Khaladiya wins our 3rd race, which was this Arabian Horses Maiden. We're moving on to race 5. Which is a race for horses won between 0 and 1. Number 1 doesn't go, and again we've got some nicely rated horses in the field. We've got the likes of Monkey Island coming here first start, having left Brian Meehan. Yeah,
rated 86. It's to be seen whether he performs on this surface, but we'll talk more about him in a second. We've also got a horse in Transferred who we were both on last week, who now goes up in grade.
Yeah, he was really impressive, which is whether he can do it again over the 1400.
Yeah, that's the big question, but we'll see and we'll dissect this race. Also, horse number 2, Alb Shur, who is one of the highest rated horses in the race, rated 88. On the race card, it says Louis Morales is taking the ride, but he is off all mounts today. He was supposed to have 4 rides. I don't know who's on. Maybe I can see in a second, looking over my shoulder, but it's not Louis Morales on the 2.
My gut feeling would be that Transferred, who won here by 12.5 lengths last time, would be that you'll be with him up in distance.
Yes. Are you?
No.
Ooh,
I am. No, I'm not against him.
Okay.
I just thought Zainab was maybe a worthy opponent. Former Charlie Fellows also shaped well here on debut a couple of weeks ago.
Interesting. 10 to 1 in the international market.
Just watching the video back, wasn't given a hard time. I think there just could be a step forward to come. Won on soft ground at Catterick. The surface obviously was no issue on debut. It looked as though it was an experienced run last time.
I like it. No, I like it. This is a race where you can go several different ways. I think the easy way to do it is by going with one of the 2 11-4 favourites in Alb Shur or Monkey Island. One of whom, Monkey Island, showed a lot in the UK, but it's new on this surface. The other is Alb Shur, who's shown a relatively good amount over here, but is yet to really break through this season. But I think there's, as a person looking at the market and the prices, I think there's a good reason to go against those 2 and side for something at bigger odds, and we're seemingly both doing that.
Well, Monkey Island was sold for 90,000 guineas at Tattersalls at their horses and training sales in the United Kingdom at the back end of last year in October. But you'd surely have to take it on debut on dirt and debut having been off the track since October. Last seen at Ascot.
100%. Yeah, I'm fully with you. Wide draw as well today. 1,400 metre trip's probably fine, but that's the only positive that I can see. He's not for me. He's got a lot of talent, but this is not turf. This is not the UK. These are different connections. This is a wide gate. No.
Okay, well, let's take you through the runners and riders then for the next. It's race 5 for maidens and horses who've won 1 race. It's over the 1,400 metres. Take out horse number 1, doesn't run, which brings us on to horse number 2, Ricardo Ferreira de Souza takes the ride.
Good jockey switch there.
Replacing Morales, who's not riding here today. Al Bashir is number 2. Alcon is horse number 3. Number 4 is Angdan. Number 5 is Al Safa. Number 6 is Asna. Ardel Al Faradi on board. Horse looking to double its career tally. Bashawat is number 7. Horse number 8 is Burnish. Number 9 is Dabiran. One of the bigger prizes in the field is number 10, Eshkal. Zayed Al-Jabri is on board. Number 12 is Get Stuck In, Camilo Ospina. Sorry, 11 Get Stuck In. Number 12 is Monkey Island. Then move on to number 13, which is a non-runner, which then means number 14 is Shamas Star. Number 15 is Talentum. Number 16, won here last week, transferred. Mohamed Aldaham back on board once again. Number 17 is Anfal. Number 18 is Karnas. Number 19, Safar. Number 20, Zainab, second start up here. Alex Moreno is on board. And the last two numbers, 21, Solar Silence. And 22, Al Mutib. So they are the runners and riders for race 5. Callum, all yours.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, looking forward to this. Let's start with the 2. This is Alb Shaw. This is a horse that comes here with a rating of 88. Looks incredibly well turned out for Nicolas Bachelard, who won a cup race on Saturday last week. They'll be looking to continue their good form. Nicolas having a very good spell at the moment, a couple of cup races in the last couple of weeks. So this team will be looking to continue the good form here with this horse who drops back in class after finding it all a bit too tough last time out. We'll drop back to the next horse is the 3. This is Alcon, who we're going to have a look at now. Now, Alcon for me, this is Nafa Midiani's ride. Really good shape here. Just looks really fit, not carrying a lick of condition, in really good shape. Walks out well enough as well. You'd say you'd like to see him do more a little bit in front, but he's just being held back a wee bit. But he certainly looks in absolutely cracking shape and is one I really want to have a good look at. I mean, he's long enough that you could fit a family of 5 on his back. But aside from that, he's a nice enough type. Intrigued to watch him. Let's go back to the 5, Al Safar. They feel there's more to be found with this. Horse. But for me, I'll be looking elsewhere. This trip might just be a bit on the long side for him, but he looks great. He's well turned out. Look, he's carrying some condition, there's no doubt, but he's a big, strong boy, more like a running back in American football than a racehorse. So certainly one I'd be more intrigued by at a shorter trip. Let's pull our way back. We want to look now at horse number 12, who is Monkey Island. This is the one coming from the Brian Meehan yard. Really does stand out in the parade ring. A good 16.3 tall, this one. He's a nice scopy type, really. He's almost a type, honestly, over a hurdle, really. He's very, very long and still is probably going to fill that frame a little bit more. Remember, he's only 4, and that's a recently turned 4-year-old. I think there's plenty to come from him in the future. I wouldn't be going with him first time out, but look at a horse like Painter's Palette, who was a very good winner last weekend. He took some time to get used to racing here in Saudi Arabia. I imagine the same will be said for this fella, Monkey Island. A nice enough type, but I'd be looking elsewhere today. And finally, we'll look at 16 Transferred, who is the one of the well-fancied runners who was a winner last week, Sama Al-Dahani, doing the training. Again, very typical to what he did last week. He's very, very on edge in the parade ring, but it didn't stop him from winning. But just look at the way he hangs himself out there. He's having a good old look at everything. I'll just make sure Mustafa keeps the distance because he will just be a little bit on edge, but he was a winner last week and cannot be ignored. Guys, I'll try and grab a word with Sama Al-Dahani, but I'll let you have a look at the rest of them.
Well, I'll tell you what, Cal, let's have a look at Tamer's horse here, because he absolutely bolted up here last week, this Son of Dark Angel. He had done a couple of runs over further on his first couple of runs here, but we heard from Tamer after the race last year, and he said, oh, Dark Angel comes back down in distance. That was going to suit him based on his breeding. It's intriguing. He's got a quick turnaround, back up in distance with that in mind.
Yeah, we're going to watch Transferred last week now. Go straight to the front of this day. We both fancied him at a big price. Showed lots of early speed and then just kicked away in the home straight for a decisive victory. He was way the best horse in this field, and it's interesting to see him back out on the track just 7 days later. I think 1,400 metres is absolutely fine for him. You can see he doesn't end the race completely tired and done. There's still a little bit more in the locker. He is hanging a touch left, which is my one concern, but I don't think this is the best conditions race today, and if he can perform like this and maybe take another step forward, then he's one of the horses to beat.
And a wide margin winner, beat 16 rivals here last time out. Well drawn today, though. 3. If he wants to attack again, he's in the right spot.
I think he will. I don't see a reason why Mohammed Al-Daham won't go forward. If he had enough early speed to lead a 1200 metre contest, and he's got enough to lead this 1400 metre race as well, despite the fact that he's against better opposition today. And the 2 horses drawn inside of him, the 15, Talentum is... I kind of like this horse to run a place, actually, at a decent price, but he doesn't have much early speed. And the horse drawn in stall 2 is Shamastar, who did win over 1200 metres last January, but has been running over further recently, so may not have the early pace to hold transferred out. I wouldn't be surprised if Mohammed Al-Daham could grab the rail, and from there transferred will be very difficult to pass.
Well, I think the international market, if you want to have a bit of fun in this race, I think you could do. I think the international market's got this completely wrong. Monkey Island, the 2-1 market leader, backed in from 3s. Transferred, solid, 3.5 to 1. Al-Bashir is the 3rd best at 4 to 1, but he's probably best over shorter. Callum, who are you with?
Thank you, Martin. Yes, with Sama Al-Dahani, who joins me here. You've got transferred in this race. He was a winner last time out after looking a little bit spooky in the parade ring. He's spooky in the parade ring today. Can he make it 2 out of 2?
I hope, I hope. He's a sprinter horse. He won a 6 furlong last week, a maiden. Today with the 0-1, he have a real two good horses in the race. We hope he progress more better than last week, If he do it, I think he will make a good race for him.
There should be plenty of pace in this race with lots of horses who tend to be 6 furlong runners stepping up and trip. Have you told your jockey Mohammed just to ease him back a little bit, or is he going to be ridden confidently again?
This type of horse, he cannot raise him. He should go.
He's going to go first up the gates and first past the post.
Yeah, I hope he done it. I hope he done it. He's a good horse. Have a machine. I think today he will do a good job.
Some really exciting racing coming up later this weekend. Any exciting horses for you on Friday or Saturday? Anyone you're excited about?
All the horses for Prince Faisal bin Khalid with me, 2 horses, and for Prince Al Sabah, they are in a real good form. We hope for them a good races, and we'll watch and see.
And it must be lovely having horses running for Prince Faisal as well.
Yeah, he have a good local breed. I think he will make a good race for him, and he have way to excel. I think one from the top 3 in the race.
He's one of your favourites, isn't he? Best of luck with him, and best of luck with this one today.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, the trainer confirming what Tom thought, that transferred from the inside box will go forward. Al-Bashir is in shot there, Tom. Horse number 2, a mark of 88. That's one of the highest, if not, in fact, the highest in the field, top rated in here. 1 win from 9 starts, but am I right in thinking he's probably best over shorter?
I would say so. He needs to prove his stamina over this trip, that's for sure, over the 1400. He is the class angle, and he shaped well on numerous occasions last season in better races than this. But he hasn't won since his maiden success at the start of last campaign. Does get a good jockey booking with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira taking over, and that's nothing against Louis, but Ricardo's riding brilliantly at the moment. So Al-Bashir could win this race. I had him 3rd in my list. I don't think he's got the upside of transferred though.
So what's your top 3 or 4 then? 16 transferred on top?
Yeah, transferred on top. In second, I had Al Safar, horse number 5. I'll quickly mention the reasons why. Consecutive placed efforts in similar races to this in December, so we know he's in form, we know he's capable of going close at this level. He was only 6th in a 0-90 handicap last time, but again, I don't think that was a poor effort, considering if you made this a 0-90 handicap, he would be near top weight, because there aren't that many horses rated over 75 in this field. So I had 16 transferred to beat Al Safar, horse number 5, to beat Al-Bashir, horse number 2, and in 4th, Talentum, the 15. I don't like Monkey Island. I have the same reserves as you with
crazy
surface.
price.
Yeah.
Crazy price. What about Zainab? Just give a quick word to that, number 20, ex-Charlie Fellows in the UK. Run 9th here on debut. That was 2 weeks ago in a handicap, but just watching the video back, I didn't think he was given a particularly hard time.
Yeah, she wasn't disgraced on that occasion. She draws well in stall 9. She gets Alex Moreno today. She was bred by Godolphin with a lovely pedigree. Maybe she has the upside to go close, but I do need to see more locally than what we saw last time up.
Okay, that's around 12 to 1 chance, Zainab. Right, your selection is, of course, transferred.
Yeah.
I think he's got a big chance. If he does what he did last week and stays the longer distance, he's got to be hard to beat. But Callum, what about you? Final thoughts? I'm with the 20 Zainab. Tom's with the 16 transferred. Callum?
Oh, boys. I'm a paddock reporter and it's my job to report. Spoken to a few connections in the parade ring here, and there's a lot of talk for this Monkey Island. He did a racecourse gallop alongside Wootton Sun. Absolutely kicked him all over the park and did it in 1:25. Won by 10 lengths on that racecourse gallop, and there's a lot of confidence down here about Monkey Island. So despite the fact that he looked very plain in the prelims and looked like he could sit a family of 5 on his back, I am going to stick with the information that I've heard down here. I am all aboard the Monkey Island hype train. This horse clearly might be a little bit special. We saw Painted Palette took a while to get going, but this thing has proved that he can do it on the dirt already. Now, obviously, a racecourse gallop is very, very different to a racecourse appearance, but certainly a horse I'm looking forward to. So 12 Monkey Island for me, 16 transferred for Tom, and 20 Zainab for Martin. Enzo, I've not heard from you for a while. How are you getting on?
Yeah, I'm back, Callum, and looking forward to this race. Some subtle adjustments there for number 18. You can see that is Karnas, who's having some adjustments in the centre. Yeah, interesting thoughts from the lads about the runners here. Monkey Island, as you say, really well tipped up here. 2-1 now in the international market. It's quite a move for this horse. I'm talking about the vibes on the racecourse about this runner. Abdullah Alofi riding Monkey Island, become out stall 13. That one towards the top of the betting, transferred, given a good word by Tom. Number 16, Martin liking Zainab here, number 20. Who we're looking at there in the green with the red epaulets. It's very relaxed down there at the start, wearing the noseband. Zainab, filly with a white face, coming out of stall 9. Stall number 3 as well, that was Alcon we saw. It's got a rating of 66. So, big field of runners here, without number 1 Al Shami and 13 Sense of Power. Runners are down there at the start. 22 Al Mutib. And 21, there's number 12, Monkey Island. 21, that's one of the reserves that gets in. Solar Science, looking for green and white blocks for that one of the colours. 4 about to go in, the black and gold is Al Muqaddam. And just backing away there, one of the runners, that is Safar. Ricardo Ferreira riding Alp Sure. We heard that Louis Morales not riding today. Alp Sure, certainly one that should run well here. Got a good draw in the middle. Stall 8. Runners are loading up there. We've got about 5 out the back to go in. On the greys there is Karnas. Fahad Al Faradi on board. Last couple then about to go in. And that is Alp Sure and Burnish to complete the line. And we're set. Big field for this. Our 5th race here on the dirt, 7 furlongs, they're set. And they're off. Racing away, pretty good start this time, and making a decent start towards the inside there is horse number 16, Transferred, to come through and lead the green sleeves and caps. So Transferred is up there with Al Safa in the navy blue, also very prominent too. Towards the outside, Anfal is right up with the gallop as well. Anfal, maroon and white in the centre. Inside though, Transferred is trying to hold them out. They're not hanging about here. It's a 7-way go for the lead. Also in that group is Monkey Island as well in the red colours, but outside it's Asnar in the orange has come across to join Transferred, and these two now go on, and they are going a very strong pace up top here. Transferred has had the rails throughout, leads by a neck. The orange colours of Asnar, who's racing in second place. The front 2 pair off. They're clear for Monkey Island, who's now 3rd best around the home turn. The grey Get Stuck In is on the move into about 4th or 5th, but they have gone a strong gallop here, and Transferred looks to have plenty left in his tank as they turn for home. 400 metres to go. Transferred has just suddenly slipped away here as scuttled clear to in second place Monkey Island. Here comes Get Stuck In, who's running on towards the outside, and also Al Safar is next, but it's all about Transferred here, who's well clear with 200 metres to go. He has gone hard early, he's getting a bit tired, but he's got a big enough lead to hold on, and it's Transferred who's going on to win for Mohammed Al-Daham. And Tamer Al-Dahani, the leading trainer, gets another winner on the board. 2nd, Monkey Island. 3rd was Get Stuck In, and 4th will be Al Safar. One for Tom Collins. Transferred, the winner, number 16, was involved in that speed burn-up, that 7-way go for the lead early on. He saw all those off, and he saw the others off as well. Great performance. Transferred. He's not missed a beat here up front. 1 minute 26.91 seconds. comes home in front here. So Transferred has won. Good performance, wasn't it, by this winner? He really kept on well. By 3 3/4 lengths he's won by. Transferred then, well on top at the line. Beats Monkey Island, gets stuck in for third. 1 minute 26.91. 3 3/4 lengths the winning margin. 16, 12, 11 the numbers, with Al Safa in fourth.
Well, Transferred has won hugely impressively here for Samer Al Dahani. Winner Trainer joins me here. You said it to me before. We're going to break quickly and make every single post a winning one.
Yeah. I told you he's a sprinter horse. He's better in the 6 than 7, but he broke this too good today. I think he's a real good horse. He's a real machine for 6 furlong, you know.
They went so fast early on. Were you concerned that they might have gone too fast?
Yeah. I'm afraid about the horse for Borisli because he's a fast horse. I told Mohammed his box is outside. He's wrong outside. Draw easy. When you see him, just press the button and go again. Yeah, and he done it perfect. You know.
He has done that perfectly, and he is now really trying to be champion jockey, and that was a champion jockey ride.
Yeah. Mohammed, he's the best all the time, and we hope this horse he have with the handicapper a good rate. Because if he have a good rate, he can go for the 6 furlong on Friday, you know.
Yes, I'd say that there's some options for him in that sprint trip on Friday.
Yeah, we hope a good rating for him to run him. You know, he's a real machine horse.
Well, he's beaten Monkey Island, who was rated 86 coming into this race. That will give you every chance to get a high enough rating.
Yeah.
We've done this before, though. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, the transfer just coming through now with a very happy Samer Al Dahani, who has given us a really good insight there before the race. And Tom Collins will be chuffed to bits with that because, like Tom said, he thought the low draw, making the speed early, it's all gone to plan, and he's read that race perfectly. I must admit, I think Monkey Island is a massive takeaway from that race. They have gone wickedly fast early, and he's got such a big loping stride. I can't wait for the boys to have a look at that. Check out Monkey Island. He jumped from stall 13. Watch his stride down the far side early on in this race. He really bounds across the ground. He's a hugely exciting horse, and certainly I wouldn't be putting a line through him next. The money came for him, and the money was not totally wrong. But Transferred here, the proper horse, and like Sam has said, there's a nice 6 furlong dirt contest on the Friday of Saudi Cup weekend, which will be well worth following him. Remember, on Friday of Saudi Cup weekend, you can watch that content as well. It'll be on the world feed, and it'll be available to everybody to watch, and he could be a horse really to follow. And if Mohammed Al Daham can keep this ride, he'll be a jockey to keep on the right side of. We'll grab a word with him once he weighs in, because that was a hugely impressive performance. He's now joint second with Camille Ospina in second for the Jockey Championship, and he joins me now. Mohammed, wow, that was really impressive.
Alhamdulillah, first time. Thanks to the God and the owner and the trainer.
Now, talk to me about the race, because it was very fast all the way along.
Yeah, 7 furlong, this race, fast race. And the trainer, he tell me, will be good break and try to catch good position, alhamdulillah.
And Sam has said when Abdullah Al-Orfi's horse Monkey Island comes alongside you, press the button, and you really did.
Yeah, I see the TV. He come from behind me, but alhamdulillah, my horse run very good. And today, 60 kilo, little bit too much, but alhamdulillah, nice horse. I think inshallah, very good horse.
And he could be going to Saudi Cup on the Friday for that 6 furlong race, which would be hugely exciting, dropping him back to that trip.
I didn't know. This is, the owner and the trainer. I didn't know. Inshallah, I hope come very good for this race.
And you spoke to me last week. You're keen to ride in England, is that correct? Over the winter, the summer, maybe next year. You're keen to have a go in England, have a little spin. I'm going to try and plug you here.
I hope, inshallah, maybe. I didn't know. This is life. Inshallah, I try to ride there.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a trainer or an owner and you want a proper rider inside, Mohammed Al Daham is your man.
Thank you.
Well, Callum, the task there is quite simple. It's become his agent.
Yeah, well,
become his UK agent. That's all you've got to do.
Yep.
Start ringing round. Get on the phone. Charlie Johnson. Charlie Fellows.
I love how you went Charlie Johnson, then completely forgot every other trainer.
Well, not only went Charlie Johnson, because he used Vincent Ho when he came across from Hong Kong.
Sure,
So he
yeah,
does use
absolutely.
these international guys when they come over. That was
Sure.
my first port of call.
Why wouldn't Ascot be interested for the Sugar Cup? In Eldaham or Del Alfredi?
Agent Callum can get on to Nick
Yeah.
Smith at Ascot and put it forward.
Yeah, why not?
Well, it'd be a great advert for Saudi Arabia to bring him across to Ascot for the Saudi Cup, which does bring for the Sugar Cup, which does bring together some of the world's best international jockeys. But let's go back to the start. It was a good level break across the whole field.
Yeah, Transfer's just got more early speed, and this was kind of my thinking in selecting him. I thought it outpaced the horses in 2 and 1, drawn inside, which happened. There was 7 or 8 abreast going into the first turn, but Transfer has the inside rail, and we've seen the rail being a big bias. Last season, being wide on the track was no problem. This year, there's a big difference, supposedly so far.
And Ardell was really keen to get over wide with Asna from 19.
Yeah, that's what Tharma was saying in the interview there. He said the Bursley horse, which is Asna on the outside, he's got loads of early speed, so just hold your position to Mohammed, and he did. And at this stage, I was very confident, to be fair. Like, the deep closers are never going to get involved. It's 1,400 metres. I don't care how fast they've gone. You cannot get involved if you're in the second half of the field. Okay, Monkey Island was still in with a good shot here in third, but he's got a bit of a high head carriage and wasn't handling the turn overly well. So at this point, it looked like Transfer was just going to go away and win decisively, and he does. Okay, he gets tired late, and we can discuss why that happens, but he had the race won off the turn. Mohammed here tries to switch lead. You know, he just angles the head towards the inside. The horse didn't reply. He didn't respond and didn't switch leads, but it made no difference. He ends up winning by 3 3/4 lengths on the wrong lead, and he's a horse with loads more upside. Tharma thinks he's better over 1,200. Okay, but he can still win over 14. It's not like he's completely one-dimensional. The amount of early speed this horse has will stand him in great stead no matter where he goes next.
It's been testament to his ability and the trajectory that he's on, that he's been able to replicate over the 1,400.
Yeah, and it's a quick turnaround as well. It's not like he's had a long break. He raced this 7 days ago and was, well, monstrous in his display, really. And he's managed to build on that and go again in conditions race today. Yeah, he's a nice type. Al-Dahani's just so good with these young horses, like, especially when they're in conditions races or open races early in their career. As we've talked about numerous times, and he's mentioned to Callum, or whether it be Hannah in the paddock, whoever it is, he always says he wants to put them in races like this so that their rating goes up and they can contest better races. He does it all the time, and he does it with brilliant success. This is just yet another example of that happening. I think Transferred will probably be rated maybe 85 on the back of this.
I was going to go 85, so you've gone back on where I was going to sort of be heading with that.
Yeah, I think that would be fair. Look, he's beaten horses rated generally high 70s, high 60s. There are a couple of 80 rated horses in here that maybe not run to their mark.
He's beat that 86 horse into second.
Yeah, exactly. If the handicapper gives him 85, he'll have one more start before that supposed target in maybe Saudi Cup week. But he's a very good horse. You can quickly see here how he's on the wrong lead. Front right leg's coming down first in the home straight. You want front left leg. So imagine driving a car, going into 5th gear, wanting to keep putting your foot down on that accelerator and going to 6th, but the car just not allowing you to do so. That is the horse racing equivalent of that.
I wonder as well if you could find maybe a nice 0 to 85 handicap, which you could just slip in under the top weight.
He would bolt up.
Yeah,
because he's way better than 85. Even though he's only rated 73 today, he's way better than that. And he's still improving as well. Generally in those handicap races, you bump into very exposed types. So that would be the perfect piece of race placing if they can find a spot like that.
And Callum very taken by Monkey Island. He was with him beforehand, he was with him after the race. It was a big run on debut. It was an encouraging debut. The money wasn't quite right, but it just showed that he was ready to go. Yeah,
I don't think he performed badly by any means. It was the first time on dirt. You never know what a horse is going to do. He didn't like the kickback. That was key. Maybe next time they're going to really gun him to the front. And from there, he would prove tough, considering he finished the race off well.
Gets stuck in back in 3rd place off 74. Has been placed in handicaps here over this kind of a trip of Leighton. Not devoid of promise was Zainab. One of those who's done best picking up from the back of the field. Maybe worth a go over a little bit further?
Yeah, Al Safa and Zainab were the two that really stayed on, finishing 4th and 5th. Maybe they're worth a go, both of them next time, but we'll see what spot they land in.
Okay, Transferred. Impressive once again. Goes back-to-back consecutive weeks here in Riyadh. Well, we're flying through the card, already on to race 6. It's the halfway point. We can head back to Anthony Ennis, who's got the runners and riders for this local bred horses who won between 0 and 1. Once again, Enzo over the 1,400.
Thank you, Martin. Yep, 4-year-olds and up. As you say, race 6, no winners are 2 lifetime, 1,400 metres off. 5:25 race. Number 1 is Bashir Al-Anaya, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. Number 2 is Quador for Adel Al-Faradi. 3 is Fury, Jose Rodriguez. 4, Jalmoud Wabel, Abdullah Alorfi in search of a double. 5 is Moe Tazem for Farhad Al Faradi. 6, Nasir Alanaya, Alex Moreno. Over the page, the next group will be headed by number 7, Kadrak Alay for Nayef Alanazi. Number 8 is Raed Al Sarah, Fawaz Wanas. Number 9, Racine Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 10, Taf Al Bada for Jimmy Carrion. 11, Yantahid Ricardo Ferreira. Number 12 is Amiri Abdullah Al Kradis. Over the page, number 13 will be Ease Satam for Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 14 is the outsider North, Ayad Al Tarisi. 15 is Taz Harbour, Camilo Ospina. 16, Dahamat Alayez, Mohammed Aldaham, who just had that previous race winner. And 17, Tahin Dam for jockey Tariq Al Mansur. The 18 doesn't get in. Let's go across to Callum ahead of race 6. Callum.
Thank you, Enzo. Yes, let's have a look at these. I really like 2, Cuador, who we're seeing in short now. A winner 2 starts ago, second last time out. The race he won has turned out to be quite a good contest. The race he finished second wasn't a bad effort either. He's in really good shape. I like him a lot. Let's go back to the 5. This is Moetazam, another horse that comes into this race in half decent form. He's been in the money in 3 of his last 5 starts. He's a really good looker and he looked fit and well, ready to go today. Not a lick of condition on him, and he walks well too, doesn't he? He's got quite a loose move and quite a good action. I'm happy with him. Long neck that might need a little bit more developing though, still a little bit immature. Nasser Alanea is completely different. Look at this one. Whoa, this is a nice horse. This is absolutely gorgeous. Exceptionally well turned out. It really, just a lovely, I can't believe this. This has blown me away a little bit. Great course marks all the way through. A decent enough walker. Look, he's not the best walker you'll ever see, but he's a really good strapping individual. Second last time out as well, so comes into this race in a half decent bit of form and gets Alex Moreno on board, who'll be looking to get his first winner of the weekend. Let's go back to horse number 9, Racine. This was one who caught my eye really late on. This is a horse in the red blinkers, just coming towards me now. Abdul Al Saidi is on board. He's a good jockey here as well, claims the one. Racine is a little bit unexposed here, has had the 9 runs, but has been slowly improving with each start. Has the tongue strap on as well, which is good to see, but isn't the best of walkers. Mustafa trying to get the perfect shot of him now. It's good. We'll get a good look at him in front here. You'll just see, if you look at his front legs, he's a bit pigeon-toed. He just turns out as he walks. Possibly not the greatest confirmation, but certainly not worth ignoring for good connections and looks really well in the coat. Finally, we'll drop all the way back to 15. This is the white stable runner. This will take a while to come to us, but it'll be well worth the wait here with the noseband on, with the 2 handlers in those beautifully turned out white stable colours. This is Tazaba. I know the boys really, really like this one, and you can see why. Really good looker. Absolutely gorgeous individual, only making the 3rd career start, was an impressive winner last time out by Blue Burner. The stallions are positive, it looks positive, the form's positive. Really, really like this runner, but it can't quite take over from Nasser Alanaya. Number 6 is the pick of the yard.
Okay, so the 6, the Paddock pick. Second last time out, and behind Bint Mastery, with one of the today's rivals in behind as well. But let's start with Taz Harbour. Taz Harbour, who is number 15 on the race card. We can pick up the run last time out. 2 starts so far. Disappointed on debut, but a good winner of a local bred maiden last time.
Yeah, on the debut, I actually thought she shaped okay. Okay, the form figure's poor, but she blew with the start. And
she was wide all the way.
And was wide all the way, exactly. She was much more professional here. She broke well. She got the inside track, and from there, she just dominated. I think she's the filly to beat today. I don't love how she finished this race. It looked like she was going to win by 6 or 7 lengths and eventually only won by 3. But that was only a second start. She's only going to improve. And she's drawn brilliantly in gate 3.
And the second that day has come out and ran second last week, because we're taking Cuador horse number 2. This was a run here last week as well.
Caught the eye back in December and readily made amends over this course distance last on the penultimate start. This occasion ran okay in second, stayed on from a midfield spot. Gets a leading rider today. Adele Alfredi takes them out, but draws out in 17, and that's a problem. Got
beat by Cabernet this day. This was over a bit further, but that was 1,600 metres. The win two back had been over the 1400, so quite a depth, 14 or 16.
I would say Quador deserves to be favourite, aside from the draw. And the outside draw means this horse doesn't deserve to be favourite and should be second favourite.
Nearly is favourite, nearly 2-1 joint market leaders
Really?
on the international figures, yeah.
He has shown more than the filly at the top of the market, Tazaba, but you've got to factor in potential. There isn't much potential there with Quador. We know what he's capable of. We don't with the white stable horse, Tazaba. And you've also majorly got to factor in the draw.
Yeah.
Being wide on the track is not a positive today. Quador's in 17, Tazaba's in 3. Much better post position for the white stable runner.
Moatazem is at 4-1, third best international market. Got a form to reverse with Nasser Al-Anaya here from last week. They were both in behind Bint Mastery, finishing second and fourth.
Yeah, produced a huge burst to finish fourth that day, but it's going to come from way off the speed. And again, we haven't seen too many horses run well from way out of it. Obviously, the first race is an anomaly today, purely because they went so hard and it was a very weak race. But it's very hard to make up significant ground. That being said, Moatazem I had as my second selection, the low here, but she's not doing too much. It's not like she's bolted to start or completely unshipped in when she's
And she
cantering.
stood there now quietly. I think
She's just new to the game, isn't she?
yeah.
Camilo's on now, and she's going to go down to post, hopefully, with the outrider. And everything's A-OK now.
Yeah, the outrider's got hold of her, and away she goes down to the start. Just going past our studio window. Certainly nice enough to look at.
Yeah, lovely looking filly. Hopefully she hasn't wasted too much energy, and she's got leading claims.
7-4 joint favourite to the international market.
7-4 joints. Wow. They're basically pinning it as a two-horse race, which it definitely isn't. You know what? I might change my selection. I may do it again. What price is the 5?
9-2. The one they've really come for is the horse who finished in front of the 5 last time, Nasser Al-Anaya. 12-1 down to 7s.
That's Callum's selection, isn't it? Paddock pick. But that horse has a chance. Consistent type, but just finds winning tough. 1 from 18. Not exactly the most enticing of animals, is he? He's drawn well. That's the positive in 4.
I just think the filly we just saw giving a little bit of trouble out on the track is just by far and away the potentially the best of these. Tazaba, just the 2 runs so far, really tidy win last time. The second that day, ran second last weekend, so a little bit of substance to the form. It wasn't given a knock anyway. I think there's lots of upside, but 7-4 joint favourites. So are you sticking or changing?
I'm going to change, but it's not a huge negative for the filly. It's mainly to do with price. I'm going to be with the 5, Moatazem. Hopefully he can pick him off from a good draw, but he's going to be out of the picture early, and we need a clear run and the pace to kind of collapse. Look, if the filly wins, then she would have been my first pick, and I'm happy to change my mind and deal with that if it happens.
You sure you can deal with it? Sort of, you can take the hit.
Absolutely, yeah. I've prepared myself now.
Okay, right. So Tom going then with the 5, Moatazem. I'm going to go with Tazaba. I thought she was really tidy last time out. She looks nice as well. And once Camilla was on board, she's headed off down to the start. So over to you, Callum. Are you sticking with your Paddock pick, or are you switching for a selection?
No, team sticking with the Paddock pick here. Tom's fine now. He won't be too heartbroken if the filly bolts up here, which he's changed from because he had a winner in the last race. So everything is all fine now in the world of Tom Collins. He'll be happy as Larry going forward. Now he's had that winner and is leading the tipping competition. I will stick with the Nasser Al-Anaya here, who I just thought was absolutely gorgeous in the prelims. Another one who comes into this race with a fair decent bit of form. Look, obviously the record of 1 from 18 doesn't blow you away, but the second place effort last time out's got some substance to it, and you kind of know what you're going to get. And coming from stall 4, I imagine will be ridden positively and hopefully be bang up there in the end. Moatazem makes a lot of sense. I think that was a Paddock pick the last time it ran, and certainly you can see why. Very good looking individual with plenty of fitness on side. Cubador, the only problem is the draw, but I just think a hugely interesting horse to go forward with, and maybe even possibly, I thought they'd be entering a handicap here. I must admit, I think top weight in a 0-75 would be very, very hard to beat, but in this sort of contest they might have found another option for him, and if he does win, well placed indeed by the team. Another one of the entire 5-year-olds in this field. We've got quite a few of them here, not very many geldings to go to war with. I thought Racine is one we've not given much of a mention to. Abdullah Al-Saidi on board. He is well worth that 1 kilo claim. and a horse who's shown plenty of form recently. Yantahid is the other one that goes for the red stable, but he needs to bounce back for some poor runs recently. And then we get down to the likes of Tez Harbour, who is the selection of Martin. I had a quick chat with Mohammed Al-Daham as he was aboard the Hamat Alays. Watch him down in the saddling area. He might get saddle readjusted because the saddle was halfway up the horse's back by the time he jumped on. He was busy trying to readjust it as much as he could whilst in the saddle, but hopefully he's made it down to the start okay, and hopefully he'll be all right when the gates crash back. But there is Racine in shot, looking absolutely a picture. Just a really nice looking individual. Here's Tom's selection as well, just coming through shot now as well. That's the 5 Moetazam, just getting a little bit warm on the neck, you can see, but I wouldn't let that put me off. The best looking horse in the field, Nasir Al-Anaya, just come through shot as well. Alex needs a winner. He's been quite quiet recently, hasn't he? Don't think he had a winner at all last week, and he was just touched off in our opening contest, so he'll be looking for more success. You'll see Naif Al-Anazi there. He's aboard Kadrak Ali, horse number 7 in shot with the blindfold already on, which means they must be starting the loading process sooner rather than later. So I will do the selections one more time. Moetazam, the 5 is for Tom. Nasir Al-Anaya, the 6 is for me. And Martin is going with 15, Tez Harbour. Anthony Ennis, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. So there are the selections then for the team as they load the runners up here for our 6th race. Nominals are 2 lifetime. These are for our 525. 1400 here on the dirt track at Riyadh. And in goes Bashir Al-Anaya. Moatazem. Did look well, I thought, on the way down. He's about to walk forward here. One without the rider is 15, Tasaba. Got a noseband on. Be reloaded without the rider, Camille Ospina. Here's the 6 in the black and yellow, Nasir Al-Anaya. Callum's fancy. We're getting set. Couple still out the back. Waiting for Yantahid, who's got Jockey's got a white cap on that one. Carlo Ferreira. Last one sliding forward then. Over 7 furlongs here. This is race 6 here at Riyadh. 1 or 2 of these a little bit edgy in the stalls, but we are set to go. Starters poised. And he hits the button and lets them go. They're racing. A little bit slow to go there was the well-fancied Tasaba. Is towards the back early on, but not far away on the inside. One that's ridden for speed on the inside of the yellow is Amiri as they go through the first 400 metres. Up there too is Jalmoud Wabel towards the inside. Might just have the lead, Jalmoud Wabel, but very close Amiri on the inner. Looking a bit deeper on the course to find Bashir Al-Anaya in red, white and blue. The white cap of Yantahid is also quite handy. And the other red stable runner wider out, the red cap Racine, is on the move as well as they head towards the turn. Improving now is Tasaba after a slow start. Goes into about 8th or 9th, but he's got a few horses just around him at the moment as they head towards the turn, or her I should say. And up front the leader on the inside is Jalmoud Wabel in the turquoise and blue. Leads narrowly. Yellow and black though, Nasir Al-Anaya is very much on the move. The 2 on the outside are getting closer in the red, Racine and Yantahid as well. Now making ground to Saba. Spot the green cap for Ospina. He's going well, but needs an out. He's just caught in a pocket on the inside. They're turning for home with 350 to go. Will the rails open up or not for Tasaba at the moment? No is the answer. And down the outside here in the yellow and black now is Nasir Al-Anaya to come and challenge the long-time leader, Jalmoud Wabel. Now he's out in the clear in the 3 path to Tasaba. Can he get there? He's running out of time, and Jalmoud Wabel has a kick. Jalmoud Wabel keeps on finding here for Abdullah Alorfi. Now Tasaba starts to gather him in late on. Is it too late? Up front, Jalmoud Wabel will hold on for the unlucky Tasaba, who got out when it was too late. Close for 3rd, involving Nasir Al-Anaya and Cuador, who stayed on quite well. Well, it didn't open up for Ospina. He needed a gap about 400 metres out. He didn't get one, had to switch. That's cost him the race. And Jalmoud Wabel has won it. 1 minute 28.18. It's Abdullah Alorfi at the double. He won race 3. He wins race 6. Abdullah Alorfi. Oh, how unlucky was Tasaba, though. Had to check all the momentum with the switch. Finishes 2nd, beaten half a length. 3rd, number 6, Nasir Al-Anaya. 4, 15, 6 the numbers. 1 minute 28.18 seconds the winning time ahead. Back between the 3rd and 4th. The half length the winning margin. Jalmoud Wabel beats the unlucky Tasaba.
Well, Jalmul Wabel is your winner here under Abdullah Alofi, who was basically lifted this horse home in the closing stages. I mean, this looked beaten as they turned into the straight, repelled the challenge of Nasir Al-Anaya at the top of the straight, and then just about did enough to hold on from the very unfortunate Ches Harbour, who ends up finishing in second and probably is the horse to take out of the race. Certainly an exciting one for the future on only third career start. But this was a little bit of a surprise, but this horse was our winner 2 starts ago, third last time out. So couldn't be totally ignored, but certainly didn't make the shortlist for me in the parade ring. But my goodness, is this a toughie? Absolutely tough as nails, this 5-year-old. Still quite lightly raced for a 5-year-old and has done it well here. And Abdullah Alofi is at the double, so well done to him. He had a winner in the purebred Arabian race by half the track, and he wins this one by the skin of his teeth, so he can do it all, old Abdullah, and he's guided this one to victory here. Where you go next with this horse is an interesting one, because now coming into this race with a rating of 70, the eventual third was rated 63. The second didn't have a rating yet, but the second I imagine they'll put in at about 70 as well. So plenty to look forward to in this race. I really do think this is one where we'll want to take plenty out of the race. I'm just seeing the connections of Free just come by. So boys, you might want to have a look back at that if something happened to Free. See, the horse ambulance is out on the track, but the tapes, the screens are not up. So that might have been that horse just having to be pulled up just down the straight. So I'll let you know about anything more when I find out any extra information. But boys, Abdullah Alofi is at the double and Jalmud Wabel is our winner.
So that's our 6th race, halfway point in the evening, and the unluckiest loser of the night. I'm sure even 6 races still to come. We're not going to see anything as unlucky as this.
Yeah, it was a tough beat on the White Stable filly to Zaba. Up the inside, Camilo looked for a gap, turning for home, wasn't there. Looked for a gap once in the home straight, wasn't there. Switches out wide. Now, this isn't controversial, but I think she had every chance to go by. Obviously, she's lost a lot of energy in being behind. She was the best horse. She should have won the race. But she did have a chance if she was that far superior to go on by at the end. She wasn't. She lost by half.
It's all about momentum, though, isn't it? And she's had a momentum
exactly.
check all the way around the bend,
of course,
and down the stretch.
She should have definitely won. I've got no qualms about that. It's just, you know, it's not like he only got out in the final 100 metres. She just had nothing left. She's a proper 1400 metre filly, and she kind of ran out of energy after losing it when behind horses. The winner right now, shock, makes all, is in the blue, two-tone blue, out in front, horse number 4. There's just a huge pace bias at the moment on this track over the last 2 weeks. The horse you're referring to, the filly who eventually finishes second in the green cap, just in behind runners with the noseband. And even here, she's cantering under Camilo.
Yeah. I mean, if you to stop the race now and say who's the best horse in the race, you'd pick her out, wouldn't you?
Yeah, the 12 on the inside, Amiri's going backwards, and Camilo's just trying to go around her and get on the fence, which he does in a minute. My selection's in the green and white, right on the far right of your shot, about to get hampered and go 4 wide, which probably cost him a place. He eventually finished 5th, Moatazem. But now it's all about where Camilo's going to go on Tazaba, sorry. And
you can see it there looking left, right. He's gone eventually towards the inside.
There is a gap, but as soon as he goes there, you can just see Abdullah Alofi switches leads on the 4. He should have been 3rd best here, probably, if all things considered. If the White Stable horse got a clear run, she'd have won, and if mine got a clear run, Moatazem, around the home turn, he is probably finishing 2nd.
Well, the White Stable came into racing today with a few good chances on paper. That was one of the better ones. I thought she was probably, if you were to try and nominate one horse to win tonight, I thought she was probably the one to be with.
The infuriating thing when this happens, like, and again, this has nothing to do with Camilo necessarily, but just in general, you always want your jockey to come outside, don't you? You never want them to duck inside because it's very risky.
You just want a clear run.
Yeah, and you're much more likely to do that outside. Now, it doesn't mean don't save ground on the turns. Of course, save ground when possible, but in the home straight, you're not losing ground by going inside or outside. You should tip out at all costs, I believe.
Well, Tazaba comes off 2nd best. Jalmud Wabel takes out the win. And that was racing. Can you believe we're already halfway? It's flying by tonight.
It has, yeah. 6 races down. We move on to probably the better half of the card, I would suggest.
No doubt.
Yeah. So, it's exciting, isn't it? It's unlike most Thursdays where we go from maiden to maiden to maiden to maiden. And as you go through it, kind of feels like we've had enough maidens by now. This is a really good mixed card, and classy horses are about to run.
We had 8 maidens on the card last week, the majority for local breds, whereas this seems much more open this week.
Exactly. I mean, even the next race, which is for local breds, is a non-winners of 3, and it features 4 really enticing horses. Later on in the card, we've got 2 opens, again featuring very nice, talented runners, most of them in their veteran stages who we all know quite a lot about. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to the back end of the card. One thing is for sure, we need to find more winners.
That is true.
Yeah, we will.
Well, we had one between us so far today.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention that. But
Yeah. They could probably drag 3 people off the streets of Riyadh to do better than we've done so far tonight.
Probably, yes.
Right, hopefully, Enzo, we can... in fact, Enzo, we can make sure that someone gets the winner here. 4 runners. You take 1, I take 1, Collins takes 1, Callums takes 1. Someone will get the winner.
It's a great plan. Let's do that. So we can at least get something from today. Right, 4 of them. I think it's the smallest field race I've ever called here in Riyadh. But it definitely is. Number 1 is a 3 lifetime, 7 furlongs. Number 1 is Bayrehum for Mohammed Al Hubayl, the outsider of the quartet. Number 2 is Back Thor, Adel Al Faradi, who's been fairly quiet today so far. 4-1 chance currently. Number 3, Moto Wathabar, ridden by Rayan Altoesh, who's currently 2nd favourite. And number 4, Rawada for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. That's the hot favourite at 4-5 currently. Let's go and see what Callum's been up to. Callum.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Yes, only the 4 runners to look forward to in our next contest. So I thought I'd take you on a bit of a tour of the racecourse and give you a little heads up before tomorrow. If you were thinking about coming racing and thinking, I'm not sure whether I'm going to come, well, you should definitely come. It's free entry, and if you do come, you have a chance of winning each of these 3 cars or any of 21, yes, 21 Vespa scooters are available to be won. Now, to win these prizes, you don't have to pay entry, you don't have to do anything spectacular, you just enter into a draw. The last 4 races will be for the cars, and the last 6 races will be for the bikes. There'll be plenty of opportunity to win plenty of prizes as we get through. It's not just these Vespas either. Check just over our heads by underneath the royal enclosure there, you've got plenty more Vespas to be won as well. Now, I already know that the gentleman in the studio will be begging me to jump on board one of these bikes, and tomorrow I will, but at this moment in time there is a barrier in front of me, and as much as a player that I am, there's no way I'm clearing this barrier. I'm not going to do it. Don't even tempt me, don't even ask in my ear to do it. I refuse to do it. But it's well worth noting that these cars are all available to be won if you come racing. There's also going to be some sponsorship here from the sponsors that we saw last week. American Express have got a base there setting up, and then you've also got Lucid just behind me, the electric car company. They will be setting up as well. I cannot stress how important it is to have these new sponsors getting involved here with the Jcsa. But boys in the studio, what would you prefer? We're all going to enter the draw tomorrow. Would you prefer car or Vespa? I'm thinking of Vespa because it's just a little bit easier to get around here in Saudi Arabia, and my little Chagran Vanguard is really beginning to struggle with the speed bump. So I'm going to stick with the Vespa. I'll be in the draw tomorrow, I should say.
I've had one experience with scooters in Italy before, and never ever again.
I want to know this story.
Not my mode of transport at all.
I would agree with that. I haven't had an experience with them, but definitely not my mode either.
Well, I'll tell you, it was my dad's birthday, so me and my brother and my father went over to Florence to go to the MotoGP. They're both into motorbikes. They both ride motorbikes.
Sure.
I have no interest in motorbikes whatsoever. So they hired these Vespas to drive about 40 miles into the mountains to go to the MotoGP. I hated it.
Did you? Was it just not safe, or did you not feel safe?
Just didn't like it. Didn't like it. Rather have a car, big
Yeah.
4x4. Thank you very much. I hated it so much that I took the scooter back after day 1, and I got the train up the next 2 days. Wasn't doing that again.
Excellent.
So no, if I win a Vespa, you could have it.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll be giving it to the producer.
He could look like a delivery driver, couldn't he? You could put a little box on the back. He could bring us pizzas every night. Right, let's have a look at a bit of form for these. Rawada's got to be favoured on the international markets. Takes on, though, Motta Wathabar, who was a winner here and was 4th on a handicap last time.
Yes, Motta Wathabar looking to get quick compensation for the white stable after that. Disappointing and
agonising defeat is what we were looking for.
Yeah, exactly. Here is Motta Wathabar last time up. Was under pressure from a long way out. Again, gets a little bit squeezed at this part of the race. It's still finding under pressure, but just doesn't get a real clear run of things. My issue with this filly is that she doesn't have any turn of foot whatsoever. She just plugs on. She's a strong stayer over 1,600 metres. She's found life tough in cup races before. On this occasion, I was a little bit disappointed with her. But she did finish ahead of Bayrehum, who also runs in this contest today.
Yeah, they were 4th and 7th on that occasion. Rawada is the market leader, one of two in the race for the red stable. Ricardo Ferreira de Souza on board. 1 win from 4 starts. 3 of those runs came in Taif and has had 1 start here. On the face of it, disappointing, but it was a much, much better class of race.
Yeah, I thought her victory in Taif was very impressive. That was in a maiden. She subsequently switched ownership. She wasn't originally with the red stable. And she's been outclassed in 2 cup races since. But this is a conditions event. It's a non-winners of 3. Last time up, she ran in the Group 1. I mean, completely different class of race. Much easier assignment. Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board. Draws inside. Yeah, I think she's the most likely winner. She also gets weight off Berea Hum because she's a filly and Berea Hum's a colt. And she's got top rating by some considerable way. She's got £11 in hand of Mota Watheba, and she has £13 in hand on Berea Hum on official ratings. Both of those 2 horses have had more starts than Rawada, so Rawada's open to more improvement. She deserves to be a short price favourite, and the only danger is whether you think Mac Thor's good enough. I don't.
No, I'd agree as well. Rawada bought into by Prince Faisal after that taking win, Callum, but let's have a look at these a little bit closer up in the paddock. Let's see what you like here.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, I've not quite managed to catch up with everything you guys have said as I was there looking at the cars and the Vespers, but let's have a look at them in the parade ring. This is Barium making 8th career start today. This is a tough task for a horse who's still got a win to the name, but you'd argue this is a little bit of a tougher ask. A nice enough looking individual with a good walk to him, really good open stride to him. He's got very loose hips, plenty to like in the parade ring. But again, the quality of this field may just be too much for him. But we've seen a few shocks so far today, and Barrow Home winning would not be the biggest of them. Mohammed Al Habail partners looking for his first winner of the week. Let's go back to horse number 2, Mactor, who's just coming towards us now. Just a bit jig-joggy in the parade ring, you must admit. A completely different type to what we've just seen. This is a much more lighter type, much more light of bone. Clearly a filly. She's very, very effeminate, and she's a gorgeous looking individual, isn't she? She looks very fit. She's shining up well in the coat. Not typical for the red stable runners to be so light a frame. Most of them tend to be a bit chunkier, but she's a light type, and she's certainly going to have a good shot here. She's got the cheek pieces on and the noseband, so plenty of sheepskin available on the face, and they'll be hoping for a big run from her on only her 3rd career start. In behind, this is a lovely mover. This is the White Stable's Motawaseba, who's really taking everything into her stride. She's walking out really nicely. She's got a nice action about her, and she's going well. I say her top line is absolutely beautiful, and she's got a very good back end as well. She's well proportioned, well put together, and they've got a little bit of dappling on the hind quarters as well. There's plenty to like about her, and she's walking around like the queen that she is. Now, it won't be easy for her, but she is a winner in her career already, and she makes her 8th career start today. Plenty to like about her. She's the pick so far. And then we get on to the final horse. This is Rawada, the horse that has been the short price favourite. Well talked about runner here by the boys. I won't be able to offer much more. No paddock negatives about her. She's a very typical local bred in the head. If Mustafa, you just get a shot of her face here. She's very typical local bred with her headshot here. She's got that slightly purebred Arabian look to her, and she's got very small ears. She's quite a petite, effeminate type. But then if you look at her body, you can see the difference. She's really strong and very well built. She's robust. She's almost a little bit barrel-chested, you say. She's a really big, strong girl in behind, and you wouldn't get that on first impression. Just watch her walk away from us now, Mustafa. We can get a nice shot here, just in behind. Just watch her action here in behind. She's very correct. You see, we've seen a few horses who are swinging all over the place. She is not. She's a correct mover. She's very straight. You can understand why she was picked up, and she's got plenty in her favour, especially as a broodmare going forward. However, the pick of the yard will be the White Stable's number 3, Motawaseba.
Okay, Motawaseba, the best looking in the paddock according to Callum. Jockeys are out, just the 4 of them. As the lights come on and the temperature drops here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Race 7 of 12 this evening on this massive weekend. Of course, Saudi Cup coming up 21st and 22nd of February. We've got the trials and the qualifiers over the next couple of days. 3 of them tomorrow, 4 of them on Saturday, and the back end of the card on Saturday. I mean, the whole card on Saturday is just fantastic, but the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques races. We've got a handicap that gets us underway. couple of local bred races. The Riyadh Dirt Sprint Qualifiers Race 4. The 2000 Guinness is Race 5. That's a qualifier for the Saudi Derby. We've got a qualifier for the Bayer. That's the Al Dairia Cup. The Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques as Race 8. That's the Apprentice Jockeys. The local Group 1 version of that. Then the qualifier is Race 10. And the final couple of races worth 5 million SAR apiece. That's the King Abdulaziz Cups. All happening here on Friday and Saturday ahead of the Saudi Cup on the 21st and 22nd of Feb.
Senor Buscador, the lead is taken by Spotazoro, but right on the line, Senor Buscador might have tipped him out.
So Saudi Cup coming up next month, and what a day Saturday is to really relish a quality programme. Some of the leading jockeys from around the world coming to join the best jockeys here in Saudi Arabia. And we've got a field of 20 declared, a full field plus the reserves for the King Abdulaziz Cups and also the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques that qualify for the Saudi Derby. More on that in a second. First off, let's head back out to Callum.
Thank you very much, Martin. Farhad Saad joins me here. You train Max Thor in this race. You told me small races, you're happy to talk to me. The big important races, we stay far away.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you.
This is a really interesting horse because she's only making her third career start today. Now, have you picked this race because of the small field? Is that the reason why she runs today?
We put him in the race because the distance it's short, 7 furlong, and she won 6 furlong. We put him in race, 1 to 2 win. We put him, inshallah, we need to, she win, inshallah.
Hopefully she will. I said she's a really nice looking type. She looks really fit, really strong, and she's shining up in the coat. The team have made her look beautiful.
Yes, she run last time. First time she win, and the last time she have mucus.
Oh, okay.
That's why she not run very good. And then we put him, inshallah. We hope, inshallah, she win. She looking good. She's fit. We hope, inshallah, she win.
And I imagine no more mucus today. She's okay today.
Inshallah, no, inshallah. The weather is different.
So the weather has warmed up. She's clearly enjoying the warm weather. Hopefully she can give you a winner.
Inshallah.
All fingers crossed. Hopefully Max Thor can give this trainer a winner here.
Well, thoughts then and connections of Max Thor, who certainly had those 2 starts today to winner on debut. Last of 5 last time out, Tom, but we know the reasons why now.
Yes.
Or one of the reasons why, maybe.
Yeah, mucus supposedly held her back, and if she gets back to her debut run, then maybe she could go close here.
Well, that's the 4 runners set to go to post for our next race. We're just touching on the Saudi Cup. The qualifier is an internationally recognised Group 3 contest, the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques. We've got some of the best local horses around and a couple of Americans joining the party. I think the first time we've had American representation in this race heading into the Saudi Cup.
It's a phenomenal race. I'm just looking at the entries right now, and you can go through Alman won last time, rated 104. Alma Beer we saw win last Saturday, very good horse. Bada won one of the races on Saudi Cup weekend last year. Carmel Road, one of the highest rated horses in Saudi, as well as Karachi. Defunded we saw last week, another very, very talented horse from the US has come over. Final Destination, super reliable. And then you have the couple of US trained horses, Rattle and Roll, first time up here for Kenny McPeak for new owners, and EJ won the Cup as well, who's been subsequently purchased into by Prince Faisal, seemingly. I didn't know that was happening. Prince Faisal, by the way, got Way to Excel, Wootton Sun, and EJ won the Cup in that race. He's got a great chance.
And EJ won the Cup's got some pretty smart American form.
Yeah, both of the 2 American horses, they are smart, they're talented. It's just whether they can do it here. It's a long flight, isn't it, from the US to Saudi. I don't know how long EJ won the Cup's been here. Rattle and Roll's been here for a couple of weeks now to acclimatise. So, look, they're fascinating entries. Hopefully they can go close because we do want to see them on Saudi Cup weekend as well.
The Kel Basel rides power in numbers for the White Stable. We've got Tom Marquand coming across to ride Carmel Road, also for the White Stable. I mean, he was a big improver last year at Carmel Road.
Yeah, he was disappointing first time up this year, though, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. Power in numbers, super solid horse, ex-US runner. We're yet to mention who I believe will be the favourite in the race, Scotland Yard. horse number 14 for Adele Alfaredi. Great jockey booking. I don't know whether he's ridden Scotland Yard before, but Nicolas Bachelard doesn't usually pick up Adele for rides, so it'll be interesting to see how this horse gets on. He was brilliant on his seasonal reappearance, and he's arguably the best horse in Saudi Arabia that's locally raced throughout the year. So yeah, I'm looking forward to him.
And he has been beaten in the Saudi Cup in the past. I think when he first arrived here, we were all so excited by it. He looked as though he was going to be like another Emblem Road to give the locals another win in the race. But he's not managed to carry it forward on the big nights.
Yeah, the Saudi Cup's obviously a very tricky race nowadays, isn't it? It's harder than when Emblem Road won it. Emblem Road retired, didn't he, earlier this week as well, which is a big news story. But yeah, maybe Scotland Yard can go closer this year, we'll see. As
did Senor Buscador last year when he was due.
Yeah.
He was in the entrance where they came out 2 weeks ago, but he was retired over the weekend.
Yeah, I think he picked up an injury in his work. Well, they weren't happy with his work. I did read the story, I can't remember. DRF had it in the US, but he's been retired. He was going to go to the Pegasus World Cup and then make his way to the Saudi Cup, but not to be. He's already done more than enough for connections.
And he's not really been in the same form. And he ran so good here. He ran a good race in Dubai again, closing, but he's just not hit the same heights this year.
And also, if the track plays like it does now, when it comes to Saudi Cup time, he wouldn't have much of a squeak because he's such a deep closer that he would struggle on this pace-bias track.
And we'll also have more clues for the Saudi Cup tomorrow over at Meydan as well. We've got Romantic Warrior, the world's one of the world's best horses, certainly on turf. He goes in the Jebel Hatta on turf. Yeah. Laurel River, confirmed as the dual best horse in the world on the rankings with City of Troy. He also runs in the Firebreak. And we've also got Factor Cheval heading on to the dirt for the first time. Connection saying top 3 finish on the dirt in the Maktoum Challenge. He'll also be heading across for the Saudi Cup. So runners arriving down at the start then for this local breds winners of 2. Rwanda is the 5-6 market leader. Motawatha Bar's been backed 5-2 from 100 to 30. 11-2 for Macthor. Easy to back despite Connections accounting for the disappointing run. And Barham is the outsider of the field, also 11-2. On top, Tom, we've got
Rwanda. 4-3-1-2 is my preferred order of finishing here. I think Ricardo Souza Ferreira will just hold the inside position on this filly. She drops down massively in grade. She's got the most talent, in my opinion, and confirmed by official figures, and hopefully she can get the job done and justify favouritism. Yeah,
scratch the last run, Group 1 company in the King Fahad Cup. Look back to that race she won by 5 1/4 lengths. The Red Stable bought into her then. I think they can look forward to success with her here. She's the odds-on favourite, Callum. They are backing your selection against it into 5-2.
Let me tell you, boys, it's not my money. Not my money at all, but I do like the 3. I thought she was the pick of the paddock. Just a little bit of news regarding the custodian of the Holy Mosques. Uncle has been confirmed to be the ride of Mohammed Aldaham, a jockey in great form right now, so he will partner Uncle. And also, in discussions about Laurel River, I don't know whether anybody saw Bupat Simar bump into Aidan O'Brien at those Longines Award, but it was really wonderful to see because Bupat basically was like a fanboy. It was a really cool moment. He was excited to see Aidan O'Brien, and anybody else would be excited to see Aidan O'Brien. It was just a nice realisation that everybody is human, and if you do get to meet a legendary trainer like Aidan O'Brien, you do turn into a bit of a kid, and it was wonderful to see. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Laurel River gets on tomorrow, and then what happens coming forward for the Saudi Cup. I know Tom isn't the biggest fan of this horse being rated as the best horse in the world, but it'll be fascinating to see what happens over the next couple of weeks. It is all about racing in the Gulf, isn't it, over these next months, and I'm hugely excited to be just a small part of it all. But we must start with this contest, this local bred run at race for horses who have won less than 3 races, and I have to admit that the paddock pick is Motawatha, who I just thought was a real eye-catching type, and just filled the eye in all the ways that you wanted to see, and walked very well and looks to be loading pretty calmly. So that's the pick for me, boys. It won't take long to load, Anthony, so it's over to you.
Cheers, Callum. Yep, Motawatha Bar for you. There she is going in. Green cap for Rayan Altoesh. See the black cap for Rwada's jockey Ricardo Souza Ferreira. The blue with the braid, that's Bereham. So just 2 to go in. 4 runners then for this race. This is our 5:55, race 7. Nominals are 3 lifetimes. 7 furlongs, the long sprint, 1,400 metres. We're just about ready for a start. They're off. They've jumped away. The quartet of runners all got off to a good start. The best early pace, though, is coming from Macthor here, number 2 on the card, to go on in the cheek pieces and noseband. The blue of Bereham is going to sit in second place under Mohammed Al Hubail. On the outside, Motawatha Bart without cover. The green cap is advancing, but doing plenty of work under Rayan Altoash. And the back marker, black cap of Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board the favourite, Rawada, as they make the run down the back straight. So the lead is with Mac Thor out in front here. She leads by a length of the tail to Berehum in second place. Ridden along already is Motawatha Bar on the outside. Now the favourite might have to go 4 wide here. Tipping to the outside, you can see Rawada as they head around the crown of the home turn. The leader still going okay is Mac Thor by 3 parts to Berehum and Motawatha Bar in pursuit. Now here comes Rawada, but having to do plenty of work around the outside as they turn for home in the final 400 metres. Now the card's about to be played here. Here comes Berehum now to attack the long-time leader Mac Thor. Rawada's moving well, though, to the outside, and now starts to pick up Rawada, and all of a sudden Rawada looks the one as now she goes on for Ricardo Souza Ferreira and puts the race to bed in a matter of strides. Rawada is now pulling away in the final 250 metres. Motawatha Bar, having been outpaced when they turned in, is staying on to be second. Berehum will come home in third, and Mac Thor last of 4. But Rawada, a winning favourite at last. Rawada goes in and wins well to Motawatha Bar second. Berehum was third, and outclassed, I'm afraid, was Mac Thor. But both Tom and Martin were with Rawada, who cruised home in the end. Just a slight moment of concern before the home turn when she had to tip to the outside, but Ricardo Souza Ferreira knew what he had underneath him, and the favourite wins. 1 minute 28.58 seconds, wins by 3 lengths. Rawada, Motawatha Bar in second, and Berehum in third. Mac Thor last of 4. So 4-3-1-2 the order at last. Some normality restored as we have a winning favourite, Rawada, a class apart.
Who won that race? It was Rawada, horse number 4, who comes in here under Ricardo Souza Ferreira for Sami Al Harabi. Tried to speak to Sami beforehand, but he keeps telling me I need to do more Arabic lessons before he starts talking to me. But everyone was in good spirits ahead of this race, and they were very confident, and this horse has justified that confidence and the market support by absolutely bolting up. Well done to all involved, and well done to Ricardo. He's had a bit of a quiet couple of days, but he's now back amongst the winners, and everyone in the Ricardo Souza Ferreira's fan club will be absolutely over the moon with that. Pretty rudimental success in the end. Had to come widest of all, but ended up doing well enough to win. And we could just see the trainer of the 4th horse there, Max Thor's trainer as well, Farhad Saad, just getting involved in the pictures as well, which is lovely to see. A nice kiss for the winner there. Ooh, just be careful there. That was very close from Ricardo. Nearly got a little leg full of shoe there, but he was fine. We will grab a winner. We'll grab a word with our winning jockey straight away. He'll be chuffed to bits with that. They'll be over the moon with that. It's just seen Farhad just come by me as well. Everyone's very happy. Farhad Thorpe came 4th, but he's smiling as if he's had the winner. Lovely scenes all the way around. Here comes our winning jockey. He's been given the all clear, 58 kilos exactly. There's the sign as well. We love to see it. Well done, that man.
Thank you. What I say, I think for me this is the best in this race. He not ran good last time, but today different race just for. I know the race. Another filly go in front. She haven't speed. She like come step by step, you know. Just for horses, I come behind for the last cast in the last 400.
Yeah, and she was ridden very patiently. She's an interesting filly because she's quite small and narrow in front, but she's really quite strong as well. And you wouldn't expect it when you first look at her, but she's got plenty of size about her.
Yes, in the paddock he's looking amazing. I think it's nice filly. He can improve. Now maybe I give my opinion with Sammy. If give a little bit more time is better for this filly. But I'm happy win.
I'm very happy to see you back amongst the winners as well. We've just seen Jessica's here as well. She was very happy with that success. So all happy in the Sosa Ferreira household.
Yeah, sure. When you win, all happy, and thank you, Sammy. All the time trust in me, Abdullah. Every time trust in me, and this favor. And give me chance. It's a very good opportunity for me, and I hope this week more winners because big week.
It's a very big week, and hopefully there'll be some more hugs coming your way.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, no doubt she was the best horse in the field, and she's had to be. She had to circumnavigate her 3 rivals, but she stamped a class on the 3 against her.
She has, yeah. She's dominated this race. She just needed to. She will look. Everything didn't go right. That's for sure. She's just won. I think generally because she's got more talent than the rivals. McThor didn't show anything today. She's out the back in the first Red Stable Silks. Mota Watheba needs further. She's just a grinder with no speed. And Barayaham just isn't good enough. Rawada had 13 pounds in hand. When we see the full race replay in just 2 seconds' time, we'll talk about what went wrong. I don't think the start was good. It looked like she briefly stumbled as we take it now. She's drawn inside, black cap. It wasn't really a stumble. She was kind of just on her hind legs and then got bumped by Barayaham and was then forced to race in last.
So he seems quite content to let the rest of them get on with it.
Yeah, I suppose. Secondly, I'm surprised he didn't stay on the rail with her. Now, there is some kickback on this course, but it's not huge. He could have just stuck in this place right now, saved a lot of ground, and then came through late, but instead Ricciardo tipped 4 wide, which meant he covered a lot more ground on the track. He probably ran an extra 100 and so metres, which would usually be an excuse for a horse losing a race, but she's managed to overcome this. And if you look at all the other 3 runners up top, McThor's travelling well in hand, but she tires very quickly. Mota Watheba's already under pressure. Like, she's gone already. She's going to plug on, but she's got no speed. And Baraham's not going to find much from this spot. So she doesn't have much to do to beat these foes. She just has to switch leads turning in. Ricciardo makes an obvious move in about 2 seconds, where he veers in around now to switch leads, and she does so. And from there, she was always going to go clear. But it wasn't the best of races for a non-winners of 3 event. She's got talent, but she's not a Group 1 filly.
Well, they've tried at the top level. That didn't work out, be it at the very top level and over further. But, I mean, she's only rated 75 in this.
Yeah. She's not going to go up either.
No.
Because she's beaten 2 horses rated 60 and another horse that's just not performed, that didn't have a mark. So, if you try, and even then, like, you can only see what's in the race. And even then, like, you can only see what's in the race. I think he just was watching what was going ahead of him. He saw those horses weren't good enough, and his horse got him out of any kind of problem. I don't like the fact he covered more ground, but Ricciardo's a brilliant rider and he wouldn't do that often. On turf, for example, last week he rode a winner and we were singing his praises. I think it was on Moswat for Tharman Dahani. We were singing his praises because he saved ground. So he obviously did that as a conscious effort, and yeah, look, the best filly's won, and we've got a winner on the board, which is key.
Yeah, maybe just the fact that he could have stayed on the rail, only 3 horses to beat, keep it simple, come wide. You know he's on the best filly.
Yeah.
Might not be pretty, but win the race.
Yeah, I suppose. If one of those horses inside actually produced a better performance, then he might have been in trouble, but that didn't happen, so it's all hypothetical in the end.
So winner for the Red Stables in race 7 of 12 here today. So we move on to race 8, which is going to be a local bred horses maiden. Then we've got race 9, which is upcoming as well, another maiden race before those 2 open contests which round off the card. But let's get the details then on this local bred maiden for the 4 and 5-year-olds over the 1600. Back with Anthony.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, number 12 doesn't go here. Shaflut is out. So who are the runners and riders for this maiden, as you say? Number 1 is Al-Kamar Ali, Naif Al-Anazi. Number 2 is Al-Zalmawi for Mohammed Saeed. Number 3 is Arkadli, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 4, Aziz Al-Nabar, Alex Moreno. 5 is Black Power, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 6, Eslar Selman Al Rashid. Over the page to find number 7, Faryaf Al Asail, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 8 is going to be Gala Hamad for Ahmad Al Tayar. Number 9 is Kabat, Jimmy Carrion. Number 10, Mutasarray, is written by Muhannad Al Nassar. 11 is Kamar Assoud, who is written by Fawaz Wanas. 12 is the Scratch, Shaflut. So 13, Bandinaya, Abdullah Alorfi. Really good form, isn't he, today, with a couple of winners. 14, Dovil for Abdullah Al Hussein. Number 15, Jaman Al Kaya for Abdullah Al Rashid. 16 is Kanz Al Galea, written by Abdullah Al Saidi. 17, Mijan, Abdullah Al Odib. 18, Sabahat, Ayad Al Tarisi. 19, Talamea for Camilo Espino, who's been out of sorts today so far. 20 over the page is Wad Al Jahara. Thab Al Timyat, who rode our first winner, is on board that one. And 21 is a runner here too, Talawar, and Abdullah Al Kradis takes the mount. Scratch 22, Scratch 23, Scratch 24 and 12. Right, where's Callum? Is he relaxing somewhere?
Oh, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen at home, I have found the most relaxing spot on the racecourse. We have a purpose-built tent with some of the comfiest seating I've enjoyed. My mum would be proud of me as well, because I've even taken off my shoes to be in here. I'm not barefooting it, I'm just socking it. But I must admit, this is a very cosy little setup. And if I tell you what, you've got views all over as well. You can see both screens from down here. You can see the horses making their way past me. And we've got various levels of seating as well. So I'm currently in sort of these throne-like seats, which are incredibly comfortable. I don't want to get up. We've got a couple of sheepskin rugs below. See, I know my sheepskin rugs when I see them. We've got a couple of what I would describe as a footrest as well here as well, which offers a different level of comfortability, I should say. And then here, I imagine, sort of ride this like a saddle. But it's very comfortable. I could stay here all day, team. I've got no plans of moving on. It's a massive, massive space. I imagine there's going to be a hive of activity around here tomorrow and Saturday. But for the time being, I've got all to myself. And me and my cameraman, Nawaf, may never come back. Certainly a great space to be. It's all part of what's being built here for the next couple of days. So at the moment, it's still being built up here. We're leaving things right into the last minute. But on Friday and Saturday, there will be plenty more stalls for me to get stuck into. But for the time being, I think the most important stall has been built, and somewhere where I can sit back, relax and enjoy the rest of the racing. I've found no winners, so I may as well find a comfy chair to enjoy the rest of the evening. So shoes are off, they're outside. Jacket will probably come off soon too, and I'll be nice and relaxing, enjoying the rest of the racing. All I need now is a cup of Arabic coffee. So if Tom or Martin, if you can make your way out the studio into the cold, come and bring me a coffee and I'll be all set. I'll be waiting here on my makeshift saddle.
What do they call that, a long wait?
Yeah, I think he's asked for one of those.
Yeah. You've just asked for a long wait, Callum. We'll deliver it. And we are delivering it right now.
We are.
Enjoy sitting on your stool. We'll maybe speak to you a little bit later.
We'll carry the show.
Yeah, we do. It's okay, yeah. If he wants a coffee, he knows where the machine is. Right. When we get these stools, do you get some sort of woolen sheet blanket?
Yeah, I would quite like one of those, especially when it gets cold in here. Maybe we could use one of those in the outro later as well, if we're doing it outside.
Oh, maybe just bring a couple of those up for us.
Yeah.
Rather than demanding us to go, like, servants going to bring him coffee, he can bring us some comfortable seating. Okay, local breds, horses maiden, over the 1600 metres. We've heard the details with Anthony, all of the contenders for this, and one bit of form we can have a look at. The Whites Devil have been out of luck so far today. They've got Talamia in this. Camilo Espino on board once again, looking to get off the mark at the fourth attempt. 2 runs in Taif and 2 runs back here.
She's got the opposite kind of profile for a normal white stable horse. She's a 5-year-old. She's only had 4 starts. She's yet to win. She's drawn wide today. This effort, she was a little bit laboured. I don't really know what to make of her, to be honest. She represents leading connections, but I'll tell you what, if you put this horse with any other connections apart from white or red stable, you could ask for a price, I reckon. You get 20 to 1.
She's rated 51.
Yeah, low. She's a 5-year-old. She's not going to improve. She's nowhere near top rated in the race yet. She's 11 to 4 favourite. Not for me.
No, 10th of 20, the local bred maiden over 1600 metres, and 4th, as we saw, over the course and distance last time out. And she was on the early prices, just under 3 to 1 on the international markets. Let's check back in and see what's happened since then. And yeah, she still is around the 11 to 4 market leader. Al Kamir Ali is second best. That has stayed relatively stable, rated 55. You've got Al's Halmawi of 57, Cadley also off 57, and they're certainly bigger prices. Well, let's start off with Al Kamir Ali, rated 55, 0 from 6, but third over the course and distance last time out.
Yeah, it was a better effort last time. He actually hit the front that day. It looked like he was coming through to win, and then he got overhauled and finished third. That was over the course and distance. He's vulnerable in the latter stages of a race, and the fact he's partnered with Nathan Anazi, an extremely aggressive rider, to me that's a bit of a negative. I think he might be ridden a touch inefficiently, and I don't have him on top. I do think he'll place. He's my third selection, as in selection to finish third.
And maybe it's by default that Talamahi is the international favourite because you've got the horse we just mentioned, but then you've got the 2 and the 3.
Yeah.
Al Salmawi and Cadley, who are 0 from 23 and 0 from 15, and both drawn pretty badly.
I completely agree with what you're saying. You're saying default selection because she's unexposed, she represents leading connections, and the remainder are all exposed and average.
Basically.
Yeah.
Or you've got the debutante as the 4.
Sure. I'll move on to my selection after the 2 you've just mentioned there. The 2 and the 3, we'll talk about them. Al Zamawi, the 2, long-standing 23 race maiden, isn't in the same form this year as he was in last year. I don't think he'll win today. I don't have him on top. I don't have him in my top 4, and he's drawn out in 12, which is not ideal. So I'm against the 2. The 3 are Cadley. The recent efforts have been solid, but they were in Taif, and he hasn't run yet in Riyadh this season. So you're kind of taking on trust that 1, he can replicate that form on this venue, which is probably unlikely as he prefers a deeper surface, and 2, that he can break well and get across from 18, which is very unlikely. So again, I'm not interested in Cadley.
What do you like then?
I like horse number 8.
Okay.
I do want to caveat this with, I don't like anything in the race, but my selection will be the 8, Gala Hamad. Only rated 54, so again, has plenty to find, but he's a front runner. Big tick. That was kind of what I was looking for in this race. These types of horses aren't quickeners. They're not going to suddenly come from last to first. They go the speed they can for as long as they can, and that's what happens. Then they finish wherever they can. Gala Hamad will go forward, hopefully make the front from stall 3, grab the rail, ride the bias. That will dramatically help. He's endured a wide trip. There's the horse right now, Gala Hamad. He's endured a wide trip the last twice, extremely wide last time, 9 wide on the turn. I think he can go better from an inside gate, but look, this is a race where I wouldn't have supreme confidence about any of these.
I'd maybe just give a mention as well to the 7, who's a big price here, but comes back down in distance, only had the 4 runs so far. But let's see if Callum can unearth some more clues in this, because it's a tricky race, this race 8, Callum.
It is a tricky race indeed, Martin, and the 8 is one that I think is deserving of a mention. Was quite well fancied last time when just running no real race, and I still think there's a good performance in there. So I do think Tom's selection makes sense. I've got no negatives at all about the way this horse is walking around the parade ring. Obviously, we're not going to be seeing any superstars here at this stage in this sort of company, but certainly a horse that looks fit enough to do the damage, no condition at all. Again, I say it all the time, some really good dappling all over, just showing how rude health this horse is in, and certainly one for the shortlist. Tom, I don't think you'll be far out with this selection. Let's go back to 9. This is Kabat. We've seen this horse plenty, but we need to see a bounce back to form after the last 2 starts. Again, another very long, light individual, completely different to the horse we've just seen before. As you can see, this horse, again, you can fit a family of 5 on the back. You get 2 saddles on her, so maybe I'll be looking elsewhere. I just don't think that she maybe has got the best chance in here. Jimmy Carrion on board, he'll be crying out for a winner. He's had a quiet couple of weeks as well, so looking forward to him and his performance, I should say. Let's drop back. There's 2 more I want to look at right at the back. Now, we'll go back to horse number 19 and 20 here, who are just coming towards us now. Number 19's the grey for the White Stable. Not shown too much form at all, has this runner, but hopefully Camille can get this horse's head in front. This is Talima, who we're just seeing here. really, really good-looking type. Really good-looking. She's now a 5-year-old and she's still looking for her first win, but she's only had the 4 starts. She's not been disgraced the last 2 outings. She's finished in the money. She's a big, robust sort. She's quite masculine-looking, isn't she, the 19? Real eye-catcher in the parade ring. She's certainly the pick of the paddock for me. Camillo's on board, but again, this looks like an opportunity. If she wins this, if she doesn't win here, she could be getting trained somewhere else going forward. The draw in stall 13 won't make it easy for her either, but Camillo looks red hot and ready to go. He'll hope for his first success of the evening. Just drop back to horse number 21 now, if that's the last one we'll look at. Talawar. If we're talking about a horse that looks great in the coat, this is the one. A really, really nice looking individual. Has only had the 1 start. Will hopefully build on that. In fact, there's no doubt we'll build on that. And certainly is a bit of a paddock pick. Just see the head twitching there. Just playing with the mouth a little bit. That would be a slight concern. It's not as in the anxiety you see they're chewing down on the bit. It's more of a just uncomfortable nature of it. So I would suggest that'd be a slight negative, but plenty of positives about the way this horse is shining up in the coat. The pick of the yard though, Telemea, horse number 19. That's a pick for me.
21 in shot. Talawar, 1 start so far, down the field. As we check in again on the international market. I also was going to just give a quick mention to was Fire Al Asayel, which is horse number 7. 3 runs here. They've all been over 1800, 1600, back up to 1800 in the local bred maiden last time. Comes back down in trip, nicely drawn in 4, unexposed.
Yeah, it wasn't beaten far, as you say, over 1800 in November. If he goes back to that 4th place finish from a good draw, maybe he's massively overpriced. But the last 2 runs have been a little bit disappointing, which is why I wrote him off. But maybe I've taken a judgment too soon there. This is a race where any horse in here could win. Yeah, there really would be very limited shocks. I mean, looking at some of the bigger prices, maybe if the 15 won, you'd be questioning what's going on the 17 and the 10. They're the only 3 horses in here that I would be completely shocked if they won.
Well, Deauville is a coastal town in Normandy, big racing town as well in France. Got a big sales complex. They've got a runner here of the same name, a local bred horse in Deauville, rated 59. Had 13 starts, but not been seen since Taif back in August.
Yeah,
8 to 1 in international markets.
Crazy price. He's going to be literally last in the first furlong. He's got no early speed. He wants 2,400 metres. This is just too sharp for Deauville. He could pass a few late. He definitely won't finish last. This also got a nice pedigree by Worldly out of a dam called My Place Anytime, who was a sprinter, so maybe the mile is a bit too far, but who knows. But she won 10 times in the US. She was very good racing mare, so there is some pedigree there. He also gets Alex Moreno on board, which is a positive. So there are pluses there for the 4, but the price again hasn't gone missed in the official the international market. It's currently 3rd or 4th favourite, I think.
Do you like number 5, Black Power, at all?
No, 0 from 18. Deep closer. I mean, how many of these deep closers? Basically, in an older horse maiden, deep closer equals slow. And yeah, he won't be winning this.
Who is going to be winning it then? The favourite, Talami, has gone from 11-4 to 5-2 as hardened. I think it's just purely because the rest of them are so ordinary. This horse, draw okay run last time, connections.
Yeah. Well, I've got a second purely because I knew she'd be favourite and the connections, not based on form. She was my second pick. I'll run through my 1, 2, 3, 4 quickly. I've got 8 on top, Gala Hamad, that's my pick in here. 9 race gelding, hopefully he can make all against the rail. In second, I've got the market leader, which is Talamea, horse number 19. In third, I've got the 1, Alkmaar Ale, and to be fair, my 4th place horse is scratched, so just a 1, 2, 3 in this race.
5-2 for Talamea. Alkmaar Ale 6-1. Alongside is Al Nabar. Number 8, Tom's selection, is just attracting a bit of money, 17 to 11-2. Gala Hamad.
I think he's a very good each way, or was a very good each way bet at 7-1. I'd be surprised if he was out of the 3, considering his running style and his recent form.
Here's number 8 on the race cards, rated 54, 9 starts so far. I've got a good berth here in stall 3.
That first time starter in shot right now, the 4, looks lovely. Big horse.
Stall 14?
Yeah, that's a problem, especially for a first timer because they might miss it. But on pedigree and on looks, the 4's getting ticks.
I think if we're giving selections, I might just go for the 4 purely because it's not going to have to be brilliant to beat this lot.
Agreed. I have no...
I can't come up with a reasoned selection for most of them.
Yeah, I have no problems with the 4 at all. Aside from the fact it's the first time starter at the age of 5. That's literally it. So I don't mind that at all. I'm glad you're kind of covering that base. I'm going to be with the proven horse, the 8, Gala Hamad. But I think you have to oppose this favourite. Look, even if the favourite wins, Talamea, she's too short in the market, in my opinion, to recommend, just purely on the basis that her form doesn't make her a worthy favourite. If she was trained or owned by anyone else, she'd be double figure price.
We saw early on today horses getting loose on the front end. You said there's lots of deep close in here, so maybe it's got to set up for something that's quite unfancied to get away from the field early.
Kind of my thinking with Gala Hamad, but there are a couple of others forward-going types in here. I do think being on or very close to the speed is going to be a massive advantage, despite the fact now we are stretching out in distance to 1600 rather than 12 or 1400.
Yeah, our first few races today over the 1200. The first 4 were over the 1200. The last 3 have been over the 1400. We're now up to 1600 for the next 4 and round out over 2,000 metres. So you're going 8 on top for Tom. I'm going to go 4 on top. Aziz Al-Nabar, just purely because the rest of them seem quite limited and this horse just could be better than them. But in shot there, Callum, we can see the market leader who was quite strong in the market but just eases back out. Talamea back out to 11-4.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. It's Talamea. Really, really likeable type in the parade ring. Couldn't take my eyes off her. Worth noting that the 4 is the same connections, trainer, jockey, owner, as the 2nd in our first race. Remember that horse rated 25 who ran a huge race to finish 2nd? The 4 is the same connections. Also Alex Moreno in the plate. Don't be surprised to see a big run there from Martin and sort of Tom's selection as well. But Martin's put it up. Gala Hamad for Tom as well. The 8 certainly makes an awful lot of sense. A repeat of the effort that this gelding showed a few starts ago would be more than enough to win here. But I was drawn to the 19. Although it's a pretty basic selection, I'm going to stick with it, hopefully to get my first winner of the day. It's been a fairly quiet day. I've had a couple of seconds though, can't complain. And there she is, just in shot. She's a little bit joggy now, but she was really revved up and ready to go leaving the parade ring. She nearly put all 4 feet in the air at one point, and Camilla will be crying out for a winner. This race has pace collapse all over it though, doesn't it? Because there's a few of these that like to be up there and famously stop quite quickly. And over the mile, you'd just be concerned that there might be too many that go too hard too early, even if we are a speed favouring course. At the end of the day, the petrol gauge is the petrol gauge. So well worth noting what happens in this contest. Looking forward to it. I must admit, Naif Alanazi, we've not given him too much of a mention. He was on that well-fancied Purebred Arabian that ran no race. He'll be hoping Al-Kamar Ali runs a much, much better race today. 5, Black Power, will be appropriate winner on Martin Luther King Day with only a couple of days ago, wasn't it? So that would be an appropriate winner. But again, 0 from 18. Very hard to fancy, and I wasn't too. I was here for the run last time out and was well beaten on that occasion. But Khaled Al-Mamoni in the saddle is certainly a positive jockey booking. They are loading. There's just a couple getting checked behind the tape, but Anthony Ennis will give you all that information. For now, it's over to you, Enzo.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, runners about to go behind. Final glance at the international market. 11-4 Talamea, number 19, the one you'd like. Gala Hamad has been back, the one that Tom's put forward. 9-2 from 7s. Al-Kamar Ali 5-1, and Martin's fancy the newcomer Aziz Al-Nabar 11-2 international market. 8-1 then for Al-Zalmawi. Runners are going forward then for this 6:25 race, going the mile, the 1600 this time. There is the purple colours of Aziz Al-Nabar. Did look very well, that debutant. He caught the eye in the prelims. Couple to load then. Going to be number 7 to go forward. That's Faryaf Al-Asail. And the last one, I think, is going to be number 18, Sabahat Ayad Al-Tarisi, was in great form last week. We're almost set. There's one more at the back, and 11 is coming from a long way away from the stalls. Kamar Al-Sood, who's hiding away. Blue and white colours. Fawas Wanas brings that one forward. Horse wearing the yellow blinkers. This one, I think, will be the last one for race 8. This is our 6:25 here at Riyadh today. So the lights are on. Over the mile, they're off. They've jumped away. One was very awkward coming out. It was towards the back there in the green and white. Eslar, who missed a kick quite badly, green and white silks. Eslar trails them early doors. One of the greys broke well towards the inside. Gala Hamad is going to get that rail from stall 3 and go on here for Ahmad Al-Tayyar. So Gala Hamad on the inside of the well-fancied Talamia. These two are first and second. Third place, Aziz Al-Nabar. So the big fancies are all up there early on. They in fact are 1, 2 and 3 here. Gala Hamad from Talamia and Aziz Al-Nabar. 4 lengths back to the 4th horse. That is Kabat at this stage. And then further back behind Kabat is Sabahat towards the outside. Further back we have Talawar, who's towards the inside of Kamar Al Su, with the wider out of those trying to get a little bit closer then is Mutasaray, but work to do, and they're all trying to catch this leader at the moment, who is going well. Gala Hamad, who leads by a length and a half, to Talamia, the green cap, in second. Now making up some ground towards the inside is Kabat, Jimmy Carrier on the green and white silks. The newcomer, Aziz Al-Nabar, in the purple and silver colours, is sweeping around the outside, is going very strongly as they turn for home. So Gala Hamad has got company here, needs to recognise Aziz Al-Nabar as a big threat. And Aziz Al-Nabar, this debutant, has now got on. In between them, though, Talamia is going with this one. Aziz Al-Nabar leads, though, by a half length. So Talamia is trying to get the rail in second, but is a length and a half behind and now looks held. Staying on again from the back is Kabat. But up front it is Aziz Al-Nabar. First time out, leading by a length and a half. Trying again is Talamia near the line. Aziz Al-Nabar getting a bit weary late on. Aziz Al-Nabar's in front. The post will save him. Aziz Al-Nabar, winning debut. Goes on to beat into second place Talamia, and they were clear of Kabat in third place. Winner for Martin Kelly. Great shout. The newcomer did look an absolute picture. Aziz Al-Nabar. Alex Moreno gets his winner after a quiet couple of weeks perhaps, but he's given this horse a lovely ride. Just getting over towards that rail was crucial as well. He was coming back slightly at Talamia in second. Camilo Ospina has to settle for another silver medal. 1 minute 41.80 the winning time. 3 parts of a length the winning margin. 4 Aziz Al-Nabar the winner. 19 Talamia was second, and 9 Kabat was third. Fourth, number 2 Al-Zamawi. Well done to the winner. Number 4 Aziz Al-Nabar.
Alex Moreno is your winning rider aboard the debutant Aziz Al-Nabar. Well spotted by the boys circling down at the start. I missed this one in the parade ring. I was coming back from that lovely cushioned area, and it's a real shame I missed it because very good looking individual here, Aziz Al-Nabar. First time starter at the 5-year-old in Tyre. Wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't the first home, maybe at a bigger stable and then transferred, having just not been able to run it so far, but has certainly done the damage here. Oh, sorry, I'm just running into everybody there. Very impressive winner nonetheless. Credit to Alex Moreno here. He was just touched off on our opener, had a few other unfortunate rides, but is a winner here. Saw him in the gym this morning. He was ready and raring to go today, and he's managed to get that winner in front. the gym being all important, and he'll be over the moon with that success. And Connections will be over the moon with this success as well. They've got a fun horse here to go to war with, and there'll be plenty more races to be won. Well worth noting, the second, Telema, ran a big race for favourite backers. That came here with a rating of 51. Now, you'd argue that this horse is probably a 55 rated horse on the back of that performance if that runner-up has run to the best of her ability, which would probably mean 0 to 60 that's still available. There would be, imagine this horse will get a rating very quickly, and handicaps could be the way to go. Plenty more left in the tank, and a very happy Alex Moreno. I tell you what, let's get a close-up view of the cap. That's a lovely colour. Oh, that's my favourite coloured cap we've seen so far today. So let's see what Aziz Al Naba's jockey Alex has to say as he weighs in. Horse carrying 58 kilos, and Alex was half a kilo over, for goodness sake. So there, even more an impressive performance there, because the jockey was a little bit on the heavy side. We'll just grab him now. He's just talking. He's just having a word with some other people. I'll let him finish. You got to have that talk first. That's fine. He hugs all round. He's just saying it's a good horse.
Well, you saw him. He's doing well. First time here. I expect he wants to run in the front, but was a little speed, keeping the pace, and he do it.
There was only really 3 of you that ever got into it. You, Camillo, and who was on Gala Sard? Asil Altea were all up there early, but it was just you who came home best.
Well, my horse, he's running outside. I think the track's more deep than here, so that's why he stay.
And he's a very big, tall, strong horse, isn't he?
Yeah, he looked well. So is he?
He looked well and he ran well. Well done, because that's the first winner for a while. You've been quiet, so it's good to see you back in the winners' enclosure.
Well, many seconds, but I'm the game, so.
Here we go. We know what happens when you ride one winner. The waterfall starts, so we'll be prepared to see plenty more. Well done.
Thank you.
And well done to Alex Moreno. Comes up in front on this newcomer, who's beaten 51 and 56 rated rivals into the minor honours, but was always handily placed upon the outside.
Yeah, very well done with your selection. We did allude to this horse looking beautiful in the prelims, and
but
also
it wasn't through breaking down sectional times and ratings and all that kind of thing.
Not at all. And his pedigree was really good, a damn 10-time winner. So you don't see that too many times over here, especially in older horse maidens. There was a lot there in terms of ticks in the boxes, but also you had to educated guess whether he was actually going to produce today. Alex loved that one. Considering it was a low-grade race, every winner counts for Alex.
And given he's maybe not had the success this season he has in previous.
Yeah, last year he had a brilliant season. He was virtually unstoppable when it came to Riyadh, but not the same this time around. He managed to bounce out this 5-year-old into a nice prominent position. Aziz Al Naba, you can see on the outside in the purple and grey silk.
And he showed good early speed to get up on there.
Really good early speed, albeit the ones at the back are very slow.
Yes.
Gal Hamad made the front as anticipated against the rail. That's the reason I liked him, but he wasn't good enough today. He faded late on. In second at this stage was your market leader, Talamea, and in third was the eventual winner. Those 3 are 2 to 3 lengths clear of the remainder, which are headed by Kabat, who eventually finishes third. The speed is basically just dominated. The horses in second, third and fourth right now finish second, first and third in that order. If you were further back than 5 lengths off the lead, you just had no chance.
Well, your horse, at this stage, your man's looking around here on the grey horse out in front, Gala Hamad, and you'd have been confident for thinking you've got to be there or thereabouts from this stage.
Yeah, he just gets really tired, which either leaves me to thinking the jockey's gone too hard, which is a good possibility, or just that he's
just limited.
Yeah, or limited, either or really. But he's run the race I expected and just got very tired in the latter part, and it's opened the door for the remainder. The White Stable horse was a horse you had to take on, regardless of where she finished really. Her price was too short, and it turns out to be the first time starter that got the job done, which is kind of a good thing, because the remainder are all very average, and he might be okay.
What level of form do you think he's round to on debut?
Probably just a mark of 55 to 60, to be honest. I don't think half of this field have deserved their rating of mid-50s. Probably 55 to 60, but he's likely to improve next time, given this was his first racecourse experience, and maybe he's a 60 to 70 horse in time. These are no great shakes. You can just see how that big clump of horses back in the field, they're all much of a muchness. He's just the best of them.
A bit of size and scope about it, when you just look at that compared to those in behind him.
100%, but he is a 5-year-old, that's the problem. Like, how much improvement are you going to get out of a 5-year-old? Of course, fitness will probably increase, which will make him a little bit better next time, but I mean, he's not a 100 rated performer masquerading
No.
at this level. So I think Connections have got to keep their wits about them and place this horse well in handicaps or non-winners of 2 events. I don't think they'll manage to get off the mark in a better contest than that. But he's done it well today.
Well, we do have higher rated horses still to come. Those rated 100 and so. A little bit later on, our final 2 open races on the card. 4 more still to bring you. Races 9, 10, 11 and 12. We've got a maiden for 3-year-olds. 3-year-olds coming up in a moment. In fact, 2 3-year-old maidens, 1 for colts, 1 for fillies, and a couple of open races over the 1600 and to round off a little bit later over the 2,000 metres as well. The first of 3 days racing. Today, just a starter or a warm-up for the main dishes to come over the next couple of days. I mean, what would you describe tomorrow? Like, we've got the sort of, if it was an Indian dish, we'd be having the sort of poppadoms now.
Oh, don't you start me.
We'll be getting tucking into the samosas and
Yeah.
the barges tomorrow with
Yeah.
a bit of naan bread and the big fiery hot madras on Saturday.
Oh yeah, and it'll be a double portion. That's how good it is.
And one man who loves a double madras, Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Martin. I was wondering where we go with that. Right, here we go. He's the chicken tikka masala, didn't get another mention. Right, this is a maiden. 20 runners I'm counting here. Quite a few nons. We'll go through them. Number 1 is Al Abrak, Salman Al Rashid. 2 is Bark Al Fahad, Abdullah Al Odi. 3, Creative Time, Nawef Al Mudiani. 4, Desert Love, Abdullah Al Rashid. 5 is a non-runner, Major Wabel. 6 is a non-runner, Malaf. So we go to 7, Mustan Seer for Fawas Wanas. 8, Peninsula Power, Camillo Ospina. Around a 7-1 chance. Over the page to find number 9, Rahib Walla, Rakan Alabaid rides that one. 10 is Rash, Mohammed Aldaham looking for a double. 11 is Raidan, written by Adel Al Faradi now, replacing Louis Morales, who's not riding today. 12 is the hot favourite, Riyadh El Ez, for the treble-seeking rider, Abdullah Alofi. Number 13 is Samayan for Mohammed Saeed. 14 is Saudi Spear, Mohammed Al Hubail. 16 is the second favourite, Too Enticing, Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who had a winner earlier on. Number 17, Yo Lighting, Thab Al Timyati won the first races on board that one. Number 18 is Deem for Asil Al Sahani, who won the second race on the card. Number 19 is Faragar, Abdullah Al Saidi rides that one. Number 20, Mitwa Saya for Ayad Al Tarisi, Scratch 21. 22 gets in, comes out of gate 20, Nidam, Alex Moreno looking for a double, and 23 gets in as well, the other reserve. Hasnan comes out of stall 4 and draws Naif Al-Anazi. 24 doesn't go, 20 runners. Let's go across to Callum.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Yeah, I'm only going to focus on 2 horses for the time being, and then I will find you a paddock pick a little bit later on. But I think it's really important when I talk about horses coming into their winter coats and still in their summer coats. And this is what I mean by, look at horse number 2. This is a horse who is definitely in his winter coat. This is Bark Al Fahad. Now, straight away you can see that woolly nature of his coat, the fact he's a little bit duller in colour. Now, they've tried their best to turn him out as well as possible, as all stable staff do, but it's very difficult to turn out a horse to make him look good when he's in his winter coat. The reason why I bring him up is keep him in mind as we pull back to horse number 3, Creative Time. Creative Time just coming towards me now. Now, this is a horse still in the summer coat. Look at the difference in. Now, you can see just on the top, on the neck, and on the hindquarters, really, really shiny. You can see there's not that thick, woolly nature to him, but underneath, if we get a bit closer under his belly, you can just see he's turning a little bit. Now, that is because he sweated a little bit under there as well, but he's just on the turn. So I would say today's the day you've got to catch him, Creative Time, and he certainly will be well fancied here on the back of back-to-back second placed efforts. But I was just saying, boys, this is a really interesting one. Some horses, they're now fully in their winter coat because the weather has been a bit cooler, and summer horses are clinging on to their summer coat. And remember, it's only going to get hotter from here.
Yes, thank you very much, Callum. This is a very tricky contest in here, and it's pretty hard to decipher who deserves to be favourite. But I think we're both going to side on the same horse, yes,
yeah.
Which is Riyadh El Ez, and hopefully we can see the horse in action now. He's in the green and yellow stilts, yellow cap, green body with the yellow epaulets in this piece of footage, and again today. He's around mid-div right now. You see him on the rail, just stuck for room, nowhere to go in between horses. Then there's bad interference, he takes a bump. But watch how he finishes this race off. Bearing in mind this is his debut effort. I I thought this was extremely promising. He manages to repass a couple of horses here in front of him, including Samihan, actually, who we saw earlier today. And he finishes a good third. I think a repeat of this, without the interference and without the trouble in running, could be good enough.
He's got a good berth in stall 6 as well. Plenty to like about that debut run for Riyadh Alez. Third of 18 over the course of distance in a maiden race back on the 9th of January. Went down by 6 lengths and tops international field at 7-4 on the international markets. Too Enticing is second best at 11-4. A similar profile for Too Enticing. Ricardo Ferreira de Souza on board. 1 run so far, 5th of 13 here, but not drawn as well.
Was a big eye catcher on that occasion. That came in a course and distance open as well, so now drops down into maiden company. Not drawn as well, no, in stall 14. That was the only negative I had against the 16. I could have had the 16 on top. I think it's between the two. It looks a 2-horse race, but the 16 is beautifully named, isn't it? By Enticed, out of Mother's Milk, Too Enticing.
Well, Too Enticing, the second best, as you say, well named. As we head back out to Callum, who's got more details on this next race.
Thank you, team. Yes, this is the 11, Raydan here, who is a really nice-looking individual. Mentioned here, the summer coat shining up really well. A well-muscled individual. Remember, these horses were just turned 3, so they're basically still very mature juveniles, and it'll be interesting to see how they go. Not the best of walkers here, you can see with Raydan. Just a little bit sore on his off 4, so I'd be saying he's a good looker, but the walk is a bit of a letdown here, so that might be one thing to take note. Still a little bit of condition as well, but shining up well in the coat. Let's look at 2 really nice ones. The 15 and 16 are the next 2 we'll look at. 15 is Chagrin. We've seen this horse a couple of times now. 6 on debut and unplaced last time out. Really good looking chestnut individual here. A long, scopy type who's certainly going to build on this frame and is a really nice looking, well put together individual. The future lies over further with this one, and it'll be one that Abdullah Manif will be looking forward to seeing and probably looking forward to more of a next season project. But has to have an each-way chance in a race like this. Connections cannot be ignored. This is Too Enticing, the 16 just in behind here. This is the next one we're going to have a look at. This is a big, scopy, strong individual. Still with a little bit of growing to do, I'd imagine, as well. The back end is still just a little bit light, but certainly a nice enough type. Very upright. Reminds me of that Hazam we saw winning last week. Just a horse that still needs to grow into that frame and just relax a little bit in the pasterns and all those other areas just below the knees, just to try and really, it's hard to judge here because they do this as foals and they just need to grow into it and they just need to sort of relax into their own body slightly. He still needs to do that, but I must admit, he's an absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous individual and just a really, really nice type, and certainly is a pick so far. We'll go right the way back to horse number 20, who is the last one we'll look at here. Now, this is one that's just got a little bit worked up in the parade ring, having a big old snort and a jig jog around. But this is Misataya, who is the rider of Ayad Al-Tarisi, who is a very talented young jockey who did well last week. This horse is carrying just a wee bit of condition, just looking a bit chunky, and probably isn't the tallest, but I thought looks really well in the parade ring and has that very exaggerated hind action. Just look at his back legs that come up, they swing around. I just want this horse to be a little bit more correct walking round. So really, the selection is quite simple, guys. Too Enticing has been Too Enticing for me.
Too Enticing, by Enticed, out of Mother's Milk. Too Enticing is Callum's selection. Second best on the international markets. Let's touch on another horse in the lineup that we've got to give a mention to. It's horse number 8, Peninsula Power, formerly trained by Richard Fires. Had a couple of goes here, but no real signs of any promise in those couple of runs. Peninsula Power in the 2 starts here, 17th and 7th in 2 runs, one of 1,400 metres. And last time, I suppose there was a step forward last time, an open company over this trip.
Yeah, but it would have been hard to step backwards based on the first effort. Just very limited.
But it could have finished 18th next.
Could have. Just very limited kind of encouragement to be taken out of the 2 dirt runs. I'm not entirely convinced he even likes the surface at all. So at 7-1, I'm more than happy to overlook him. I think he should be priced based on that official figure, which isn't exactly a replica of what he's shown on dirt. It's more a replica of what he's shown on turf.
Potential improvers, the 3. This is a creative time rated 57's had 4 starts today, but the last couple of runs, second over 1200 and second over 2000, did a handicap last time.
Yeah, I thought he produced a really nice late surge actually to finish second in the 1200 metre maiden last time. 2 starts back, sorry. Then last time he ran second over 2000. He didn't want the 2000, so maybe the middle ground. This middle ground of 1600 metres is a good spot for creative time. I've got this gelding as my 3rd pick. As in my pick to finish 3rd. I don't know why I keep saying 3rd pick. My pick to finish 3rd in this contest. He's by a time test, and that stallion's done very well with limited stock over here.
Let's move then down to number 7, Mustang Sir, who's a 10-to-1 chance. 3 starts to date, 4th, 6th, and 6th. Needs to take a step forward off a mark of just 49.
Yeah, this is my pick to finish 4th, Mustang Sir, horse number 7. By game winner, a good horse in the US. So far, the efforts here have not been amazing, but they have been consistent. I think he'll run home passing tired rivals late. He's likely to be out of his ground in the early stages, and therefore it's going to be hard to see him come out on top. But he could easily run 4th, 3rd, one of those places.
Wasn't horse number 18, Deems, also towards the top of the international market at 14? Wasn't there a good horse in Dubai a few years ago called Deem?
I'm not sure. There was a good horse in the UK called Doom, but I don't know about Deem.
I'm sure there was a Deem in Dubai years ago. Anyway, Deem's on debut here.
Yes, by Opportunity, who was trained by Bob Baffett in the US. This horse is drawn inside, which is a positive, but she's making her first start. She only cost $12,000, which either indicates she's not got the best walk, or she's not the best physical, or no one else wanted to take a chance on Opportunity Progeny, and it may be all of those combined.
Okay. So go then, give us your 1, 2, 3.
Well, I think the 12 and 16 are clear standouts. I would be very surprised if they didn't finish 1st and 2nd in some order. I'm going to side with the 12, Riyadh Alez. I just think there was a little bit more promise in that debut run, and he's drawn better than 2 Enticing, but either of those 2 horses could win. I'll have 12 to beat 16, wide margin between those and the remainder of the field. 3 to finish 3rd, 7 to finish 4th.
Abdullah Alov, who's on board, Red Alez, looking for a treble on the card. He's already had a couple of wins so far today. And with the 12 as well.
Yeah.
Big run on debut, entitled to improve on that. But 2 Enticing has been backed on the international markets for Ricardo Ferreira de Souza. Also looking for another winner on the card. 5 to 2 with 11 to 4. But money also for Riyadh Al Is goes into 6 to 4 from 7 to 4.
It really is a 2-horse race on what we've seen. Obviously, these are unexposed and lightly raced types, so I don't want to dismiss what I've just said, but anything can happen. That being said, on what we have seen on the racetrack, the 12 and 16 are clear standouts, and they should be finishing 1st and 2nd here.
And the 12 was just a big eye catcher on tape.
Yeah, huge eye catcher. Would have been a lot closer without the interference. The 16's dropping down from an open into a maiden, show good promise as well, and represents the leading rider, or one of the leading riders. So those 2 just have huge form claims, whereas the remainder don't. They just look much for muchness, really.
And there's only 2 horses who've been backed on the international markets. They want to know the 12, and they want to know the 16 as well. And the 12 certainly got the better of the draws as well. 2 Enticings out in 14. But we have seen wide runners managing to win in the previous race. The winner came from 14.
Yeah, over this trip as well. So I think as you stretch out in distance, the draw will become less of an issue, just purely because you've got such a long run to the first turn over 1600. They jump from in the chute, and they've got the whole back straight to find their spot, which basically means if you want to be forwardly placed, you're likely to be able to get across. And if you're a deep closer, you're just going to be shuffled back anyway. It's not a case of you've got to get across immediately, like over the 1200 or over the 1400, where there's usually a mad scramble for the front. This trip and 1800 metres generally allows horses that are drawn wide to get into better positions than the shorter distances.
Okay, we're racing here over the 1600 metres for 3-year-olds. We've got the Colts race here. We've got the fillies equivalent to come over the same course and distance. An open race for 4-year-olds and older as race 11, and an open contest over 2,000 metres to round off the 2 feature events of the night, both worth 36,000 reals as races 11 and 12. A lot more prize money on offer over the course of the next couple of days. The final 2 races on Saturday, both worth 5 million SAR, which we're doing the sums earlier, Tom's worth about £1 million sterling,
yes.
1.3 million US dollars.
Would be quite nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, would be all right.
What would you do with that? I'd get an Indian takeaway.
Delivered by the producer on his Vespa.
Yes, exactly.
I think Anthony Ennis would do the same. He'd get an Indian.
I think you would too.
Yeah.
What Indian would you choose, Enzo?
Think throw across. Chicken tikka masala probably. I think throw a Peshwari naan as well. But anyway, the runners are at the start. Yeah. By the way, Martin, you were right about Deem. There was a horse that won the 2010 Ballangine in Meydan under Olivier Pellier by the same name. Let's go across the calendar.
Can't believe no one's mentioned Keymanan. Absolute solid choice there. You can't go wrong with the Keymanan. Bit of mushroom rice as well, and then go with whatever curry takes your fancy, as long as it's not a korma. That would be my main bit of advice for an Indian. But yeah, Keymanan, absolute good thing. In this race, I can't really choose between two good things. I think Creative Time looked really well in the parade ring, clearly coming along in that coat. But the Paddock pick had to be Too Enticing, who he's just got, I'm trying to explain, I got my words mixed up. He's got really tight pasterns. That's what he's got, and that's why he looks so upright. You see more horses have a natural sort of flex to just below the knee there. He doesn't have that. He's still growing into that frame. It's very common with foals that are very sort of physically advanced. They're quite leggy types, so I compare them to just really lanky teenagers. They just haven't quite filled that frame out yet, and once the growing does occur, they'll begin to slacken off in the pasterns. So hopefully we'll see this horse do more in the future, but for the time being, Too Enticing is going to be the pick for me. The draw in 14 would usually be a concern, but this isn't the strongest of renewals, so it shouldn't be too hard for Too Enticing and Ricardo Ferreira de Souza to get across and hopefully be able to make their presence felt here. Totally understand the selections everybody else. Riyadh Alez was very eye-catching on debut, and this doesn't look like the hardest contest, but keep an eye out on Creative Time as well, who certainly is a horse that you don't want to avoid. I'm still looking for my first winner. Hit the crossbar a couple of times, both with Camille Ospina on board. Changed tack now, and I'm now siding with Ricardo Ferreira de Souza. Hopefully I can get the head in front, because you don't want to get into tomorrow's really quality action and be a few winners behind, because otherwise it's very hard to catch up. And there is a dishcloth on offer, and I want to get my hands all over that. So hopefully I can claw my way back into the competition and try and win myself the golden dishcloth, or by the state of things, golden dishcloth plural, because there could be a few on offer there, as Martin's unfortunate step in the supermarket ended up buying a pack of 10. So I'll be trying to get my hands on one of those as soon as possible. Anthony Ennis, it's all yours. Come on, Too Enticing.
Too Enticing then. Yeah, got a good chance. Number 16, 5-2 from 11-4 international market. And dishcloths are up for grabs. You've got to try your very best, haven't you, to find these winners. Orange colours there about to load forward. Ray Dan, and just noting the colours on Rash, green with a yellow sash. Big field of runners here, 20 of them. Take out 5, take out 6. Confirm the draw of the reserves that run. Number 22, Nidam out of gate 20. Number 23 out of stall 4, Hasnan. Those are going forward here. There's Too Enticing. Kind of was talking about kind of bluey sleeves for jockey Ricardo Ferreira, one of several jockeys looking for a double in this race. Of course, one jockey looking for a treble is Abdullah Alofi. He's already bagged races 3 and 6 today. 2 in similar colours there. That's Rash on the left with the sash. On the right is Riyadh El-Ez, who is the favourite. Number 12. Noseband on there. For Abdullah Alofi, he's got every chance, hasn't he, of making it 3 on the day. Blue and black hoops of Farigar still to go in, just backing away. Another one in green colours there is Mustan Seer. Goes forward. So waiting for 12 and 19. 2 to go for race 9. As we tick towards 6:55 local time. A mile for this maiden race on the dirt. The last one is going to be the favourite, Riyadh El-Ez. Riyadh El-Ez goes in, and then we'll be set to go. Set for this maiden race 9 here at Riyadh, and they're off. They've jumped away. Big field of runners here. Slow out was Rash, and Riyadh El-Ez broke midfield as they go for the first 200 metres. Desert Love was the one who missed the kick very badly from the outside draw, and slow to go from the inside was Samayan in red and blue. showing bright speed towards the inside. Mustang Sear in the green colours, but coming across to take overall command in the grey colours is Peninsula Power under Camillo Ospina. So Peninsula Power is first in the early part of the race, leads by 1 length. So on the outside, Too Enticing got off to a decent beginning for the wide draw. Back towards the inside is Mustang Sear, racing in a share of 3rd place as they fan out towards the outside. We're trying to improve then in the blue and white is Yo Lighting, and towards that one's outside is number 22 Nidam in the green jacket. On the move is Rash, yellow cap, and also getting into it is the favourite Riyadh El Ez, who's making stealthy headway, but the leader is Peninsula Power in the grey jacket. To Too Enticing in second, Mustang Sear in third, Riyadh El Ez in fourth. The front four ahead of Raydan. Towards the outside, trying to get closer, Yo Lighting, red sleeves and cap. Then comes Rash, who just dropped off them. They come around the crown of the home turn with 400 metres to go. Ridden along is Peninsula Power. Too Enticing's on the move. Also Yo Lighting on the outside, getting closer. Bathab Altimyak, another improver as well as they turn for home. Running onto his Saudi Spear as they come down for the final couple of 100 metres here. Too Enticing towards the outside. He's trying to see this out, but making stealthy headway on the inside is Deem, who's got through in the green colours, and Deem has now hit the front. It's Asil Al-Sahani again. It's Deem who's striding clear here of the green and gold colours. Got through on the inside, entering the home straight, and Deem will stretch them out and win in style in the end. Deem goes on to score from Too Enticing in second. Third place, we'll go to number 15, Chagrin over 11, Raydan, I think finished fourth in the end. This was quickened, and quickened quite nicely, this filly. Deem, Asal Al-Sahadi, who won the second race, gets his double. What about too many doubles, this rider? He's got one today. And Deem has won. And in the end, brushed aside Too Enticing, who I thought was going well, and looked like the winner on the home turn. 18 the winner, Deem, 1 minute 41.18 seconds, wins by 4 1/4 lengths. Second, number 16, Too Enticing. Third, number 15, Chagrin. And fourth, number 11, Raydan. 4 1/4 lengths to winning margin. 18, 16, 15, 11 were the numbers. Deem wins.
In the winner of this race is Deem on debut under Asil Al-Sahani. Very impressive performance here for this son of this daughter of Opportunity, I should say, bred by the folks at Sycamore Hall Thoroughbreds out of the USA. Well, you can't really take anything away from that performance. That was impressive. I know probably won't be up there with the best 3-year-olds in the country, but let's not take anything away from this effort. She has well and truly hosed up under Asil Al-Sahani. We mentioned this guy coming back to form after a quiet few months, and he seems to be thriving at the moment. I think he's a jockey to keep on the right side of. He had a few winners over the last couple of weeks, and he continues to tick over with a double today. So looking forward to this horse. I think this is probably one you want to keep in your notebooks, just for the way that she's won and just how far clear she was of Too Enticing and how far clear that one was of the rest of the field. It looked like Too Enticing was going to end my run of seconds, but no, that didn't happen. Still another second for me to go to war with, and Deem has gone and put 4.5 lengths in front of Too Enticing. So certainly a very, very impressive performance. Worth noting some of the beaten horses. Chagrin within third. Raydan kind of finished fourth in the heap. And Creative Time came from the clouds. That horse wants far, far further to finish fifth. And it was Riyadh Alez. Only ended up finishing sixth, looking in trouble on the turn. This horse didn't look in trouble at all and absolutely hacked up, winning and travelling very well. All those Liverpool fans will be happy with what the gentleman leading this horse up is wearing. He's in an old Standard Charter Liverpool shirt, so he'll be happy as Larry with that. A man will be happy with their form in the Champions League and the Premier League, and he'll be happy with this winner as well. Not too many connections out to greet this one, but I think Winning Connections have got themselves a good one. Deem is your winner of this contest, and Asil Al-Sahani is at the double.
He is indeed, and our second maiden race has gone the way of another newcomer. Aziz Al Naba took race 8, and it's Deem who comes out on top in race 9, helped by the international favourite underperforming Riyadh Alez was disappointing and beaten a fair way from home.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the ride, to be fair. Just allowed that, Abdullah Alafi, who's had a very good day, just allowed that filly to kind of find her stride, and then, Colt, sorry, to find his stride. And then once he did, he immediately rushed up to get into a gap, using a lot of petrol before the turn. And then on the turn, the eventual winner came up the inside of Riyadh Alez, and then Riyadh Alez had nowhere to go. He actually stayed on okay in the last 200 metres or so to finish 6th. And he could have been a little bit closer, but yeah, look, he was nowhere near good enough to win. Deem looked like the winner from about 600 metres out. She was full of run. And although Too Enticing's run a great race, he's beat the remainder by 8 lengths. So he would have smashed the field without this first timer in there. Deem looks pretty promising. I wouldn't be surprised if she earns a mark in the mid-70s and could go on to bigger and better things.
She's put up a nice performance on debut from stall 3 Deem to beat it to second place. Too Enticing. Third's gone the way of Chagrin, and Raydan's back in 4th place. But as you say, the third and fourth almost irrelevant given how far clear they've come.
Yeah, the first two are quite clearly in a league of their own in this kind of company. Apart from Riyadh Alez, who I would give another chance to next time. Take it from the start. Riyadh Alez, yellow cap on the inside and around, well, from gate 6, so towards the inside. Kind of takes a spot back in the pack. The eventual winner, Deem, is also drawn inside, was drawn in 3, and it's just alongside Riyadh Alez at this stage, just kind of eclipsed by the horse on the rail. But you can see the green and white silks, green and gold silks, sorry, white nosebands, just 2 back on the rail. That's your winner, alongside Riyadh Alez, making ground up the inside at this point of the race. The eventual run up, Too Enticing, right up with the leaders, with the big white face, white silks, blue arms, red cap of Carlos Souza, Ferreira just up there. Looks like he's travelling beautifully into the race. Riyadh Alez made that big move just there, but that amount of petrol is going to cost him late in the contest.
But even so, at this stage, I was still quite hopeful it was going to play a big hand in the finish.
Me too, but when the camera flips in a second, if it does, I'm not sure if it will on this replay actually, you can see the filly burrowing her way up the inside, just about now actually, in between horses, and Riyadh Alez gets short of room in around now. Riyadh Alez, yellow cap, short of room. The filly barges around
the way, doesn't he?
Yeah, and then she just has to get a clear run in between the eventual runner-up and Peninsula Power, and she gets it here and gallops clear. I mean, this is a good performance from a first-time starter.
And it's quite an aggressive ride from the jockey as well to put her into those positions.
Yeah, she's not had it her own way. She's had to kind of be forced into tight spots. She hasn't shirked the issue, which you can get with a first-timer, and she's galloped clear once asked for maximum effort in the straight when she's on the wrong lead. She looks pretty promising. The runner-up will win a maiden next time, no doubt about that. The remainder of the field, I'm not too sure.
But the second's plugged on, if anything, and
yeah.
I think maybe even would benefit from going up to the 1800.
Potentially, yeah. I think he'll win a race over this trip in a similar kind of event without bumping into a nice firster. He's a future winner in waiting, Too Enticing, but he's just bumped into a horse who's probably rated in the mid-70s, or will be rated in the mid-70s, and she's got plenty of upside. I think this winner wants further, maybe 1,800, 2,000 metres in time, the way she's hit the line and gone about her business, but she's clearly quite effective over the 1,600 too. Yeah,
good effort as well. You can see as well, given the amount of dirt that's on her as well, that she's had to really sort of fight for a position, and she's shown a really good attitude.
Yeah, she took a lot of kickback in the early part of the race when she wasn't the quickest away, and then had to burrow her way up the inside. But yeah, once she got a gap, she exploded.
Well, 2 promising sorts. I know the horse in the previous race only beat lowly rated rivals, but you've had 2 newcomers come out on top in big field races where the majority have got experience.
Yeah, I think in the first of those two maidens we've just seen, you kind of wanted the first still to win because the others were so average and they didn't really have much of a future. In that race, there were two promising types going into it, and the first-time starters still gone and got the job done, more impressively as well than we saw in the previous race. So if I was taking one of the two first-time winners next time, I'd want Dean.
Yeah. Maybe won't live up to the Dubai namesake winning at group level, but certainly a bright future ahead.
Absolutely, yeah. Completely agree with that.
OK, that was race 9, race 10, 3 more still to come. We've got a local bred fillies maiden to come next and 2 open races, which are the standouts on this 12-race card. But details of race 10 are back with Anthony. Before we do, Anthony, in fact, we just got to say that Sarim got in touch to say you guys deserve some Indian curry with soft Peshwari naans on Saturday. Maybe throw some caviar in as a starter. The big races are coming up. Indeed, they are. Lots to look forward to. Not sure about the caviar, but I'm sure, Enzo, me, you and Tom could all agree on the Peshwari.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Love a Peshwari naan with my Indian takeaway. But, yeah, caviar, maybe not. Right, here we go. Number 1 is Adef, Abdullah Al Hussein. This race is race 10, 3-year-old filly, 1,600 metres on the dirt, locally bred, 17 runners. 2 is Arabat Al Majd for Ahmad Al Tayyar. 3 is a non-runner, Taker Al Kamira. 4 is Anna Al Jalila for Rayan Al Toesh, who's on board that one. Number 5, Jimmy Carrion rides Azozar. Number 6 is Bint Al Deem, Abdulaziz Al Musa. 7 is Bishar Central, Abdullah Al Lorfi. Number 8 is Bosla for Abdullah Al Ordib. Number 9 is Faye Al Moghtara, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Scratch to 10, take out Hafla, so 11 is next, Hadar Al Kama, Mohammed Saeed. 12 is Lamayat Fithar for Ali Al Mutib. 13, Malak Al Hosen for Abdullah Al Saidi. 14 is Mahood for Rakan Al Abaid. 15 is Min Mithlaha for Camille Ospina in the white stable. 16 is Najla Al Maidan, Abdullah Al Khamis. 17 is Shifa Al Garam, Nawaf Al Mudiani. 18 is Sarja for Fawas Wanas. And finally, number 19 is around a 7-to-1 chance international market-wise. Wajra is written by Adel Al Furedi. So they are the 17 runners and riders for race 10. Let's go back to you, Martin and Tom.
In the pre-parade then for race 10, local bred fillies maiden, without numbers 3 and 10. Field of 16 to go to post international market as Faye Al Moghtara, horse number 9 is the international market leader. Red Stables already amongst the winners so far today. Ricardo Ferreira de Souza also amongst the winners as well. This race over the 1600 is going to be a new experience for this filly.
Yeah, she blazed the trail on both of her starts so far over 1,200 metres. But then she weakened dramatically and she finished out of the frame on both occasions, 5th and then 8th. They're now going up in trip with her, which is bold considering the way she's been running over shorter. But they're not just going up to 1,400, they're going up to 1,600. I don't like the move, and I don't like the draw.
And Byron Quinto as well.
Yeah, I don't get it, to be honest, and I'm surprised that she's favourite.
Well, in fact, joint favourite now with the 15, Min Mithlaha. That's got questions to answer as well. We've not seen it for 5 months.
This is just another case of putting the red stable and white stable horse on top of the maiden, isn't it?
Yeah.
Basically. The 15 has posted 2 mediocre efforts in weak type events. Not seen since September. Blinkers remain on. Drawn in 19. I don't like either of them.
No, 9-4 joint favourites, which brings to the third on the international betting at 9-2, 4.5 to 1 for number 1, Adef, who has had more starts, more exposed, but has been running in better races and did finish third over the course and distance 4 starts back.
Yeah, this is a race where you can't be confident about who's going to win, but I would be confident that Adef is going to run home strongly and should grab a place at the very worst. This filly is completely devoid of early speed, nothing. She'll be way out the back early, she's drawn in gate 3, so she should get a nice rail ride in trip. However, on her last start, she stayed on past tired foes. If you go all the way back, she's had 2 third-place finishes. You won't see it on the race card. You'll see 3 and then a D for a disqualification, but she was third in that as well. In those 2 third-place finishes, she really caught the eye with how she finished off her races. Considering there isn't much talent in this contest, for example, I've got a 44 rated horse in third in my picks. She should be able to run down most, if not all, of her rivals today.
Well, you're saying not full of talent. Should we give him a bit of a big up?
Go on then.
Someone who's full of talent.
Yes.
Here's Callum.
Oh, you guys, far too kind. Yes, here is horse number 4, Anna Alasia. She is nice. She looks really well in the coat. Yes, she's a bit keen going in the parade ring here, but she's an interesting one here on debut. Not debut, second start, I should say. She just hasn't really settled from the pre-parade ring round to the parade ring. It'll be really interesting to see what happens when the jockey gets on board. But these connections are always dangerous to follow. They have plenty of winners, often in cup contests as well. So I wouldn't let this horse slide if I were you. Certainly makes it onto my shortlist, and I'm keen to see how she gets on. Let's pull back a couple and look at horse is number 9 here. Horse number 9 is the next one we're going to have a look at. Just realised 10's not in here, so we'll go 9 and then 11 now, if that's the 2 we'll do. This is Fayal Mokhtara. I'm really intrigued by this one because, as you can see, she is one of the worst walkers you'll ever come across. Look at her hind action here, and now if we just get a shot down by her back legs, she's got a really, really strange movement. She swings her hind legs in and out. It's like she's doing step overs, if anyone's watched Neymar recently, or Cristiano Ronaldo back in the day. It's like she's doing a step over with her hind legs. She's not the most fluid of movers, but she has bags of early speed, which makes you wonder why on earth they've come up to this trip. She gets the draw in 12, she'll be in front early, but whether she can stay there is a different story altogether. Let's go back one more to horse number 11. That is, in short, Hada Al-Makma, Al-Kamar, I should say. It looks really well in the coat. She's very effeminate. She's had the 2 starts. She needed to build on the last effort. She's turned out really well. She looks great in the parade ring. But for me, I think she may find this just a wee bit tough. Final horse we'll look at is horse number 15. We'll pull all the way back. This is the White Stable runner. Been off the track for a while. Min Mithala just coming towards us now. She's the most sizable of all of these. She's quite plain looking. I think she's got a little bit more muscle definition to find in her hindquarters, but she's got plenty of leg about her, doesn't she? She's got an awful lot of bone. She's far more physically mature than a lot of these, and I'd be intrigued to see what her prospects are in a race like this. Camille Ospina, he's been hitting the crossbar recently. He needs a winner, and he hasn't quite had one yet. This could be an interesting filly for him, so maybe she'll have every chance. But having looked at them, team, I think I'm going to stick with the 4, Anna Al-Jalal. She's the best of the parade ring for me.
So Callum with the 4. Big price as well in the international markets. Number 4 just had the 1 start so far, 33 to 1 for Anna Al-Jalal. As we see horse number 8 in shot, Voslar, who's had 4 starts, rated just 30. But we saw early on today a horse rated 25, nearly caused an upset in the first race.
Yeah, that was remarkable. I don't think Voslar is going to be causing an upset here. However, she has got speed. She's drawn in 15, so she's going to have to show it. Otherwise, she's going to be way off the pace. But she could go forward. And with Callum's selection of 4, Anna Al-Jalal, I thought there was some promise on the debut, but not enough from a form perspective to put this horse up. The horse number 11, quickly there. Obviously, we're looking at the 12 now, but we just looked at the 11. Hada Al-Kamar. I thought she looked really good compared to the remainder of this field. She was beaten a long way in both of her starts, and she shapes like a long-term prospect, but she would have been my paddock pick, I think. The 11 stands out to me from a physical perspective.
2 starts so far, around a 10 to 1 chance on the international markets. We've touched on the top 3. The only other horse single-figure prices at 7 to 1 is the 19 Wajra, a filly by Patriot Act. Ardell's on board. 2 runs so far, but 2 duck eggs against its name.
Yeah, I remember writing the race comments for this actually, and obviously when I do it I go through numerically, so start with 1, move on to 2, 3, etc., going all the way down the race card. And I remember getting to horse number 18, which is the one just before the horse you just mentioned, Wajra. I'm thinking, I don't know who I can put up as a 4th pick here because I literally don't like any others. Then I got to 19 and I went, oh, Del Alfredi's on board, so that's going to be my 4th pick. Oh, there's Prince Mitab and Talab bin Sharain on the left. The White Stable representatives coming down into the paddock now, ahead of their runner in this race, Min Mithlaha, who we'll talk about again in a second. But as I was saying with the 19, I just saw the jockey booking and thought, well, this horse has to be my 4th selection because I just have no other opinions on the race. The 2 runs from this horse were bleak. She didn't get close in 2 type starts, but when the leading rider takes over from a good draw, it's hard to completely write off a horse, especially in this company.
Maybe Prince Mitab's come down to see Callum, has he?
I highly doubt that.
No, I think so. He's greeting his riders here. Camilo Ospino, who's going to be on board. Min Mithlahar, who's been off since September. 8th of 18 in a maiden race at Taif, and then 5th of 9 in a winners of 1 at Taif. Not been seen there since September, but he's on top of the international market alongside Faye Al Mokhtar. The two big stables the international markets have put in his favour. The one been backed against them, though, is the horse we touched on. Has been a reliable selection, and we know he's got to be there or thereabouts, and that's Adef into 4-1 from 9-2.
Yeah, he should definitely. She's definitely should make the frame. Look, if I was playing this race, I'd play the one each way on the international market, but the price is kind of going now, so you're losing value there. But at 9-2, it would have been an okay price. I think she'll definitely be in the top 3. It's just whether she can completely reel in the front runners. I'm going to be with the 1, Adhef. I don't like either of the 2 market leaders. I think they're both beatable. And although the 11 stood out in the paddock, she hasn't done enough to warrant support so far. So yeah, the 1, Adhef for me.
And the jockey's getting mounted. Adhef just going past our position, just part of the paddock here. Not an awful lot to look at, the 1. In fact, we said, as Prince Mutab come to see Callum, we've answered in the affirmative.
Thank you very much, team. Yeah, pleasure to be joined by His Royal Highness Prince Mitab here. Firstly, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us on the English channel. What a day, what a season you've had so far.
Thank you very much. I hope my English is good enough to be continuing with you. I'm sure that your Arabic is better than my English at the moment, but hopefully the season is still really, I would say we are in the middle of the season, but as you see, tomorrow and Saturday would be a very strong days, very good competition between the whole stables. It is very close between us and Prince Faisal. I think Saturday would really show more who is going to be leading or who's going to be doing better. As you see, the big races, the 2 King races, it's very, very strong. I think it's the strongest ever have in Saudi Arabia with that number of horses and quality of horses. So I hope that would be, we will see a very good race. I hope we can have the good chance we win it. It is very, very difficult. I think it's one of the most difficult races you can say who can win it. And as you see, there are some horses, they come from the state straight on to the race. And it shows really how much is the King race, it will be very strong. For the local breds, still really very strong. And as they said before, it's very difficult to choose your horse which one is going to be winning.
It's not just the horses that are very strong. Plenty of international jockeys. Tom Marquand will be riding for you guys as well. Mikel Barcelona has ridden a cup winner for your team already. So hugely exciting to see these 2 jockeys coming over and riding in the white stable colours.
There will be other jockeys, I think, for the other stables. They will come, and they are very well known. And it is a very, very strong, as I said, because this is, I think, this is the way to the Saudi Cup. So I'm sure that most important things that we hope the winner who can win it, that the jockey would be staying with him in the Saudi Cup, because I think the most of those jockeys are busy with other horses, so you don't know.
And very quickly, tomorrow, such an important day for the foundation, King Abdullah Foundation, huge amounts of prize money on offer, and such a wonderful theme and a wonderful cause.
We're trying to help. We're trying to have the race for, as we said, there is no royal families are allowed to be racing in these races. It is going to be only for competitive race owners, and we hope that we have a very good race for them. We're trying to help. I hope it would be, this is the first year, and we will see how it's going to be continuing, inshallah, for the years coming.
Well, hugely exciting, and we'll hopefully see the first of many years here in Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
It's my pleasure. My regards to everybody in the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Great to hear from Prince Mitab, who's got a strong representation, and as Callum touched on, some of the big name riders. Mikel's on board for him in the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. Tom Marquand coming look to ride Carmel Road. I think it's got a massive chance Saturday.
Yeah, it's a really exciting time, and obviously talked about tomorrow as well with all the cup races that we're going to see. This is a brilliant week for Prince Mitab and the White Stable as well. And I thought that was a really good interview from Callum, so I want to give him some kudos on air too.
We did say he was brimming with talent when we threw to him earlier.
I think that's why he managed to get the interview. He's full of confidence right now.
That's it. We buoyed him really. We're responsible for
Shall we take the credit for it?
We've got to take the credit for it.
Okay.
Yeah. But just to touch on tomorrow, we've got Saudi Cup qualifying races early on in the card, but it's the latter part about the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cups, which Prince Mitab's a big supporter and a big part of. It's all about supporting projects all around the world. We kick off with the turf sprint qualifier. We've got the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup, a qualifier for the Neom Turf, and also an Al Manifa qualifier as well, an open races race 3. But the latter part of the card, all part of that King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation, of which Prince Mitab is a huge part of.
The last point I quickly want to mention about the White Stable, as we've been talking about Prince Mitab, my favourite horse in Saudi Arabia, Wait to Excel aside, runs in race 12 on Saturday for them, and that is Montethabetta. I think she's the most exciting young horse in the whole country, and I'm really looking forward to seeing her.
Is that Mikel's ride?
It's Camilo's on Saturday, and she will win.
Okay, is that the last race?
It's the last race, yeah.
The King Abdulaziz Cup?
Yeah.
I've got a quiz question for you.
Oh no, go on.
Who is the leading jockey riding in the 12th race on Saturday, the King Abdulaziz Cup, over the 600 metres for the 3-year-olds?
Yeah.
There's a jockey in there who's got a ride, who's the winning most rider in the race.
Is it James Doyle?
No.
Is it Roberto Ramos?
No.
Who is it?
He's a 3-time winner of the race.
Is it Joel Rosario?
Nope.
I have no idea who it is.
Mikel Barcelona.
Is it?
Yeah.
He rides Wanamine, who is rated 77. Montethabetta rated 1,000. Rated 100. Might as well be rated 1,000.
It's a good thing. Right, I think we're both agreeing here. Right? We're both 2 from 2 in the stable, the studio selection competition. We're both with Adef here.
She's going to come from hopefully last to first. Don't expect to see her early. She'll be finishing well and hopefully pick off the front runners.
Should we be nice to Callum?
Let's.
We're 2 from 2 in our selections. Callum's on 0. Do we give him a bonus selection for getting Prince Mitab?
Yeah,
we'll
go on
we'll
then.
give him a bonus winner.
You can have not a winner. He can have 2 in this race.
Okay, you can have 2 then. I was going to be extra kind and give you a bonus winner. But okay, 2 selections, Callum. Go on.
Oh, thank you guys for giving me 2 in a fillies maiden. Oh, you're so kind. Anna Al-Jaliyah is going to be the pick for me. And I can pick one more, but I'm not allowed to pick who you pick. Did you guys pick the 15 or not? They picked the 1, so the 15 is going to be my other selection there. Prince Mitab has arrived, and he was very, very kind to take that interview, so I'm going to follow that up with a selection with him. So the 15 and the 4 for me. Thank you very much for the bonus selection. It's about time we hand over to some commentating royalty, and that is Mr. Anthony Ennis.
Kind words indeed, Callum. Thank you very much. Good luck with your 2 selections here then that you've been allowed. Anna Al-Jaliyah, big price, and Min Mithlaha. Tom and Martin liking the 1 here. Adef comes at gate 3. There's number 18. We just saw Sarja Falwas Wanas on board that particular filly. And runners will shortly be loading up here. All fillies this time, 1,600 metres, locally bred. There's Maiden on the dirt. And keeping an eye on that international market. Still joint favourites, Fayal Moghtara and Min Mithlaha. Numbers 9 and 15 at 5 to 2. There's be money for Adef, 130 from 9 to 2. Wajra's coming half a point, 13 to 2 from 7s. Hayder Al Kama at 10s. Bishar Central has been backed a bit to ends from 12s. It's 16s and upwards the others. So that's the final check on the international market. The final instructions for the riders to load. And then we'll be underway for our 10th race of 12 here. It's Thursday meet, as the lads were saying, Saturday the really big deal this week, but some good action still to come tomorrow. And for the rest of today's card, those last 2 races today are fairly decent, those open races. And this is the last of our maidens of the day. There's the mauve colours of Hayder Al Kama. Saeed riding that one. 18 is Sarja about to go in. The green with the yellow diamond there is Malak Al Hosn, number 13. So going forward, that was Shifa Algaram, who's very relaxed going forward. Fayal Mogtara going in. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira looking for a double in these colours. Camille Speeder's had a frustrating day so far. There he is riding Min Mithlaha. She's yet to go into the white stable silks, the white with the red on the sleeves and the green cap. 3 to go. Also waiting for 16, Najla Al Maidan to go in. And 4 is the other one. That's one kind of like a big price, wasn't it? Anna Al Jalila. Rayan Alto Ash on board that one. So 3 to load. Last of our maidens today. So we look at Min Mithlaha here. She looks very well in the prelims. She's got something about her, Min Mithlaha. She could be a big player here, along with Fayal Mogtara. They head the market. That's 4 to go in. There's not one just appeared. Adef, who's heading to the inside in the orange and white colours there. It's the one that Tom and Martin were a little bit keen on. It's the orange silks of Adef. This is the red of Anna Al Jalila. And then the black and yellow Naja Al Maidan. Still to go forward here. Horse number 16 to stall 11. 3 and 10 the absentees here. 17 runner maiden. Waiting for Naja Al Maidan and Anna Al Jalila to fully go in. For this 1 mile dirt contest. That is Najla Al Maidan. She's been a bit reluctant to load. They've got the other filly in, Anna Al Jalila. So waiting for Najla Al Maidan. Just holding up proceedings a bit here. We're past post time now. Stalls handlers, they do a very good job here. They've got her in. We're set. 17 fillies are ready. This maiden. Race number 10 here at Riyadh. It's over the mile and they're off. They've jumped away. 1 or 2 were a step slow here. Wajra was quite slowly away, and also Adef wasn't a brilliant starter either, and trails them early in the orange and white colours. Breaking well in the centre was Najra Al Maidan. Also Fayal Moghtara is up there as well, and coming across is Mahou to get a bit closer to in the black and red. Very wide on the track. Camille Speeder wants a piece of the action here on board Min Mithlaha and goes into 3rd place. The front 3 are pressing on here. Arabat Al Majd inside the blue. In the centre in the black and red is Mahoud, and 3 wide with the green cap is Min Mithlaha. 4 lengths back to Fayal Moghtara, who's racing in 4th place. Haider Al Kama is next in the field in 5th. Sarja is next in the field. Back on the inside is Malak Al Hossan in the green and yellow, making up quick headway. Behind those we have Naja Al Maidan, 6 lengths back to find horse trying to get a bit closer on the outside. That's number 4, Anna Al Jalila, as they head towards the home turn. The new leader now, strong travelling Min Mithlaha. Cabillo's had a look there. He's obviously confident. Min Mithlaha is the one to catch with 400 metres left to go. She gets the home straight with an ever-increasing advantage, and Min Mithlaha has just waved goodbye to these rivals. She's opened up that lead to 8 lengths. Oh, this is impressive. Min Mithlaha has opened up to go 10 clear, with still 350 metres to go. From the back, Fayal Moghtara starts to keep on. Also sticking on well is Azosa out very wide in the orange colours, but they're only playing for minor honours surely. The leader's a mile in front. This is Min Mithlaha. She's going to be the most impressive winner of the day, and Camille Ospina an upturn in fortunes as Min Mithlaha goes on to win for the White Stable in great style. Min Mithlaha has routed them. Oh, she's a class apart. Miles back to the second horse, running on quite well was Wajra. Nowhere, I think, got second. Close for third, Azozar and Fayal Moghtara, both involved. Well, Camille Ospina has broken his duck for the day, and how? On board this impressive winner, number 15, Min Mithlaha, winning time 1 minute 41.8 seconds. That's a huge margin of victory, surely. Second place, I think Wajra got second. Oh, one of Callum's 2 picks has won. Well done to Callum, he's on the score sheet. Second, number 19, Wajra did get second. It was 17 lengths behind the winner. 1 minute 41.8 seconds. Third, number 9, Fayal Moghtara, and 4th, number 5, Azosa. So it's 15, 19, 9, 5, Min Mithlaha by a street in race 10.
Min Mislaha, roughly translated to English, means no one like her. So certainly there was no one like her in this competition, as she has absolutely routed them under Camilo Ospina, who needed that win. He's been hitting the crossbar a few times today, and this is a hugely impressive winner. She's a big scopy filly, like I said. She's plenty plain, but she clearly covers the ground well and has taken a big step forward, having been off the track for a while, to win here in front of Prince Mitab and the entirety of the White Stable team. Obviously a huge weekend for that team, with the King Abdullah Foundation meeting tomorrow, and then obviously plenty of Saudi Cup qualifiers as well. Motawa Thaba, probably the horse that most people are looking forward to on Saturday in race 12. I know Tom is certainly looking forward to that big girl going back on track. And there is Camillo. He was over the moon with that success, so happy that the helmet has come off already. He's absolutely chuffed to bits with that, and we'll grab a word with our winning jockey as soon as we can. But it was pretty much set from the outset. Breaking from stall 19, came across early, never really looked in danger, but the surprise was when Camillo went and won and he kicked on for home, he got an instant response from this filly, and she'd really stretched when needed, and she's not stopped at the line. She hit the line pretty hard too. I think we've seen a good one, team, and I think she's a really exciting filly to go forward with. Look, Prince Mitab said it best. We're only at the middle of the season. There's still time for these fillies and colts to pick up plenty more races as we continue through till March. So really looking forward to seeing her. She doesn't look like she's done a lick of work there. She still looks like she could go again. She's not having too much of a blow, especially having such a long layoff. I think this is one that you can really look forward to, and it'll be great to hear what Camillo says once we get a word with him once he weighs in. Great to speak to Prince Mitab as well before the race, and clearly this is a very good performance. There's plenty to catch up on here with our winning jockey Camilo Ospina, and we will do that as soon as he weighs in. Obviously the hat goes in. He should be coming in at around 58 kilos. I've just been attacked by my cameraman, who clearly wasn't happy he didn't select that one, and Camilo will come to us now. Camillo, I was just overhearing the chat that you were having with Prince Mitab before the ride. He said, keep your motivation up, keep positive, and the results will come. And look at that, so impressive.
No, yeah, you know, I thankful with the Prince Mitab always. He's my father here in Saudi Arabia, you know, for trust me, for giving me support, you know. Today is no lucky day, you know. He finished second in 3 times, and he's come to the paradigm. He told me, Camilo, you can do, you know, this is the race, but I just say thank you very much to him, to Tal Albin Sharain for giving me support.
It must be so important, that support, though, especially when you are having such a tough day. I mean, most jockeys would be happy with lots of seconds, but you are so used to winning, so used to excellence, that it must be quite nice to have the boss coming and supporting you when you're really frustrated.
No, you know, this is very important for us, you know, especially for the stable, you know. We're looking for the winner, but sometimes it's difficult, you know. Sometimes the races is different, you know. Sometimes they close the way. It happened today in one race, but I just say thank you very much. Thankful to the Prince Mitab, because he increased my morale, you know, and now I feel good, you know, and I will prepare you to the big races tomorrow and after tomorrow, and we'll see. Yeah.
This horse was very impressive, wasn't she? This is her first victory, but she's been off the track for a little bit of time. She was hugely impressive.
It's nice feeling, you know. It's nice feeling. She ran in Taif, but she was not good, you know. The trainer is making great job with her, you know. She brings that filly step by step. He prepared that filly for that race, and thanks God, that filly give me a very good race today, and you know, I feel good. Yeah.
Well, the confidence is up. You're feeling good. Hopefully, we'll see plenty more winners the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. If God willing, we can win some races, you know.
Thank you.
Thank you to you.
Yeah, well done to Camilo Ospina. Gets this filly home, and she looks a different prospect to what we saw back in Taif.
Yeah, completely different filly to what we saw in Taif. Maybe she prefers this surface, maybe she's just improved a bundle since those 2 runs, but she was very impressive today. Won by 17 lengths. Never
Some
really
people
in
just need
doubt.
time, you know.
Yes,
Time
they
to
do.
mature.
Yeah, they do need time to mature. Yeah, this was a really nice display. Always up with the speed.
Yeah.
3 wide at this point of the race, but that was no problem for Camilo. He knew that she was probably tanking here, and Prince Mitab going down into the paddock pre-race, I think, told a lot. Whether that be to boost Camilo's confidence, as mentioned in the interview, or whether they thought this was a good thing. She has absolutely routed her opposition.
We say 17 lengths was the winning distance?
17, yeah.
1-7, 17 lengths. And
smashed them.
she's taken it over the top of the stretch here and just never looked in any danger whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. It's game over already. All of those horses in behind are very much, they're average performers. The Red Stable horse, who was joint favourite, should never have been joint favourite. And to be honest, we didn't, especially myself, we didn't love this horse coming into the race, but at least she was making her debut in Riyadh, and you know there was room for improvement there. She was super professional. I love that lead switch, and she really finds for pressure, albeit Camilo probably didn't need to ask for maximum effort considering the winning margin. But she's done it well, and as mentioned in the interview just then, I'm sure his confidence is going to be up now going into the weekend. He has so many good rides on Saturday that it's just big for their connections and the team at the White Stable, and they're going to be looking for at least 2 winners, I think, on the big day, and Camilo's going to have to provide those winners for them. So to have the jockey in form, that's great news for the White Stable. Our selection back there, we should just briefly touch on while you can see the filly.
I don't want to watch it.
Orange silk white cap, just at the back of the main group. She's never put in the race. She finishes 7th, so she's not. I mean,
and she was slowly away and towards the back of the field, but there's towards the back of the field, and there's been 2 furlongs tailed off.
Sure. I was expecting her to be towards the back. She was probably she was definitely too far back. Never got involved, but next time maybe over a longer distance she can. I wouldn't completely give up on her in a maiden, but she's no match for a filly like this. She's just way better.
I have.
Yeah, I can imagine.
60 rated 0 from 9, and coming from a different parish to finish in mid-division, but she was so far back. But Min Myth Lahar, who'd been off the tracks in September, 2 disappointing runs in Taif, returns with an emphatic 17-length victory. Well done to Adril, who's watching us on the YouTube channel. He's commented there as well, saying, well, it's fine for him. He just said before the race 15, then replied easy.
Yep. I wish we could do that.
If you follow the 15, you'd be okay.
That would make my life as an analyst a lot easier.
And Jose just said the race of the filly ridden by Camilo's left to be amazed, incredible. She's improved so much since her last race.
Correct.
And Callum gave us 2 selections. He went with the 4, and because we're being nice to him for getting Prince Mitab, we gave him a 2nd selection, which he did go for the 15. We didn't tell him, though, that if you have 2 selections, only half points.
Yeah, so it's only half a point in the studio challenge. Sorry, Callum.
Yeah, so it's 2 for you, 2 for me, half a winner for Callum because he had 2 selections.
Correct.
He was so excited about getting 2, wasn't he?
He was. Well, at least he's on the board now.
And at least he knows going forward what the rules are.
Exactly. Get Prince Mitab again, you get another 2 selections.
That's nice of us, wasn't it, Enzo, to give Callum half a point?
I think you're harsh there. Come on, give him the full winner, please. Right, here we go. Runners and riders for our next open race. We go up in grade here for our 750, going the mile. Number 1 is War in Heaven, Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 2 is Atrium, who won a race at Ascot over here, I think. Is Al Wakad. 5 is Los Andes, now ridden by Abdulaziz Al Yayesh. 6, Blown Away, Naif Adanazi. 7, Fast Start, Ali Al Matib. 8, Junior Audible, Fawas Wanas. 9, Mobasha, Camille Ospina. 10, Phelpsy, Abdullah Alorthi. 11 is Rez, Fahad Al Faradi. 12, South Army, Khalid Al Mamoni. On to 13, who is Osloob. Osloob for Nawaf Al Fairuz is on board that one. 14, Spring Jig, Al Thab Al Timyat looking for a double. 15 is Watan, Abdullah Al Rashid, and 16, World Without End, Mohammed Al Habail. Scratch 17, scratch 18, but a quality field here. Al Wakad is the current favourite as we go across to Callum.
Thank you, Enzo. We're rattling through these. Atrium is the 2. Comes here on Saudi debut, just getting a little bit worked up. Has been very jig-joggy all the way around, but now Adele's on board. Everything should be okay. He's just telling everyone to mind your backs, people, mind your backs. He's just coming through there. But no negative for me. I think this is a horse that's just keen to get going. You just want to see Adele just get this one out. He's just given it a little bit of a neck twitch as well to try and make sure that he's okay. Move on to the 3. This is Man of the Night. Handling everything much better here. This is Samuel Al-Dahani's horse. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on board. Looks in great shape. No negatives at all. Pull back. This is Al-Wakad. This is the talking horse. Really intrigued to see how this horse does off a break. So well turned out. Great work all round from the Lucas Guyton team, and they'll be looking for a first winner in a while. Lucas is here and said he's confident. The next horse is Los Andes, going for Connections, who won a big cup race last week. Nicolas Bachelard. This is a gorgeous horse, really big, strong individual. 5th last time out, but had 2 seconds previously to that. Shouldn't be ignored here for a trainer that knows what he's doing in these big races. Let's drop back to the 8. Junior Audible will come towards me and Nawaf at this point here, just in the yellow and brown colours. This is one that was an eye catcher for me, always tends to be an eye catcher. Fawaz Wanath on board as well, but needs to bounce right back to form, has shown very little recently. Camille Ospina's on the next one, looking for a quick fire double, but we will pull back to horse number 11. This is Rez. This is an intriguing horse for me. I'm really keen to see how horse number 11 gets on. Really big, strapping individual, carrying a bit of condition, but was a winner the last time it was seen, and there's no doubt that Farhad Al Faredi will be looking for another success today. Pulling back just a couple more. The only one we wanted to see after that was South Army, who just slipped past us. That's all of them here for this absolutely cracking contest.
Well, jockeys mounted, they're coming out onto the track for one of our 2 feature races of the day. 36,000 reals on offer for race number 11, this open contest for 4-year-olds and older over the 1,600 metres. And it sees the return of Al-Wakad, who was 3 from 3 last year for Lucas Guyton. Alex Marino looking for a double on the card, and the last time we saw him was this weekend 12 months ago, winning the qualifier for the Saudi Derby.
Yeah, it's an interesting horse, isn't he? One of the most interesting horses across all the card today. You can watch him here. It looks like he's going to finish second at this point. Red Stable, no, not Red Stable. The leader looks like he's gone beyond recall, but Al-Wakad is strong in the latter part of the race and beats a good one into second. I think it was Saudi Neom, who finished second in the Yellow Silks, who I was actually here to see on debut and looked very talented from day one. This form's strong, but now you've got to take on Trust Fitness and whether he's good enough. Hopefully we can hear from Lucas after the race, regardless of result, but he's an exciting horse.
He beat 19 rivals to win a maiden race. He won his 0 from 2 and then won the Saudi Derby qualifier. Takes on Man of the Night, who is an 8-year-old, far more experienced with 46 career starts under his belt, but he brings a good level of form into this.
This is my selection, Man of the Night. I think he's rounding back into career best form. He's an 8-year-old now, so he is, getting old, but at the same time, Samuel Al-Dahani's team couldn't be any hotter. And that effort that we've just seen there was a solid performance against proven horses in open company. Look, he's just solid. That's my one word for him. He's consistent and solid. Al-Wakad, Atrium, either of them could improve past him. Both of them could improve past him. But I'll take Man of the Night at 4-1. I know how he's going to perform. He's going to be there or thereabouts from his draw. He'll probably be prominently placed, but wide on the track, and then he'll run home strongly. Whether Atrium or Al-Wakad's better, I don't know. But I think Man of the Night is the most solid play.
You pick through his form, though. Being second to Badr in the Gulf Cup, he was 3rd to Scotland Yard, goes on Saturday. He was 4th last time in the European Union Cup, form that was arguably boosted by Saudi Empire in defeat last week.
Yeah, and when I worked for Racing Post, I did an interview with Richard Hannon. This was 6 years ago. And this horse was a 2-year-old, and Richard told me that he was the most exciting 2-year-old he had in the yard at the time. Now, he's not progressed into the horse that obviously Richard thought he had. And he's subsequently now racing over here. But he's always been considered a promising type, and he's starting to develop and become that really nice animal on the dirt. I think he'll go close. Maybe Al-Wakad's better than him, but you've got a fitness problem there, and with Atrium, you've got first time up in Saudi.
But he was a good horse for Charlie Fellows in the UK.
On turf.
On turf over 1,400 and 1,600.
Yeah, trip's no problem. Draw's good. Jockey's good. Connections are good. Surface, that's the problem with him. If he handles the surface, he's the most logical winner in here for me.
And he was sold for 160,000 guineas at the Tattersalls Horses and Trading Sale. Los Andes is also at single figure odds at around 13-2, so 6.5-1 for Los Andes, who's badly drawn in 17. He was 5th to Painter's Palette here last week.
Yeah, I actually put Los Andes up as a selection last week in that race, and I thought it was very disappointing. He came there, turning for home, and then found very little in the home straight. He draws wide, installs 17 here, which is not ideal. Again, he'll be up with the speed. I don't know who's on Los Andes. Has that been amended? It was supposed to be Morales, but obviously he's not riding.
Alesi?
Is it? Okay, fine. I wouldn't say that's a positive.
Okay.
So maybe that would be something else to put you off a little bit.
Okay, and there he is in shot the 9, which was Mabasha, same colours as well. Course and distance maiden winner back in October, only had the 4 starts. Third in a handicap over the 1400 last time. That was back in November.
Which horse is this, sorry?
Number 9, Mabasha.
Oh, Mabasha, yes. Yeah, course and distance winner. Not disgraced in open company and handicaps recently. Cheap pieces go on today. They're hoping that's going to produce some sort of better effort. Camilo's on, which is a positive after he's ridden the last winner. There's one other horse that I'd like to mention, if possible. Horse number 10, Phelpsy. Formerly trained by Chad Brown in the US. Made a really promising start over here when runner-up, but disappointed on the penultimate outing. And then last time, refused to race. You don't see that here often. Watch gate 1 as they break. Does Phelpsy jump? That's the big question. Last time he had no interest in racing. He just stood in the stall and didn't go from there. So keep an eye on gate 1.
Another horse making steady here as well is Blown Away, formerly trained by the Gosdens. Yep. 1 from 8. Got a little bit of form on the synthetics in the UK. Got beat by a really good horse in Notable Speech back in February.
Yeah, he was bought for 60,000 as well, so it wasn't a cheap purchase. Makes his local debut. Don't necessarily love the jockey booking first time up, but we'll see how he gets on.
Right, I've got a line to throw back to Callum in a second. So, I'm with the 3.
I'm also with the 3.
Okay. We are both with Man of the Night. We can go back to our very own Man of the Night.
That is genuinely disgraceful. Also, only getting half a point might be the meanest thing you guys have said to me so far in this stint. And remember, we've got a few more weeks together, and we all live in the same building. And I know where each of you sleep, so let's all be nice to Callum, eh? Because it could all get very dangerous for everybody. I'm with the 4 here. I thought our Cad was exceptionally well turned out. I spoke to Lucas before we really got into the racing here. I think it was about race 3. I grabbed a word with him. He seemed quietly confident about this horse. Look, he said that the horse is only running here because they had to get a run into him at this point in the year. He said he still might have a little bit to find fitness-wise, but the form of that last victory, that's the hottest bit of form we've seen. I mean, yes, he's been off the track for a while, but this is it's a really interesting contest, and I really like him here. So the boys like the 3, and I like the 4. Anthony Ennis likes chicken tikka masala. Let's get. Oh, I've had a nightmare there. Let's get through this, Anthony. Penultimate race of the day.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, that time of the day, isn't it? Right, they are loading up. About 3 or 4 to go in. I was also with you with Al Wakad here, Alex Moreno, Lucas Gaitan. 2 to go. Rez, and the other one is Phelpsy. Jockey's got the white cap. It's Abdulaziz Al Yayesh who rides Los Andes here, replacing Luis Morales. As the last one comes forward, Phelpsy into stall 1, right on the inside, the white cap. We're ready for race 11, our 750. Runners are set over the mile, on the dirt, under the floodlights, and they're off. One slept in there. That was Atrium, was very slowly away, and gives them a start as they race away. Breaking well towards the centre in the silver colours is South Army. That one's up there early on, number 12 on the card. Also showing bright speed too, his fast start, living up to his name in the black and yellow colours. Just off the pace towards the outside is Mobasha. That's got the white and blue colours, and yellow with Junior Audible is also quite handy as they go through the first 400 metres. Towards the inside, Rez is now making a fast forward move to get a view of the front. So Rez and Fast Start are first and second. Still handy is South Army in the silver colours, 3 wide, 4 wide Junior Audible, and going 5 wide is Los Andes with the blue cap. 2 lengths back to Mobasha, the white cap back in 7th place now, behind the white and green colours towards the outside of Man of the Night, who starts to creep a little bit closer. Further back then to find Al Wakad at this stage, back towards the rails for the market leader in the black with the silver cap as they make the run inside the final 600. The leader here is South Army, who's gone on by a length for Khalid Al Mamoni. Giving chase towards the outside is Los Andes, who's trying to get into it. Man of the Night is beginning to improve too, but work to do to catch this leader as they turn in, and South Army has got a kick here, and all of a sudden is 7 lengths ahead. Man of the Night is the pursuer in second place. Now, can he catch this leader? The two of them probably have the race between them. It's South Army clear by 4 lengths, but Man of the Night is making relentless headway down the outside, and here he comes, and all of a sudden South Army looks a sitting duck for Man of the Night, who's going to power past Ricardo Sousa Ferreira and win again for Thamer Al Dahani. It's Man of the Night, who's too good. He loves the dirt, this horse, and he draws right away. Man of the Night beats South Army, round 1 in second. Third was Al Wakad, Never Nearer, and fourth Los Andes. Good winner for both Tom Collins and Martin Kelly in the studio, because Man of the Night has won. Yeah, he's a proper dirt horse, this fella, and he is an impressive winner in the end. He gave that leader a good start and a beating there. Second, number 12, South Army, who had the jump turning in. Finishes second, beaten 3 lengths. And they were clear of the rest. Al Wakad was third, so it's 3, 12 and 4. The winner dips under the 1 minute 40. 1 minute 39.95 seconds the winner's time. 3, Man of the Night, 12, South Army. 4, Al Wakad was third, and fourth was number 5, Los Andes.
Yes, Sam Al Dahani has trained Man of the Night to victory. Just congratulating the grooms there. He loves the dirt.
Yeah, he's a good horse. All his races in places, you know. Today he ran a good race because he's high rated. You know, I told Ricardo, don't delay too much. You have to be with the base. When he jumped from the stall, I'm afraid too much because this horse, he need to be near to the base. But Ricardo, he know him very well, and he goes step by step with him, and he made a good race, you know.
Now, it's really interesting. This horse was behind Al Musmak last time he ran. Now, Al Musmak is a really exciting horse. He's won on a Saudi debut for you. When are we next going to see him next? Because he's not running this weekend.
Yeah, he's not. You mean Al Musmak?
Yes.
Al Musmak is going to the Saudi Cup. I hope he got the high rated and to go to the Saudi Cup.
Do you think he's going to get a high enough rating to get into the race?
We hope. We hope. You know, just I hope he will do it. He will be the high rated.
And this proves how good he is, because this horse was behind him last time and has won really, really impressively.
Yeah. He's a good horse. I told you, he's rated all the time 100, but all the time bad luck, second, third, fourth, all the time in places. But today he progressed too good, and he won for us, you know, before the Saudi Cup, and to share his friend in the day of the Friday day. I think he will go rated up to, because he's 64. I think he will go to 99 or 100 to run in the grass 10 furlong.
Yeah, 10 furlongs on the grass on Friday. That makes him very exciting, doesn't it? Because he can do it on turf or on the dirt. So a hugely exciting horse, and well done to you. Go and celebrate with him.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Thamer Al Dahani going to celebrate with his winner. It's really interesting to hear his thoughts on Al Musmak. I personally don't think he gets in. Despite that very impressive victory and the form being boosted, the fact he's not running this weekend is a big, big concern to me. Remember, the Crown Prince Cup is the custodian of the Holy Mosques, I should say, is a win and you're in race. And if you're not in it, you can't win it. And so one place is going to be taken up by the winner of that. There'll only be 2 local spots available as well. We can see Mohamedou just getting involved there as well. He's a trainer on the right-hand side there, just congratulating connections. He trains South Army, your eventual second. We'll try and grab a word with him as well at some point, but we'll make sure we don't miss the jockey. That was a lovely moment there. He was just congratulating the winning connections there. You don't often see that. The trainer of the horse who was beaten in second congratulating the trainer who beat him. So lovely scenes here, and we'll grab a word with Ricardo Ferreira de Souza as well. Mohamedou's just here actually. I'll be a quick word. Mohamedou, South Army ran a huge race but just quite unlucky to finish second.
Yeah, he ran well today. He just want to break good and take breathe easily, and then the scenario very suitable for him today. And congratulations for Mr. Thamer and his horse running very well.
They certainly are. We're going to grab a word with the winning jockey, but thank you for
Thank you, Carl.
So now we'll just grab Ricardo. Lovely scenes here. It's just great to see all the trainers really supporting each other. And this jockey is flying. Well done, Ricardo. 2 winners today.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy. today with man of the night, I do my 100th win in Saudi Arabia.
Fantastic.
You know, this horse, first time I ride for Sheikh Abdullah last season, I win cup with man of the night. Now he's old. Today the race is better for him, but now he's a better form, you know. Type not good run, he comes step by step, but for this race he have a chance. I'm very happy. Thank you, Sheikh Abdullah, Samer, all people.
And when you first came to Saudi Arabia only a few years ago, did you think you would ever ride 100 winners here?
No, it's difficult, you know, but I'm really happy. I like Saudi Arabia. People all the time very good with me. Sport me a lot, all trainers, all owners. I'm very, very happy and very grateful. All people, you, stadium, all, you know, it's a dream for me.
Well, everyone at home is very grateful for you and your riding ability. Congratulations, 100 winners in Saudi Arabia, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira.
Thank you so much.
Nice way to do it as well. Such a loyal companion as man of the night.
Excellent rider, and yeah, a brilliant ride on a very willing horse. Man of the night, our selection in this contest. I mean, he was the consistent horse. We knew that if he was there or thereabouts in the early stages, he was going to run home strongly. We knew he was going to be a top 3 contender on that basis. It was just whether Al Wakad or Atrium performed first time up this season or first time up at the track. Al Wakad actually ran okay. He's in 3rd, just at the back of your shot there with the blue noseband. I think he ran to his level. Maybe he's only 90% fit and he'll improve next time. Atrium didn't perform today. Quickly watch from the start. Box 1. That's Phelpsy. Didn't jump. Second time in a row he's done that. He was purchased by Prince Faisal bin Khalid from Chad Brown's yard in America, and now he looks like he's got no interest in racing. They're going to have to iron out that quirk, otherwise he won't be running much longer. Atrium also broke slowly from the inside gate from gate 2, but he had no excuses. He was beaten a long way at the finish, and maybe dirt's not for him. I'd be interested in back on turf, but this surface didn't seem to suit Atrium. At this point, they're 5 across the track. South Army, who eventually finishes runner-up, is up there in the lead in the FMQ Silver Silks of Saudi Crown, who we're going to see run in the Pegasus World Cup on Saturday over at Gulfstream Park. The eventual winner, man of the night, just in behind, green sleeves, white body of Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. He's just waiting. He's in behind Junior Audible and Los Andes at this point, travelling well, but waiting for a gap and not wanting to go too wide. He ends up swinging wide, but once they've turned in, and that was crucial, saving some ground. South Army ran a huge race in the silver.
He rated just 76.
Rated 76, yeah. Only 1 win from 15 starts. This is a big career best from him. I thought he was given a really nice ride, but he's been beaten by a nicer type in Man of the Night.
But it just shows again how advantageous it is to be up on that front end on the rail.
100% agree with that. It's a big help, big bias to be on the rail and up front, not getting any kickback, not wasting any ground. And this track is just playing really quick at the moment. It's hard to make up lengths, and Man of the Night has done well actually to pick this horse up and draw 3 lengths clear. It's a wide margin success. There was then 5 3/4 lengths between South Army in 2nd and Al Wakad in 3rd, and then a further 6 lengths back to Los Andes in 4th. So they finished strung out, but the horse that we wanted to come out on top has done, and yet another winner for the trainer, owner and jockey.
And he was just absolutely rock solid. Big question mark, Atrium off the track, okay, good turf horse on the UK, sold for a lot of money. But as we've seen on more than one occasion over the last few weeks, they come across these horses onto the dirt and don't step foot. They don't even run to the marks. They're regressing because of it. And Al Wakad had been off the track for quite some time. Obviously had his issues to miss the Saudi Derby. He comes back with an okay effort as well, but Man of the Night was just rock solid.
Yeah, he was rock solid in a race where you kind of needed a rock solid horse because of the question marks about the 2 market leaders, as you say. I'd be interested in Atrium on turf. Don't give up on him if they do switch the surface. Al Wakad ran well. I don't know whether he's going to progress from 3 to 4, but Man of the Night has done it nicely, and that is a big boost for Al Mazmak, who was discussed in that interview. He's rated 112. I personally would like to see him in the Saudi Cup, but obviously he's not running on Saturday, and it's not my decision. But I think he's a very exciting young horse.
Well, they've made a gamble to keep him for the Saudi Cup. One horse from the custodian will go forward into the Saudi Cup. They get the automatic berth. One other horse, then, it's the top-rated horse in the country with slight discretion from the selectors. But you'd have to think, just looking through the custodian race as well, that it probably would be him.
I think it would be. Say, for example, Scotland Yard wins on Saturday. That leapfrogs him into the race. the other horses in there, they're good. It's a very good race full of very good horses, but none of them are going to possess an official rating of 112 if they don't win on Saturday. Almost Max only had one run here. He was considered to be very talented in the UK by Roger Varian, and he actually finished second in the Royal Lodge, a good race for young horses over in England. So I think you've got to chuck Almost Max in. Plus, he's a new contender on the scene. We've seen Carmel Road in it before. We've seen Scotland Yard. We've seen Power in Numbers. Defunded.
But you could, maybe, if you were the handicap, you might sit down and look at it and think, well, he beat Saudi Empire last time into second in the Almost Mac.
Yep.
He was unlucky not to win last weekend. This fella's come out and bolted up again today. Maybe he's worth more than 112.
I think so. Tharma Adahani's
I don't know whether they would push him up.
Well, Adahani's had the best possible year. I mean, so you've got the best trainer on your side. You've got an unexposed horse, only had 8 starts. If they want to try and make a local horse go close, you put in Almost Mac because he's a complete unknown quantity and already proven that he's capable of going close in a race like that.
You wouldn't be able to sleep if Almost Mac makes the field. Would you?
I'd be excited, I'll tell you that.
And well done to Ricardo as well. 100 winners up here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Much deserved. And I'm sure many more to come. That was great. Anyway, that was race 11. Enzo, give us the details for our 12th and final event.
Yeah, well done to Ricardo Souza Ferreira. He's got a ride to come as well. He's doing very well at the moment. Right, here we go. The runners for the last race. This is a really good open race over the 1 mile 2 furlong, the 2,000 metres. Number 1 is Pride of Priory. Mohammed Al Hubail rides that one. 2 is Derivo, once upon a time with Sir Michael Stoughton, also was running the Saudi Cup behind Mishrif in 2021. It's written by Abdullah Alofi, looking for a treble. 3 Monchoir for Nawaf Al Mudiani. 4 is Rocking Tree, Adel Al Faradi. 5 Thunder Squall, now written by Tariq Al Mansour. 6 Alpen Power, Farhad Al Faradi. Over the page to find.
Oh no.
She didn't even know that she'd really said it.
That's a disaster.
On the card here.
Jockey riding today. She went, what? It's a Rachel de Blackmore.
Trachonitis is written by Osama Al Sharadi. Wathig is number 10. Wathig is written by Abdullah Al Saidi. 11 is Al Shahim, written by Ahmed Al Tayyar. 12 Cool Legend, Camille Ospina, looking for a double on the card. Over the page to find number 13. This is Swift Victory, Ricardo Souza Ferreira, looking for that third winner of the day on Swift Victory number 13. 14 Leopardo, Turkey Alofi steps in for the ride. 15 Wink of an Eye, Alex Moreno looking for a double. 16 Dara Zaidi for Rakan Alabaid. 17 Light the Road, now written by Abdullah Al Kradis. 18 Rich Match is written by Fawas Wanas, Rich Max. Number 19 is going to be Sayak Al Khair for Khalid Al Mamoni, and number 20 Sultan Road, Nawaf Al Fairuz. 20 runners without the reserve, full field as we go back to Callum.
On looking at this one, he's a very good looking individual and a lovely walker. He really does cover the ground as he walks. He's a winner and penultimate start, wasn't disgraced last time. This is a tough ask, but he's probably a player here, certainly at an each way play here. He's certainly an exciting one, and I just love the way he handled the prelims here. He's walked out like he knows what he's doing, very calm, relaxed, and certainly covering the ground well. Let's pull back to the 2. This is Derivo, the next horse coming towards us now. Now I'm just getting a shot of Derivo. He's got the tongue hanging out. A horse he's been second on back-to-back occasions. This looks like a winnable contest for him, but there's a few in here that would look to upset the apple cart. I wouldn't go for him as short of the years at the moment. He's walking out plenty well. He's a big frame type. He's got plenty of bone about him. But maybe, just maybe, he's a bit slow and does his best work late. And over 2,000 metres, you might be willing to look elsewhere. If it was 2,400, it might be a different story. Let's drop back. Monchoir's the next one. I really like Monchoir. This is Jimmy Jerkin's other runner. He's got 2 in this race, obviously. This is a gorgeous individual, Monchoir. One of the better looking horses you'll see in Saudi Arabia, but needs to bounce back from the last effort. Just been a little bit off the boil since then, and hopefully this will be a return to form. If Monchoir can return to form, very, very dangerous. Very much like Derivo. Big, strong, well-built individual, carrying a liquor condition as well, but perfectly entitled to run a big race here today. Your only concern would be the lightness of the neck. I'd be hoping that this entire, as an 8-year-old, would have more of a defined neck and a more muscular build. But certainly a horse that you can't ignore, but I'll be looking elsewhere. We're going to skip the 4 and go straight to the 5 here. This is Thunder Squall. He was really late into the parade ring, having hung around in the pre-parade, but he has been well worth that weight. What a good-looking individual he is. Big, strong, imposing type. Connections thrive in this sort of competition, and they'll be looking for another big race winner. Thunder School was a winner last time out, was well placed as well beforehand, and he's a nice type. Last one we'll look at, we've got to cross all the way over the parade ring, because here's your winner. Number 13 is the next one we'll take a peep at. He's on display on the Arabic channel right now, number 13, and he's certainly the horse I'm really keen on. This is Swift Victory. I think there's a big race in him. He's a really nice type, this Chestnut. He was a little bit disappointing last time when I thought he had ideal conditions. He'll need to bounce right back, but I'm a big fan of Swift Victory, and he is the paddock pick for me.
Okay, Swift Victory, the paddock pick for Callum. Race 12, this open race, over 2,000 metres. We've got up in distance again for the final race of the day. 36,000 reals on offer. Even money on the international markets, though, is Derivo for Jimmy Jerkins. And this horse, well, he brings a bit like in the previous race with Man of the Night, brings a very high level of form into this, Tom.
Is he not just a clear standout in here?
Yeah, he just wins, basically. If he runs to the level of form has been shown, he wins.
I think you can give 3 horses a chance, and in a 20-runner field, I'm more than happy to try and narrow it down to just 3. Derivo, who we'll talk about all of these in more detail in a second, but Derivo, who we're currently seeing right now, this is a brilliant effort to finish second. Look, if he can repeat this, I think he just wins the race today. He's beaten the others by a wide margin and just unfortunately fallen a touch short, but came very close to getting the job done. Derivo, definitely number 1 contender in here. Thunder School, who we're watching now, he battles well in the blue and the white silks, and he has a chance on figures, albeit he's got £7 to find with Derivo on official ratings. He's a very game horse in the finish. Watch here. He fights back somehow after looking like he's going to finish third to beat Monsieur Jumbo in the yellow, who subsequently came out and won. So he's got a chance. I think Rocking Tree has a chance, but I hate the draw in 20. And the other horse with a chance is Swift Victory, the 13. All the remainder have huge amounts to find to manage to beat any of those.
But Rocket Tree fits that sort of profile of UK horse coming across here, first time dirt.
Yeah, he won 3 of his 9 starts in the UK, but yeah, as you say, first time on dirt with a wide draw. So even you can't fancy him with any confidence whatsoever, but he does get the leading jockey, and he has got talent. So it could just be Derivo, Thunder School, and Swift Victory. Thunder School in that contest, you could see was vulnerable at the top of the turn. As we just see the groom trip up there, which is, sorry, this should be clipped. We saw Thunder School look very vulnerable, and any horse with more talent would have run past him there. I think Derivo can do that today.
And we saw the form before Christmas when he was second to Scotland Yard. The horse in third that day was?
Derivo, was it?
No, Derivo was second. Third place was...
Oh, it was Man of the Night?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I was focused on other form. But yes, so that gives a boost to Derivo. He beat Man of the Night by a length and a half. So, I mean, if you think Man of the Night's run to 100 in that last race, Derivo should be able to run to even bigger figure here. The only danger, I think, is Swift Victory, the 13. And even then, he's only 1 from 11 in his career, and he's been placed a couple of times recently. But he was a very useful performer for James Tate in the UK. And Tharma does very well with James Tate, former inmates. So I'd keep an eye on the 13. I think Derivo's a clear standout.
He is indeed second at Scotland Yard over the course and distance. Second, we saw that open race last time. But you go back through, he's got a bit of back class as well. I know he's into the sort of the latter stages maybe as a 9-year-old, but this time last year, we've got the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques coming up on Saturday. He was third in that race last year to Power in Numbers.
Yeah.
He's been third in Group 1, local Group 1 company, and he's still, I think, operating at that kind of level.
He was also previously trained by Sir Michael Stout for Jovmont in the UK. And
That's
he
right.
ran in the Cambridgeshire. I know people watching this may not watch UK racing, but he ran in the Cambridgeshire, which is a huge field handicap, heritage handicap for very talented horses. And he was sent off just 13-2. That came back in 2020. He's long been considered a useful horse, and he's finally putting it back. Not finally putting it together. He's been putting it together for a few years now, since he's moved over here. I think he's a clear standout. Jimmy Jerkins has been without a winner for a while, since Music Critic won on debut. He actually runs on Saturday, Music Critic. But I think this is the winner that ends Jimmy's drought currently. Just needs to break well, get into a position just in behind the leaders, and from there he'll be very, very, very tough to hold.
Would stable form be a concern for you?
No, I don't think so. Jimmy has limited runners per week, doesn't he? Maybe one or two of his could have performed a little bit better recently, but at the same time, I don't think he's had enough of a sample size to suggest the stable's out of form.
Okay, Pride of Prairie is second best on the international markets. Derivo's even money. Pride of Prairie is at 4-1, formerly trained by William Haggis, has had 6 starts here. Did win a course and distance handicap in those 6 runs.
But what else has he done?
Finished 6th in Open last time.
Exactly. That wouldn't win today, would it?
No.
6th in Open. That victory in the handicap, a 0-90 handicap, was impressive, but he has no early speed. He's drawn 19. He's going to get way back and probably have a wide trip. And he didn't look in love with dirt apart from that one victory where the pace completely collapsed. I don't like him at all. I think 2 should be favourite, the 5 should be second favourite, and the 13 should be third favourite.
But even the 5 to me has got a similar profile to the 1 in that course and distance handicap winner, but when he goes up in grade to Open company, struggles.
Again, I agree with that, but at least he's proven on dirt, whereas Pride of Prairie, I've still got my questions about the surface for him. He obviously never ran on it until he moved over here. He was a turf and all-weather horse in the UK, so I think the 5 at least ticks that box. That probably makes him the second best in this contest. Who is on the 5, do we know? It's not Louis Morales. So
No, I didn't get the jockey change.
let's ask the producer, hopefully. Hopefully he can come back to us with a jockey switch on Thunder School, but it's not Louis Morales, he's not riding today, if you've missed out. Tariq Al Mansour. I think that's the first ever ride Tariq's had for Prince Saud bin Salman. I don't remember another one. He claims a kilogram though, so the horse will carry a kilo less.
Well, now we're shade of odds on at 10 to 11. Pride of Prairie at 5. Rocking Tree 5. Thunder Squall, the one that's been back now, clips under those 2 in the market at 9 to 2. Swift Victory 13 to 2. And it's 14 to 1 and Big Remember. Maybe Jimmy's got to come roaring back to form with a 1-2 here, given he's got Monchois as well.
Yeah, forward going type should set the pace a light early, which helps Derivo, if anything. Just make sure it's a solid gallop. Derivo's a strong stayer over 2,000. Monchois will make sure that only strong stayers can win this race.
Well, I think we're in agreement, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're both Derivo.
Yeah, we were in agreement in the last race and it worked out well. I think we're both in agreement here. I do want to quickly mention the 10, Wathig, 16 to 1 in the international market.
Who looked good heading down to the start.
Really?
Impressive, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see. Interesting, because this horse has some back form. If you go all the way back to his UAE form, which was about 3 years ago, he has a chance. But he does seem to be on the downturn now, and he hasn't run for 10 months. So that would be the concern. But he's not worth completely dismissing.
Well, let's just confirm our selections in the inter-studio tipping competition.
Yep.
You're on 3, I'm on 3. We've done quite well for a Thursday.
Yeah, I'm happy with this.
We're both with Derivo to row in with a win in the final race. Callum, you've got half a point. Can you add to it here?
I don't have half a point. I've got 1 point. You know it. I know it. I have 1 point. Let's not beat around the bush. I am a single point man. I have 1 point.
No, you don't.
And I'm hoping to make it 2 points here with Swift Victory. Horse number 13 in this. I really think this horse is a big race in him. Slightly disappointed by the last run. Now, if this horse runs badly, the form is going backwards. But I really hope he can bounce back, because the second place on penultimate start was a huge effort. And hopefully he can find that form again. Slightly disappointed last time, but hopefully Swift Victory can take a big step forward and win today. So that's my pick in this one. Horse number 13 is the pick for me. And to the Ennis, they're circling down at the start for the lucky last. It's been a pleasure. Call them home.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yeah, good luck to you with your selection here. Swift Victory. Ricardo Ferreira's had a good day so far. And Tom and Martin Monchois, they were talking about earlier. But Derivo looks very good as well, I think. Hard to really argue with him. But look, he's a 9-year-old, I guess. Maybe not quite as good as he was, obviously, when he peaked probably around 2020, 2021. That run behind Mishrif in the Saudi Cup. Was it 4 years ago almost now? Began life with Sir Michael Stout. And Derivo now with Jimmy Jerkins. But a cap notices here. Red cap for Derivo. Monchois' jockey's got the white cap on. Albafel Modiani, Tariq Al Mansour riding Thunder Squall, and of the others, Cool Legend is a grey. Jockey's got the white cap. Trachonitis rider Osama Al Shirani, the black cap, and Rich Max, the red cap. Fawas Wanas. About to load here. 1.25 miles, 2,000 metres, 10 furlongs. for a final race, race 12. And yeah, some good performances today. Man of the night was really impressive in that previous race. And now we're looking forward to this, probably the highest quality race of the day. Warthig about to go in. It's the first one to load. The purple with a white cap. We'll be followed in by Pride of Priory under Mohammed Al Hubail. Next one to load. Looks like being Sayak Al Khair. I'll begin the loading up process for our 12th and final. There is Derivo, red cap on the left, the white cap, Monchois, Alwaf Al-Modiani. Jimmy Jerkins with these two runners in the race, a stopper in the green there just alongside. Right, they're going forward. The red cap of Rich Max. This is rider Fawaz Wanas. The white cap belongs to Camille Ospina. He's riding the grey Cool Legend. Trachonitis in the same ownership, the black cap, Rassama Al-Sharani. Derivo, there he is, the hot favourite on the international market going in. And that will leave 5 or 6 to go in. That one's just about to go in the far side. That's the 5. Thunder Squall, Tariq Al-Mansour, replacing Luis Morales. Not far away from a start here. Saw the grey going in. That was Leopardo, Turkey Yolofi on board. Final 2. Sultan Sense just backing away in the headgear, in the hood. Also to go forward, Swift Victory. Salma Al-Dahani looking for another winner on the card. Likewise, Ricardo Ferreira goes in. Last one is Sultan Sense. Jockey's had a great day. Aisal Al-Sahani, 2 winners on the card, looking for a treble. This horse wearing the blinkers. And then we'll be set to go. Wink of an eye's rider. The black cap there, you can see Alex Moreno to distinguish from the rider of a Stoppel. And where's the green cap? Muhammad Al Nassar, who won our 4th race today. Seems a long time ago now. We're almost set. Last one is in. No one's backed away again. Sultan Sense is the one causing problems. I think he is in. Set to go, and they've jumped away. Off they go, and Sultan Sense was a bit slow. One really slow towards the inside there, back on the rails. Was that Light the Road who's completely missed the kick as they go through the first 200 metres or so? A couple really are out of it already. Also, Wink of an Eye was very slowly away on the inside. So drama at the start here. Pride of Priory is another one towards the back of the field. You can see 3rd from last as they go through the first 400 metres or so. So not the ideal start for a few of these. Already Pride of Priory and Wink of an Eye look out of it. One of the first to show up is Monchois, leading up here towards the centre with the grey Cool Legend up there as well. Towards the outside, Rocking Tree isn't far away, the white cap. Looking for the favourite, Derivo, is just back in a bit worse than midfield at this stage, the red cap, as they go through the first 400 metres here. And the lead is with Monchois on the inside, by about a head. So in second place, that's Cool Legend, the grey. 2 lengths then back to find in 3rd place. In the white and green, Swift Victory's got a lovely sit for Ricardo Ferreira, racing in 3rd place then. Back towards the inside, going into 4th is Alpen Power. They come around the turn. Further back to find Dara Zaini at this stage, and the red cap next in the field. That's Rich Max as they come around the home bend. Wider out is Warthig in the purple and pink as they come around the crown of the turn. Derivo a lot to do from there, but he's going quite well as they head towards the final 400. Also, Pride of Priory was very slowly away, has made up some ground. So round the turn they go. The new leader is the grey Cool Legend, Camillo Ospina, but he's trapped by the strong travelling Swift Victory, and Ricardo Ferreira has his sights on a riding treble here today as they turn for home. Cool Legend in front to Swift Victory in 2nd. Here comes the moving line. Pride of Priory right down the outside, picking up. Derivo's also getting into it as well. Likewise, Thunder Squall, the blue cap. It's all change up front. Down the outside, it's Pride of Priory, who was so slowly away, has hit the front to Thunder Squall in 2nd, who's going to try and match him late on. Pride of Priory and Thunder Squall, not much in it. Thunder Squall is coming back for Tariq Al-Mansour to take it up late on, and Thunder Squall goes on to beat Pride of Priory, who lost so much ground at the start. Third was Derivo, never nearer, and they were ahead of the others in the end, headed by the likes of Swift Victory, who got a bit tired What a race that was. What a finish. And Thunder Squall, a winning spare ride for Tariq Al Mansour, has won it. Number 5 beats number 1, Pride of Priory. You have to say was a really unlucky loser, having lost so much ground at the start. They were clear of the rest. 2 minutes 08.38, half a length the winning margin. Best finish of the day. 5 Thunder Squall the winner. 1 Pride of Priory was second, and 2 Derivo back in third.
Two horses fighting at the finish who Tom and I both thought had a little bit to prove at this kind of a level. Handicappers, but have got up in grade and struggled, but they fought out the finish and they've come a long way clear of the horse we thought was a shoe in here.
Yeah, to be fair, I did think Thunder Squall was second most likely to win, but we did have Derivo way on top. He slightly underperformed, but he did have to, go through traffic to get into the position and eventually finished only third. Pride of Priory, good effort today. Maybe he's better than I thought he was. I'll give him some more credit.
And the dirt form now, maybe he's okay?
Yeah, I think he handles that. I don't think that's a problem. However, the battling qualities of the winner were phenomenal. That's twice in a row he's done that to win. He loves a fight. And also brilliant success for Tariq Al Mansour. Still an apprentice and able to win an open race here for Prince Saud bin Salman. That's a big win in his career.
Yeah, and a nice spare as well. So Thunder Squall takes the final race, but we've got a couple of horses maybe stand out today, and Tam Al Tahani, man of the night, taking the open race previously, and he's transferred as well early on today, doing it again, quick turnaround over a longer trip.
Yeah, really exciting victories for both of these horses. We're currently watching Transfer. This was race 5 early on today, a non-winners of 2 event. Last week we saw this horse win a maiden in impressive fashion by a wide margin. Today, going up to 1,400 metres, he was as good against previous winners. This looks like a sprinter on the up. Thumb says he's better over 1,200, so look out for him now. Drop back in trip next time, maybe in an open race, and I'm sure we're going to see another nice performance. He's not the finished article by any means, but he's very talented.
And the trainer was talking about a 600 or 1,200 metre race on a Friday upcoming, which could be one of maybe the International Jockeys Challenge races on Saudi Cup weekends.
Would be a nice ride to pick up, wouldn't it? That's for sure. He's very speedy.
100 handicap.
Yeah, he's super speedy. He's got every asset you need to be a very good sprinter. And with the trainer on side, Al Dahani, who cannot do a thing wrong this year, I wouldn't say his improvement's finished just yet.
And they're paddling it behind. Man of the night also for Al Dahani as well, taking the open race. Giving a bit of boost to Scotland Yard and Al Musmak. Scotland Yard who goes in the qualifier on Saturday, the custodian race, and Al Musmak, probably the highest rated local horse.
Yeah, I think so. Al Musmak we've talked about a lot going into the Saudi Cup. Potentially could be the main entry in Scotland Yard. I think he might win on Saturday.
And Deem as well, worth a quick mention, a newcomer who took the maiden race as race 9. She looks pretty special on debut. Tom, many thanks for your company. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Yes.
12 races tomorrow, 12 races on Saturday. It's the best 2 days racing here in Saudi Arabia, bar the Saudi Cup night. Join us for 2 brilliant days racing, qualifiers for the Saudi Cup. It's all taking place Friday and Saturday here in Riyadh.